Alrighty, guys. So we are live. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له. وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله. Guys, welcome to today's episode of Dots Connected to Islam. I am your favorite Latino Zakir Naik. I'm just joking. Partly. And I'm here to start the show. So I have Brother Faisal here with me, and today's question is a usual one, but it's important nonetheless. The question is, why aren't you Muslim yet? We know as Muslims that Islam is true objectively, and we want to hear from you, the people who actually are brave enough to hop on, why you don't believe so. So with that being said, I'm going to hand it over to Brother Faisal to give salam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to all of the brothers and sisters who are tuning in the chat. And assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to my Brother Faisal here. Well, he's disappeared, so it looks like I gotta keep pushing it. Okay, so I think you're wondering why we might be early. Well, I'll tell you the truth.
Oh,
Ali's not here.
sorry, I didn't realize, Akhi. I didn't realize I was on mute. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And
It's okay.
yes, we are early today, right?
We are early. I was just gonna talk about that.
We just thought we were gonna surprise everybody in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
And while you go through, I'll just go through the chat, and you can continue the discussion, Akhi.
No problem. So the reason that we're early today is because Ali's not here. That's it. That's it.
Don't make it that simple.
It is. It should be simple. It is simple. It's Ali's not here. So therefore, we're early today.
So yeah, wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to everybody in the chat who've given their salam.
Wa alaikum assalam.
And for those who are coming on, assalamu alaikum from us to you guys. Mr. Doctor, thanks for letting us know. Brother Dawa Truth is starting his own beard products brand. Beard, L-U-V, beardlove.com. I would love to check that out. beardlove.com. Let's have a quick look at the brother's site. And if he can, do support the brother.
Das Connected to Islam does not claim ownership of any of the products shown within this segment of the video. Please do not take our segment of the video as such claim of ownership. Don't sue us. This is only for legal reasons.
MashaAllah. So the catalog, so there's quite a lot of products already. And I am not sure. I think he's based. Oh, the contact is in Kansas City. So if you're in the US, definitely look for it. Maybe for people in Canada as well, you can do that. Not sure if it ships across the pond or anywhere else. And hopefully, if the brother is around, jump on, let us know, and we'll continue. Okay. Definitely subscribe to Islam God Answers. And
who said that?
This is our very own brother, Mr. Doctor.
You see, and this is why you're a moderator, Mr. Doctor. See, this is exactly why. Because you know how to speak the facts of the matter. Subscribe to Islam God Answers.
And Brother Razik videos, VED, Brother Razik VED, right? So definitely go around. Now, inshallah, we'll put up the link very soon. We had a shahada today on Hamza's Den. So that was really good to see.
I missed it.
Yes, and I think he was the first person to come on, or was he? At least this was early on when this person came on, and mashallah, like it just shows when someone sincere joins the channel. They're looking for answers. They're willing to accept where they have not thought things through. And subhanallah, people who are looking for Allah, Allah will guide them to Him. There's no question about that.
Absolutely, 100%. You know, the only part of the arena that I caught was that one conversation they were having with that one guy. And the guy was like, "Oh, in Mark 11, it doesn't say that it wasn't the season for figs. It says it was the season for figs." Now, obviously, he had to concede to Hamza that he was wrong. But my favorite part of the conversation, I love when people do this, is when he was like, "Oh, your Allah is," he tried to make a claim about Allah, saying that, you know, the argument that we've responded to plenty of times, the one about the deceivers. And Wissam is like, "Oh, you mean that verse? It says, if a prophet has been deceived, I have deceived that prophet." And and
Yes.
Hamza's like, "No, what are you talking about?" And Masood goes, "Hamza, pay attention." And Hamza's like, "Oh."
Yeah, Hamza didn't catch on immediately, but mashallah, like this is brother Wassam. At times when he's responding, you just want to make sure that you've turned off every other distraction and just focused on what he's saying, because mashallah, the brother has
Yeah,
some
lots of
really,
knowledge. I like when
yeah.
he's speaking, I always try to memorize and retain as much as I can of what he's saying. Um, but yeah, it was so funny because I knew exactly what he was talking about as soon as Wissam said it. I was like, "Oh my, he's gonna get him with that." And the guy goes, "Oh no, that's worse actually. That's worse actually." And he goes, "Well, it's in your Bible, mate." So that was the only bit of the conversation I caught. It was so funny. It was my favorite part of that conversation that they had.
Okay, let me make sure I've got the right link. Jazakallah khair, brother Mr. Doctor, for confirming. The link should be up. Give me the link to the YouTube, which is definitely not the right one. Okay. Sometimes I start acting my age, mashallah. Oh, we have brother Jarno Hindi join us. Assalamu alaikum, akhi. How are you doing?
Walaikum assalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm doing good. Hope you guys are also doing good today. So,
Yeah, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah,
So
alhamdulillah.
just to give everybody an introduction, brother Jarno Hindi, he's on the uh, Urdu channels, Urdu Hindi channel, mashallah. He has
That's why I'm like,
a
wait,
lot of knowledge of the Hindu scriptures,
oh, mashallah,
understands them pretty much in and out, mashallah. And we'll pick on your
mashallah.
brain as well today, Akhi.
Yeah,
Because
you gotta teach me some stuff, man. I have to
yeah,
school a
our
Hindu in
English
about a week.
speaking,
I'm just
yeah,
playing.
our
mhm.
English speaking
I'm just playing.
audiences,
I don't talk to
they don't
Hindus.
know much about what the Hindu scriptures are, or um, even the idea that Hinduism is not just one religion. It's multiple different religions, philosophies,
Yeah,
and
it's many sects that
faiths.
culminate under one title.
It's really dynamic.
Yeah. So we'll how long are you here with us, Sahi? How
I
long can
think
you
I'll
stick
be
around?
here for at least 20, 30 minutes because I'm still
Okay.
awake. I've yet not slept. But, since I saw that you have started the live stream and today I've got time, so I thought to join you because previously I told you that when I'll get a chance, I'll surely
Yes,
visit your
yes,
channel.
yes.
So, yeah, that's why I'm here.
So so brother DeAndre, you're not you don't have a lot of understanding of Hinduism, right? So why don't you ask questions of the brother? Because it will be good coming from you, because you would be this is completely new for you. You're exploring this. That will be interesting as well.
I have one question.
Yes.
Is
So,
it
go
true
ahead.
that all Hindus have to rub poop on themselves?
Pardon? I couldn't catch.
Is it true that Hindus have to rub cow poop on themselves? Cow manure.
No, 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 that's not the case. Actually, there are different sects in Hinduism, and most of the sects do believe that cow is sacred, and some of them believe that the urine of the cow and the dung, it is really precious, and they use it in different things like decoration of the home. They think that it is pure, and it has the quality which can attract the god of money. You can say the Lakshmi god, which when
Mm,
she arrives in your place, in your home, then you will be wealthier, you will be happy in your life. So these are the beliefs associated with the cow dung and all those things. So yeah, people are there, but after liberalism has really took over the country and the minds of the people, so people are not much into it. But after especially 2014, when the new government took place, Mr. Modi, so there is a
mm,
kind of identity crisis going on, and everyone is trying to look like Hindu. So even though most of the people do not know the whole details, they are into the whole what we say the swing, and they are just following it. Most of them do not know, but yes, there are differences in them, and not everyone believes that it should be utilized in that manner. So yeah.
okay. So, Brother Jarno, if I may ask, how
Hmm.
many? If we talk about Hinduism as if it's just one monolith, right? But we know
Hmm.
that there are different, uh, even different theologies within Hinduism.
Hmm.
Can you sort of give us
Hmm.
examples of how some of these are different? How they maybe like one belief maybe in one branch of Hinduism, and another branch may have a completely opposite belief, and so on.
Yeah, actually, even if I am born and brought up in a society where Hinduism is already prevailing, and I have read their scriptures as well, but there are n number of things, n number of beliefs in them. So obviously, I'll not be able to cover all, but let
Yeah.
me give you some prominent beliefs, some prominent philosophies that they carry. So there is something in them which is very much popular these days after the atheism thing took on YouTube. Everyone is trying to show themselves liberal, atheist, etc. So uh, they have a Charvak darshan, in which they think that this life is the life where you enjoy, and you do not need to think about the afterlife. So whatever it is this life, just enjoy it, and do not think about what I should do or what I should not, but just follow your desire and follow whatever you want. There is a saying in that where it says that even if you have to take some money on debt, you take it and enjoy it, because after you die, you will not have to pay it. So that's the Charvak darshan, which defies everything. I mean, they do not care what God thinks or not. And there is a darshan which is called Sankhya darshan. It's a kind of ancient system of philosophy in Hinduism which emphasize the dualism between Purusha and Prakriti. So they think that there were always two entities out there in the universe, or whatever you can say. So first is Purusha, which is called consciousness, and second is Prakriti, which is nature. It has different characteristics like tamo, rajo. These are the guns. These are the characteristics in that. So they think that this prakriti is ever evolving, eternally evolving. It is going into a cycle, and we are all associated in that. And there is
Hmm.
something called consciousness outside of that. The consciousness is has started this whole cycle, and we are into that cycle, which is never gonna end. So that's Sankhya darshan. Then there is a yoga darshan. It's a kind of philosophy where they focus on physical and mental discipline.
Is it me, or is can you not hear the brother?
No, I can hear
Hmm?
him.
Oh,
Hmm.
sorry,
I think.
that was just me then.
Oh. So I mean, as I told you, there are many. I mean, there is a darshan called Mimamsa darshan. It basically comes from Jainism. That later on, everyone has started saying that Jain is also the part of Hinduism. So people see that
Mm.
Mimamsa darshan can be associated with Hindu darshan. And then other darshan like Bhakti, and Dvait, Advait. So there are so many. It is really hard to cover them all. But yes, most of the people in Hinduism, Hindus even do not know much about their darshan. They go as per their family belief and the society they live in. So you will see people who are going to a journey which is called Bol Bum. uh, they take the water from a particular place and they take it on their shoulder. So there is a month when they celebrate it. Then it is Kumbh in India now these days. So whenever there is a festival and it is announced, then most of the people go into that, irrespective of their particular philosophical beliefs, because most of them do not know. There are indeed people, learned people in there as well. So they do not get associated with everything. But most of the Hindus do not know much, and they get with everything whatever is happening in the society, be it Durga Puja, Kali Puja, and anything.
That's really fascinating. One of the other questions I have is like you were talking about the one that aligns with atheism, right? When
Hmm.
you look at
Charvak
that
darshan.
philosophy, Charvak Darshan, right?
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah.
is this a new philosophy that has sprung up, or is this something that was there? Is just been revived because of the recent popularity of atheism?
No, it's not something revived due to the popularity. It was always there. It is just only that we came to know about it. When you will talk to a Hindu and you will say that they will mostly ask. This is a very popular question that Hindus and many people ask to Muslims, that you guys start your kalma by saying La ilah, there is no God but only Allah. So are you guys saying that I'm canceling everyone, I'm canceling every religion, no religion is good, only mine is good? So isn't it a kind of egoistic approach? And when you tell them that, look, this is the nature. I mean, if you have got a religion, you believe that this religion is true, you will have to say that my religion, my path is the best path, and you will call everyone to your path. Then suddenly they start taking the cover of Charvak Darshan, and they say that, look, we accommodate everyone. We do not say that everyone is wrong. They say that Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda with Vadanti. There is only one truth, and different kind of people see it in their own way. So we have got
Yeah.
Charvak Darshan as well. So they take it as a kind of cover, you can say, but it was always there. They have got this
Mm.
darshan from very old times.
It's interesting because sometimes for some people I basically say that Hinduism has almost every philosophy that you could think of that was there in any part of any other part of the world, right? They have some form of it existing in this region, right?
I must say,
uh,
I must acknowledge and say that yes, they have got fascinating philosophies, and if you will get into it, if you will delve into it, you will be fascinated how they think. Like last time, I and my Asim Iftakhar. So brother Asim Iftakhar and I was discussing with a person. He was saying that there is only one truth, and by truth they mean it, the only one entity, which is Brahma, and we all are into Brahma. So there is nothing second, nothing separate from that thing. Everything is going into that thing. So there is only one thing out there. So it is called
hmm,
Advait. There is no dual. only single, so singularity they think. And this philosophy is really fascinating. If you will get into it, you will see how much details they provide. But obviously, since it has some logical contradictions, then we refute it.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. But it's like, DeAndre, I don't know how much you knew before how varied the Hindu philosophies are. Uh,
I
but
knew very little about that.
yeah, but you can probably appreciate
By the
why
way,
when we talk
I
about
was not
Hindus.
expecting these questions. If I
I know.
had this expectation, I must have come prepared. But I must say that if I'll get a chance, I'll prepare a PPT for a short
Yes.
introduction to the Hinduism and Hindu philosophies that I have read about and I know about, and then I would like to share with everyone, your audience especially. So yeah, if
Yeah,
time allows,
definitely.
I'll do that.
That will be really interesting. The especially like, it just sort of an introduction. We don't necessarily need to go into too much in depth into these philosophies, because I know they get very complicated, right?
Yeah.
From the little that I've heard when you guys are discussing it, but
Hmm.
just to sort of give an introduction for people, to for them to understand that why is it that one person would come to them and say that Krishna is the ultimate god, and another would say Brahman is, and someone else would come and say no,
Hmm.
Lakshmi, or not Lakshmi, but like some of these others. I think it's Ganesh, right? They talk about Ganesh or Shiva or some of the other gods as well, that they are the primary gods, and all
Ganesh,
the other.
Shiva, Shankar, Ram. There are
Yes,
many gods
exactly.
out there.
Yeah, and for each one of them, there's pretty much completely separate theology that these people follow. Sometimes you think about it and you realize that just there's just as many Hinduism philosophies as there are Hindus, right? Because they don't hold on to anything.
You can say that.
Yes. So
Yeah, I mean,
just like,
look, there is one thing I must point out here, if you allow, that
yes.
sometimes if you have got a weak ideology, if you have got a weak ideology, you will
Mhm.
update it by the time, as it suits you. And if anyone will raise any objection, you will say that it is something called branch of something else. And when time passes, you will end up making so many philosophies just to prove your point, and you will end up not proving anything. You will end up making a big net, big I don't know what is the appropriate word to say, so that even your own follower will get confused in order to do research, and they'll think that since it is so vast, I'll not be able to complete it, so let it be whatever it is, and I'm good here. So
Okay.
but Islam has clarity. We know that ad-din yusrun, din is really easy. So yeah, the simplicity of
Yes,
Islam
yes.
is what appealed much people.
The simplicity and the rigidity of
Hmm.
Islam when it comes to its akida, right? The
Yeah,
fact that we don't play around with our akida, right? There are
yeah.
certain things in Islam which where you basically allowed. For example, how do
Hmm.
you follow your culture? How do you follow your other things? As long as they're not infringing
Hmm.
upon uh, the fiqh and the akida, right?
Hmm.
You'll find you're allowed to dress a certain way, right? You're allowed to
Hmm.
dress in a suit, or you're allowed to dress in a thobe, or you're allowed to dress in a
Hmm.
shalwar kameez, and so on, uh, right? But as
Hmm.
long as you're dressing modestly, that's the overall guideline. But the
Yeah.
rigidity part of it
Hmm.
is what
Hmm.
shows, actually, this to me, when I look at this, to me, this is one of the proof that Islam is the truth. Because the only time you would not compromise with something is when you have
Hmm.
the truth, right? If
Yeah.
you're standing on the truth, you won't compromise on it. But if you're standing on falsehood, it's so
Hmm.
easy to compromise because you don't care,
Yeah.
right?
Hmm.
Exactly. And that's what you see with Hindus a lot, because Every Hindu that I've met in Canada, uh, uh, Brother Journal,
Hmm.
every Hindu in Canada is pretty much a secular. They're Hindu just as much as Richard Dawkins is Christian. That's just how it is. So
Hmm.
this is the only analogy that I can make for people to understand how Hindus treat their own religion when they're out of the land of India.
Uh, Look, there is one thing I would say that, if you think that your belief is true and you are on right path, you get a kind of confidence where you start saying that, look, if you think that you are right and I'm wrong, come and prove. Okay. And the whole attitude changes when you have got doubt on your own faith, your own way, your own religion. Then you do not say this, but you start saying that, look, we should not fight, we should not challenge each other. Let's take some good from your religion, let's take some good from the other religion. Let's sit together and just find some good things, in each other religion. And then we should coexist in this manner, that I will not say bad to your religion and you will not say bad to my religion, you will not reject my religion, and I will not reject your religion. So this attitude is what never exists in Islam. Okay. Which makes Islam look different, and that's why it dominates when it comes to doing discussions, proving the point, proving akida, and anything. Okay. So you will see this tendency of doing multi-religion conferences where everyone is just praising each other in those religions which has not got much depth, in order to prove their point, in order to prove their akida, the concept of the god. Because in Hindus you will see the concept of god so much mixed up. They violate the logical contradictions, they violate many things, but they think that it is true. And they've got some sayings on which they play, and they say that, look, these are the good sayings. You can take these things from us, I'll take something from you, and we'll be happy together. So that's how it
Hmm.
goes if you don't have the perfect truth.
Yeah. So one other question, one very interesting question that came to my mind. I gotta ask you this.
Hmm.
Um, we know Christians talk about the Trinity, and most of
Hmm.
our audience and most of the people who come up on stage and try to defend their point of view, they're Christians, right?
Hmm.
So my question to you is there anything like the Trinity in Hinduism?
There is something like Trinity in Hinduism as well. It's not completely aligned with the concept of Trinity, but it looks like that. Like they say that, uh, we have got Trinity. They say, um, mm, uh, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. These are the three entities responsible for three different tasks. Brahma is the creator, and Vishnu is the provider, and Mahesh is the destroyer. So they think that these three entities are Bhagwan, are God, and they are all coming from the ultimate God, which is Adi Shakti or something. They sometimes call it Nirgun Nirakar. I mean, it has no shape and characteristics. So they think that these three have come up from that particular body, and these three are controlling the whole world. And at the same time, they think that they have taken the human shape and came in this particular world, in this universe, and at the same time they are god as well. So they think that they've got both the qualities. They are unlimited, at the same time they can take any shape and size, and they can transform themselves into a human body, and then can come into this world. Same as Christians believe that, God and Holy Spirit and Jesus, so all three are same, but God is the ultimate, and all others are part who have taken a shape and came to this world. So it is little bit similar, but yes,
Okay.
that's the
The
case.
the Trimurti, right? That's how they call it.
Trimurti,
And
yeah.
Trimurti. And
Hmm.
this is Mahesh is that just another name for
Shankar, yeah.
Shiva, or is that a different
Shankar,
concept
Shiva,
from
Mahesh, whatever you
that
say.
Shiva is a different god,
There is a
Mahesh is a
darshan
different
called
god, and
Shaiv darshan as well.
okay.
Hmm. I wanted to share one video with you guys. Can you
Sorry,
please
I
share
think
the
I cut
screen?
off brother there. What I wanted to ask is if Mahesh and Shiva are they the same?
Uh, I was not able to hear you guys. I don't know why. Seems like there is an internet issue at my
They,
end, but I was sharing a screen. Okay,
yes.
so just to give you an idea why I'm sharing it, this is a person who has done who has done studies in the very famous institute in India. It's called IIT, Institute of Technology. He has done engineering, and he knows technologies very well. And now he has become sadhu, and he is, answering to a question where someone has asked that if God is unlimited, how can he take shape and come into this world? So he's answering this question, and look how absurd
Okay.
his logic is.
Before you go ahead,
And
what is sadhu when you said become a sadhu?
sadhu, I mean, there is a life they choose where they live sannyasi jivan. Sannyas means, sometimes, you can, there are people
Like a hermit.
who pardon.
Hermit, like they live their life in some remote location, or
Yeah, they
they
live their life in
renounce
remote
the world.
location. They don't have to do anything with the regular life. Okay, so yeah, that's the life.
All right.
Rahbar, in Christianity you see people becoming nuns, and they
Monks.
yeah, so they devote their whole life into the service of religion, and they don't get into the grihast jivan, the family life.
Okay.
Okay, so I've tried to respond to his explanations, and let's hear him out what he says. uh, Let me know if you hear the sound.
So in this reel, we will clear the very
Yep.
basic concept
Perfect.
of formless and form. So most of the time, even you have studied in a lot of religions, like God is formless, means that is called like nirakar. Nirakar means no form. But if you are actually saying that the God is limited to something, that is actually going against the concept of God. So that's why in most of the places which have kind of like complete truth, not half truth. So they will say that God is formless, but if God wants, it can come in a form in its own creation also. So the entire concept of the avatar is like that. So it's like, okay, the Vishnu or like Ram is the same form of the formless God. You understand? In Sikhism also is like that. In Buddhism also is like that. In Christian also is like that. Like if they say like, the Father will come, what is the Father? Father is the formless God, no? But he will come in a form. So the main problem with like bad religions or dharma is like they only believe that the God cannot come in the creation to manually check them, to manually pass judgment. So they can do whatever they want. So that is a getaway. So ideally, you have to believe like God is both formless and form, no distinction, both nirakar and sakar. Namaskaram.
In this video, the speaker talks about the concept of a formless God, arguing that since God is mighty and can do anything, he can be both formless and take the form of creation. My question is, do you believe that logical contradictions can be true? If yes, then prove it. If not, how can you claim that God's nature defies logic while also asserting that you have a rational and logical concept of God? The main issue with claiming that God is formless and can also take a form is that the speaker admits God's original characteristic is formless, yet he argues that because God is mighty, he can transcend this essence. This idea is problematic. To illustrate, consider this question: can God create a creature so powerful that he cannot defeat it? I repeat, can God create a creature so powerful that he cannot defeat it? At this point, you will see how they struggle to answer, ultimately admitting that God's omnipotence doesn't mean he can do logical contradictions. Thanks everyone.
Yeah, Jazakallah khair. I actually
Yeah.
want to call out Christians here because
Okay.
the concept that they're talking about, right? This guy was talking about, that is
Mhm.
exactly what Christians tell us.
Like you are limiting God to only
A
in
creation.
indefinite. Yeah.
Yeah, you're turning the creator into the creation, right? You're taking the unlimited and saying that it's limited. You're like, in every sense of the word, uh the the very idea that you just showed us the video and that was
Mhm.
explained. So
Mhm.
if a Hindu is going to listen to that, they're going to say,
Mhm.
oh, this is perfect. Christianity is
Mhm.
perfectly in line with Hinduism. Is that the conclusion that they'll come up with? A Hindu when he's listening to a Christian?
Obviously, I mean, he did admit it. If you
Yeah,
paid attention to that part where he said that
yeah.
Christianity has got the same concept where father is a nirakar form, formless form, and son came into this world with a form, so the father can take shape of human being and come into this world. And it is the same concept that we celebrate, as he said. But he was saying there are bad religion. By bad religion, what does he mean? We know from his other audios, other videos, where he has explicitly said that Islam is the religion which is not good. So he was really targeting that Islam is the religion which believes that the God is formless and it cannot take any shape, size, or form, because it will violate his nature of God. So he thinks
Mhm.
that we are limiting God to a particular nature, while they think that we cannot limit. So so I don't know how to express that thing, but this is what they believe.
Yeah. So that's very interesting, right? Because Islam is the only religion where God does not take any sort of um
Shape and
form,
size.
any
Yeah,
form
any form.
actually,
Yeah.
in his creation, right? Because even in the Jewish faith, they do have this concept that God has, that on earth or in Eden there was the presence of God. And we when we went through the Tanakh stream, we were talking about this. And even
Hmm.
in their midrash, they talk, the Jewish rabbis, they talk about the idea that they're like, I don't know, brother DeAndre, is it 7 places or 10 places where God reveals himself on this earth, or he,
I'm not entirely sure on the
yeah.
midrash says.
So I remember reading something around this, but what I'll do is I'll bring it up later. I think I have some notes about it, because the rabbis actually interpret the presence of God in the Garden of Eden, or in some of the other places in the Old Testament, to actually mean that God was there, not necessarily physically, but in some sense he was there in creation, which just
Hmm.
it may be a fringe view of some of the rabbis, but it's there in their midrash. And
That's quite interesting.
just to bring up, like, I can see there are some Christians in the chat. I mean,
Let's take them.
Christians, come up. We're saying very clearly to you that you guys are just Hindus. From the point of view, your theology is just Hinduism. Right? There's
Yeah,
no
I mean,
monotheism.
Hindus are celebrating their theology, and Hindus think
Exactly.
that, even though they know that it is Abrahamic religion, even then, you see, just due to the concept of God, just due to the flaws that they have in their concept of God, concept of the divinity, and all those things. The Hindus have started, praising their concept of God just because they think that it is similar to somewhat their own concept of God. And
Yeah.
look, there is a very interesting nature in the current form of Hinduism. It tries to amalgamate, it tries to, include every
Look at
faith which is not
yeah.
pure.
Let me let me just say this. Look at this.
Mhm.
He's not willing to talk about this. We have a Hindu on stage. Sorry, Hinduism expert on stage, not Hindu. Sorry, brother. Uh,
No, no,
uh,
I'm not an expert,
I
but
was
yeah,
about
I
to
do know
say,
some.
what do you mean we have
you're
a Hindu on
better. You're
stage?
better. You're better at understanding Hinduism and the Hindu philosophies than us, right? And
Yeah, yeah, I can
this
talk.
guy uh, come up, defend, and show us why, from if you're not a pagan, because the fact that you believe in the idea of a trinity, it's pretty much paganism. You can come up on the stage and defend your position if you want to, and show us how you're not
Let's have a
pagan.
conversation, man.
Yeah, we can have that conversation, because as a Muslim, the three of us sitting here as monotheists, we're going to tell you,
Mhm.
yes, this is paganism, right? That you're not on monotheism. You claim that you're on monotheism. I'm talking to the Christian in the chat. Um,
Mhm.
just come and show us how that is the case.
Trinity is really a kind of absurd idea in Christianity that they try to, prove as rational and logical, but they've always failed. um, I mean, even if you will ask a sane mind, a child who has yet not got the religious education, if you will tell them that, look, this is the concept where we are saying that there is a God and he has begotten a son and things like that. So a simple child will also say, who has not got much prior knowledge, he will say that it looks absurd. And if you will if you will present the concept of God in Islamic concept of God, they will have a tendency to believe that, okay, it sounds good, it is relatable, it is sensible. So that's how I see it.
Okay, so we're actually going to watch something.
Mhm.
We're just going to watch something. This is an interesting. Okay, I don't know if you've come across this before or not, but let's see.
Yeah. So think about how good it is to God. Night, night. Where's Jesus? As Jesus grew up, he learned more and more about God. His Jesus is God. How can he learn more and more about himself?
Wow, what
Because
a
Jesus
question.
is. How can he learn more and more about himself? Because it said Jesus grew up. He learned more and more about God, his Father.
Well, because when Jesus came down to earth,
Yeah, so this is the interesting part. As a child, this child knows on their fitra that this doesn't add up. To say that Jesus learned more and more about himself, it's just he's supposed to know
She
himself.
knows more uh
Yes.
about she know
All right.
she is a better
I mean,
theology
he
expert than
his
Christians
own self.
themselves.
Yeah. By the way, I do have God servant in the chat now. So God
Oh
servant,
dear.
welcome on the stage.
Hey
Uh,
friends, how are you doing?
we're doing okay.
Good.
So, Jarno, brother Jarno, I'm
Yeah, I'm here.
yeah. You wanted to say something. Let's finish up that what you wanted to say, and then we'll start the conversation with God servant.
No, 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 I'm done. I mean, I
No.
was only saying that, look how she asked the question, which was really, apparently, felt. Even any sane mind will say, if you claim to be God, you must be all knowing. And when you say that you are all knowing, you do not need to increase your knowledge, even if it is about your own self. Okay, so God must know
Exactly.
everything in and out. He do not need to do evolution in his knowledge. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Brother Jano. God servant, how are you doing? Were you listening to the explanation of some of the different philosophies in Hinduism that the Brother Jano was giving?
I got some of it, but not a lot
Yeah.
of it, I would say. But I'm happy to listen to what's being said and to increase my own knowledge in order to
Yep.
parse through the
So
information.
did you listen to the video that the brother shared?
I didn't really catch all of it.
Okay. Do you want to just bring it up again, brother? Because I think let's just
Okay.
play that
Sure.
part. So yeah, we
Let me
don't need to
share.
go to the response that you gave, but
Yeah, yeah.
let's bring that up.
Okay, okay. Hope you can see. Should I play?
Yes. Okay.
Namaskaram. So in this reel, we will clear the very basic concept of formless and form. Most of the time, you have studied in like a lot of religions, like God is formless. Means that is called like nirakar. Nirakar means no form. But if you are actually saying that the God is limited to something, that is actually going against the concept of God. So that's why in most of the religions which have kind of like complete truth, not half truth, they will say that God is God wants it can come in a form in its own creation also. So the entire concept of the avatar is like that. So it's like okay, the Vishnu or like Ram is the same form of the formless God. You understand? In Sikhism also is like that. In Buddhism also is like that. In Christian also is like that. Father. Father is the formless God, but he will come.
I think that's
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah. I think that's enough. So did you catch that? That in the same paragraph of his response, where he's comparing all of these pagan religions, in his mind, as a Hindu, the concept of God that you're presenting, God servant, is exactly the same as the concept of God that he believes in as a pagan, as someone who believes in the idea that God is both formless and divine, and God can have form in creation and come as a manifestation of himself on this earth. So this idea that Christians hold on to, that uh, the Son manifests himself uh, on the earth, right? This isn't a new idea. It's a completely pagan idea that we're
Well,
just trying to point out to you. And
okay.
it,
Well,
it just takes you away from the true monotheism that as Muslims and that true monotheists would actually proclaim, that God can only be formless and cannot
I am
have
a
an image.
monotheist. I reject the Trinity, and
Yeah, he's a modalist.
Oh,
so
yes, you're a modalist, but
you can maybe say
even as
that.
a modalist, are you a modalist or are you a Unitarian?
I guess modalist would be maybe a more fitting title,
Hmm.
more fitting label.
I mean, you
So
you are a
when
modalist, right? You hold to
yeah,
the
so modalist is closer
transcendental.
to he's confirming that he's closer to modalist to being a modalist. But then the
Yes.
question again stands, God servant,
Hmm.
even if you're a modalist, right? Then the question stands that is the Father then the Son and the Son the Spirit? Are you
Yes.
basically of that opinion?
Yes, the Father is the Son in the flesh and is the Holy Spirit today. One God with three different roles, three different manifestations Um, I did catch about how could God
Can I
change
ask
his
one
image.
thing?
Sure.
Okay, what is flesh? When you use the term flesh, what do you
Sure.
mean by that?
Human form.
No, no,
So
no.
God took
You
human.
said God in flesh. God in flesh. When we use the term flesh, we think of a limited thing, okay? Limited matter, material.
Okay.
And God is in a limited material. When we say something is into something, some material, it means that whatever will be into it, it will be smaller, short, and there can be many things added into that. So if God is coming into a limited matter, God is not God,
Well,
because God
I
is
would say
unlimited.
he's manifesting himself as a human being. So, uh,
So when he is manifesting, where is where how does he do that? I mean, if he is manifesting
good question.
himself into creation, he is limiting himself, and if he is limiting himself, he's changing his nature, and when anything changes its nature, its identity gets changed. If I say that I am changing my whole thing, and I'm manifesting into some animal, then I'll not be a human being at all. I'll not be called a human being. So if the God is manifesting himself into a material form, then
Mhm.
he will not be called God. So how do you say that Jesus is God, while he it is the
Well, he has a
manifestation
dual
of
nature.
the God?
He has a dual nature. So he's 100% God, but also 100% man. Uh, and that is something where he has all power, so he can do something like that. So
It's
on
your
one
claim. It's your claim. Do you have anything to prove it? I mean, you are committing a logical contradiction here. You
how
are
so?
putting two different things into one thing. I mean, if I say that it is daytime, at the same time it is nighttime, it is impossible. There is something called the principle of non-contradiction. So you are
Okay, well,
violating it.
I would say that uh, we believe we don't believe in logic. We don't believe in the illogical, but
So
we
your
do believe.
concept of God is illogical, right?
No, we don't believe in the illogical, but we don't believe in logic.
Do
So
you believe in rationality?
I believe in truth. I believe that God
Truth
transcends
is
logic.
rational, isn't it?
I would say that truth does not have to be. Truth is
Rational.
only God's power is everything is subject to God's power. It reigns
but
supreme.
but
It
So
means
but God
that you are lacking the functionality of the mind. Our mind works in a different manner. Our mind works in a way where it gives judgment, and it produces a judgment where it says that it sounds good and it is not sounding good. So our mind work in a
sure,
very different manner, which is
sure.
called rational thinking. Our mind has a rational thinking. So if our mind is not giving a judgment which is aligned to our fitra, our nature, then we will not be content. We will always feel unsatisfied of the answer. And in this case, I am feeling the same. You must be feeling the same, that I'm not able to explain it in a manner that everyone should be satisfied, and everyone should think, okay, it makes sense.
Okay, well,
yeah.
do you believe that God has a beginning, or do you believe he has no
So
beginning?
No,
before
God cannot have a beginning.
Okay, he
so
doesn't have
so
a beginning. Can you
so
explain that?
before we move ahead into this discussion, I just want to
Okay,
point out, God servant, that you need to appreciate this, what we're pointing out to you, that
what's that?
your belief your belief is in line with what a Hindu believes in. People who worship idols, people who worship the creation in any form, like they worship the cow, they worship snakes, dogs, any sort of creature, they will worship the
Okay.
river, they will worship all of these. They have exactly the same argument that you're bringing to us. That should be a red flag to you, to make you realize you're doing something wrong.
What
The
argument would
concepts that
that
you're
be?
believing in, the idea that God can exist as the formless and with form, right? The
Okay.
formless, as in, that's what the video was talking about. I hope you were listening. The idea that God can
Well,
exist as the infinite being of all power, right? All knowledge, and as a limited being with limited knowledge, limited power, with a limited lifespan, right? Not being eternal. So those are contradictory in nature. Logic breaks down when you start talking about it this way. That's why
well, logic
nobody can
can
take
break
you
down.
seriously.
He doesn't believe in logic.
Right.
Yeah.
At
So
least Hindu, at
you're,
least Hindus are in a position where they at least try to claim that they are logical. Their concept of God is
yeah.
rational and logical. This brother is saying that he has nothing to do with rationality and logic. So,
I wouldn't
what to
So
say
say?
that.
so
I
would you?
wouldn't say that.
So it is, when something is illogical, it is irrational.
Sure.
Okay.
But we don't
When
believe
something is
in the
irrational,
illogical.
when
We
are
don't
you
believe
an
in logic
irrational
per se.
individual? Are you an irrational person? Would you
No,
claim that
I'm not
you're an irrational
irrational.
person? Do you trust things that are irrational? Do you
No,
trust those things that are irrational? Yet your core theology is based on something irrational, and you're believing in
it's not
that
irrational.
regardless of,
It's
it
not
is irrational.
illogical. It's just not logical.
I
It's not
I I'm
illogical.
I'm
It's just
failing
not logical.
I'm failing to understand. I'm failing to understand the language that you're speaking right now. So
Well, that
either speak English that everybody
I
here
could
can
speak in
understand.
tongues if you would like to.
So that's the point where I would say that maybe it's just doesn't make any sense to have this conversation anymore, because once you've claimed that it's okay to be irrational, it just doesn't matter anymore what you're gonna
Well, though
say.
I'm not claiming that it's okay to be irrational or illogical. I'm just saying that God is above logic. So, for instance, he doesn't
Brother
Okay, I
Faisal,
exist.
understand that.
he was pointing to one thing. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh no, no,
He
good.
was trying
Go ahead, brother.
to say one thing to. He was asking me a question, if God has a beginning or not. And when I said that God has no beginning, then he was about to put up an argument. What kind of
Yeah, sure.
argument do you have against that? I would like to listen to that.
Sure. Is that illogical, or can we explain how someone cannot have
It is
cannot have
totally rational and logical that there will be an entity which will have no beginning, because any entity which has a beginning, it must have a beginner to begin. And if you are having everything which has a beginning and you don't have anyone which has no beginning, you will end up into the infinite regress. And infinite regress is the cycle which is itself irrational, not real, not true.
okay,
It is same as saying that I exist and I have a beginning, and my forefathers were existing and they all had their beginning, but there was no one who had no father, mother, and they existed themselves. It is same as that,
sure,
which is really irrational.
sure. But
Yeah,
the thing about that is that can you come to that conclusion without God? You need God in order to believe that.
What do you mean by that?
yeah,
You need
but
God,
that doesn't.
otherwise we cannot understand that. We cannot come to that conclusion because
Can you
Yeah.
clarify what you mean
Before
by that? Do
before
you?
we continue,
Oh,
Brother DeAndre, I'll let you continue. Assalamu alaikum, Ali. How are you doing, Akhi?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah, how you guys doing?
Doing
how
okay.
are you doing?
Hey, how you
All
doing,
right.
God's servant?
Doing well.
So, DeAndre, continue, brother.
okay.
DeAndre?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, what? Can you clarify what you mean by that?
Okay, now without God, we must believe that someone cannot have a beginning because we must believe in God, but without God, could we come to that conclusion? Could we
Okay, so
could we
when
understand that
you
without God?
when you say without God, do you mean that if you remove the theological significance of like the term God, or could, like, for instance, could an agnostic deist who doesn't believe in any of our concepts of God, could he believe this? Is I'm not understanding what you're saying. I need you to
Sure, like
clarify that.
sure, like okay, the only reason we know that someone can have no beginning is the fact that we know that God exists. But we cannot understand that
No,
without God.
that's not the case.
Know
No,
that.
that's definitely not true.
Yeah, that's not
That's
true.
Sure it is.
definitely not true. And the reason that's not true is because it's not contingent upon if I tell you no one can have a beginning because God exists, you're gonna be like, what does that mean? From someone looking in, right? Because we have to understand that as people who believe in God, both of us, despite our disagreements on the concept of God, we believe that God exists and atheists do not.
Sure.
If an atheist says that, if I can bring this argument to an atheist, and he does not have to accept that God exists to accept this argument. He does not have to. I've talked to an atheist. He accepts this argument. He accepts that there's a being that doesn't have a beginning. He just doesn't think it's God. So you do not need God to accept this argument, not at all.
Well, I mean, can we come to that conclusion without it's been revealed to us through our existence?
No, I have one analogy, if you allow me.
Yeah,
Actually,
Okay.
So
Brother Jarno and Brother DeAndre, the problem here is that we're not even arguing about this idea.
yeah.
Uh, and
So you know,
But it
I just
ties
wanted to
in
what we're
clarify him
disagreeing
because
on,
I
because
want
that's
to
not
address
logical.
the no.
Okay.
Brother Faisal, the reason I asked him, I wanted to just clarify what he meant by that. I
And
wanted to address the God transcends logic point. I want to get into that,
Okay.
but he made a statement. I didn't know what he meant, so I just asked him to clarify. But go ahead, Brother Faisal, finish up.
yeah, no, just to say salam to Brother Hassan Abdi. Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Assalamu
Walaikum salam wa
alaikum.
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa
Hey, how are you
barakatuh
doing?
to Brother Ali and Brother Hassan. Okay,
Alaikum
so
salam.
I'll give an address to the God transcends logic point, and then I guess we
Okay.
can take it from there. So my response to that would simply be twofold. Number one, that in his identity, God should be logical because we don't claim to know everything about God, and some of his attributes, like how he sees all and how he does this and how he does that, we cannot understand that. We don't claim to understand that. This is why when people say, "You're claiming to understand God," no, we're not. But in his identity, God is the creator of the universe. And so he should be understood by people, even if those people do not have access to his message, which leads me to my second response. My second
Okay.
response is that you just said, and I would agree with you because I speak to atheists about this all the time. Our logic comes from God. God
Sure.
is the source of. I'm not going to necessarily say arbiter, because to be arbiter means it has no standard. He's definitely not an arbiter. God is the source of logic. So if God was to reveal logic to me, that makes him look like he's a false god, and then punish me for not worshiping that false god according to my logical faculties. What are they there for? It's like it wouldn't be just if God was to reveal logic to me, then make himself appear in a way which makes me think that this makes no sense. Why would I worship this? And then demand me to
Sure.
worship and punish me from worshiping that. That makes no sense. It's unjust in God.
Sure. But as long as we don't have something that is illogical, like for instance,
Wait, what?
it's not logical for
I-
God to have a beginning, but also
Please use English. I'm finding it very
certainly
difficult
is
to understand.
logical.
Wait,
but
I'm
it would
finding
be
it very difficult to
illogical
understand
for. Let me
the
explain the
nuance
difference.
of your. Yes,
Let
wait,
me
please go
brothers,
ahead.
explain the niceties.
brothers. I know I came in a little bit late. You guys are gonna have to forgive me, but what exactly is the conversation about? Because I'm
So
trying to understand.
interestingly, Brother Jarno Hindi joined us. All right, and he showed us a video where a Hindu is talking about how the concept of God in Hinduism is that God is both formless and of form, right? And then that very same Hindu showed us the idea in other different religions like Sikhism, in Christianity, right? The idea
Mm.
of the Father being without form, but there being sort of an avatar, sort of speaking. So we
Mm.
were just pointing out to God's servant that the concept that he holds to is pretty much the same as what Hindus are holding to, and
And I was getting to that.
Hindus would find it very much in line with what they believe in.
Mm.
And the point
But
is, I think we're
it's
sort of losing the forest for the trees here. This red herring that we've been chasing right now, let's remove that from
uh
our discussion, because we know God does not have a beginning. You know God does not have a beginning. We don't disagree on that
Sure.
particular point. Let's talk about where we are disagreeing on. We're pointing out to you that God cannot be of contradictory nature. And as the brother Deandre was pointing out, that if God has given us these faculties to understand Him, right? And the idea that human beings are rational for us to be able to understand God, right? And God is not deceiving us by giving us these rationalities and actually being contradictory to what He is, His actual existence is, right? That we're supposed to recognize rational and logical understanding, and God is supposed to be different from that rational and logical understanding. His existence is different from that.
Sure.
Then, from the way, as the brother was pointing out, it does not make any sense for God to uh, call us on the day and hold us to account for not recognizing Him, because He gave us faculties which would not recognize Him, and then when we don't recognize Him, He's not going to come and be able to do justice at all, because it's impossible, because He did not give us the faculties to recognize Him, right?
I
So
would say that he has given us a measure of intelligence in order to be able to.
that's
Uh,
exactly what we were talking about. The measure of intelligence that you're talking about includes the ability to form rational thoughts and arguments,
sure.
and the idea that logic is something that we all recognize and that it works for all of us. The idea that all of us understand that for anything to happen, there needs to be a cause behind it. This is a
Sure.
very logical conclusion that
Well,
human
it's
beings arrive at. Even kids
sure.
expect that. Even animals expect that, right? That there should be this logic. So yeah, just that sort of just sums up what we've talked about, Ali.
Okay, I
okay.
And
would say everything is relative to his power. Everything is relative to God. So we are rational, but it's only with respect to God. So outside of God, our rationality, our intelligence, uh, it's all relative to Him. So, in other words, He can do things that we cannot comprehend.
But God's servant, you need to
Yeah,
be you need to be careful because that kind of mindset, no concept. You're basically saying no concept of God is wrong,
yeah,
and the reason
exactly.
and the
I
reason
wouldn't
and
say
the
that.
no 1 second and the reason why you're basically saying no concept because if you have someone who's a a pagan, you and I would both say that pagans are polytheists. Let's say for example someone who believes in Greek mythology. To him, his concept of God is Zeus, Apollo, Hera. And the simple fact is, he can use the exact same arguments, the exact same points that you're bringing up right now. That well, because you will go to him. You know what? Let me take a step back, okay? I would ask you,
Okay.
God's servant, is polytheism inherently wrong and why?
It's inherently wrong based upon our understanding of God, but no, it could be correct.
So to you, polytheism could be correct.
It could be correct, just like the
Okay.
Trinity could be correct, but it is not stated in the Bible, therefore
But
it
is
is
see,
incorrect.
and you just actually affirmed what I'm saying. because the simple fact that you were saying that polytheism is not inherently wrong, what you're basically saying there is no concept of God that is absolutely wrong. Meaning, you're basically sounding like a Hindu right now as you're talking, because you're saying that, well, if someone's concept of God, outside the realm of an objective criteria of God,
Well,
any
there's a
type
reason for
any
that
any type of concept of God could be correct, because at that if that's the case, then there's no objectivity whatsoever.
because
Anyone's
logic
God
doesn't exist.
logic does not exist. What sense does that make?
Uh, only God's power
You know what?
exists. So
Okay, okay, God servant. Let's take this step by step. Okay, did I
okay,
decide? Did I decide that I need oxygen to live?
we do.
Did we? No, we decided that we need oxygen to live.
No,
But wait, is it not logical that humans need to breathe in order to survive?
sure, because God has created that logic for us.
So basically, God creates logic, not us.
Right.
So if that's the case, if God created logic, and wouldn't that be the way for us to understand Him by? Because He created that, and not only did He create logic, did God give us the intellect to be able to understand what is logical?
Yes, according to what He has created.
So
Sure.
exactly, and we both agreed God created logic. We did not decide what logic is. We did not decide what rationality is. God did, and He gave us the intellect. He gave us the tools to be able to understand logic that He
Sure.
created, rationality that He created. He gave us the tools in order to understand that. So why would we not use those same tools that God created, that God gave us, in order to understand Him? Because that is how He communicated it to us. Meaning this kind of mindset that polytheism is inherently wrong. I disagree. Is not inherently wrong. I disagree with that, and the reason why I disagree with
Okay.
that is because it goes against the one tool that God gave us, the one tool that we did not decide, logic. If it goes against something that we would say that God did not give, that God gave us, then that means it's inherently wrong. Makes no sense. So, and I give you
We
another
would
example
think
of that,
so.
and
Okay.
I'll give you another example of that. Okay.
Sure.
Now, okay, let's use something logical. All right. Let's talk about the idea of logic.
All right.
How you say that a polytheist is not inherently wrong for his beliefs, right?
Sure.
What can you say to a polytheist that he couldn't say back to you?
Uh, in terms of what?
In terms of finding out what the true concept of God is?
I would say that we can look at different things. I could not without the Bible. However, I would say,
Which is subjective.
okay, well, I would say that, and I'm going to talk about this in my new upcoming book, The Impossible Ideal of
But
God.
God servant, what
Yes.
can you say? What can you say to a polytheist that he could not say to you? Because everything you're telling me so far, it's subjective. You can say to him, well, hey, I'm going to come to him with my beliefs, and because I believe my beliefs are true, I can say that to him. But the problem is he could do the exact same thing. He could use the Odyssey. He could use any epic of whatever mythological god, and say,
Gilgamesh.
you know what, hey, God's servant. Well, technically, what you don't understand is every time it rains, that's the god Zeus, or that's the god Poseidon. It's outside the realm of us logically. It does not make sense it does not make sense that God can be a pantheon of gods, but hey, that's God. He doesn't have to make sense. He doesn't have to make logical sense. So
And that's
basically,
something
you
that we
you
can
guys
struggle
you
with,
guys
but I
are
think that is
you
correct.
guys are you guys are at a stalemate, because of y'all two are talking. There is no objective criteria to know which concept of God is true, and that's the problem that you have. That's why inherently your structure is inherently wrong, because it does not lead to an objective criteria to understanding who the one true God has to be.
Well, I think that uh, God
And
is someone who is above our understanding, above our.
I I think
Uh,
we've gone over this a number of times, Ali.
yeah. So
I'm just gonna
This is a
replay
good
that video
conversation.
because I
no,
don't think you've seen this, Ali.
if I may,
Uh,
let me
what
actually
started? Yeah, but
let me
keep
actually
it short.
transition
Keep
this.
it
No
short
worries,
because uh,
no worries.
yeah.
I actually want to transition this to Islam. Okay, so
Okay.
let's actually talk about this, okay? And I would just actually try to before you play the video, okay, I would actually try to answer have him answer the question, God servant. Let's actually
Okay.
try to answer the question of the room of the stream. Why aren't you Muslim yet?
Because I believe that the Bible is the word of God and the inspired word of God.
Is that, well, according to you, that's not an objective, because does does the
Well,
concept
that is, I would say
does
that
one
is
second,
closer to being objective.
does the concept of God that you have, is that an objective concept, or is that subjective?
The concept that the concept of God that we have is the concept of God that we have is from the Bible, and so
That's not what I asked you. Please answer the question. Is the concept of
what's that?
God that you have, is it objective or is it subjective?
It's objective according to the Bible.
It's objective according to something that I have to subjectively believe in, meaning it's subjective, meaning it's not according to you, it's not inherently right. Because if a polytheist, if his concept of God is not inherently wrong, if nothing is inherently wrong, then something cannot be inherently right.
I would say that we have existence, and we know that we exist. Therefore, we must answer that question because the fact that we can ask that question begs an answer. So, I would say that, for instance, we know that something does not have a beginning. We know that God created the universe, and we know that God is the
Do
source of
we?
all things
How do we know that? See,
because we
God's
are
servant,
here.
God's servant. he- Basically everything I've been trying to tell you so far, because I actually want to get down to more people asking about, let's stick to Islam, okay? But I actually
Okay.
really want to make you understand, and I really want you to understand this. When you say the concept of whatever God is outside the realm of logic, when He created logic Himself, when you say God is outside the realm of logic, that's the moment you literally say there is no such thing as something being inherently right or objectively right, or something being objectively wrong, meaning
or any truth.
you don't, there is no such thing as truth at all. That's the problem when you say things like that. And in order, because I don't want to keep on going back and forth, because I need you to understand that. But let's actually pivot, if I may, because I actually
Well,
want
I
to
would
stick
say
to
truth exists, but the the truth itself is what
truth.
has reigned supreme.
truth
So
Truth exists because truth is the reality. However, we're not talking about what truth is, we're talking about the concept of truth, meaning the criteria of truth. If
we're talking about what
truth,
has dominion, what
God's
truth
servant,
has dominion.
God's servant, truth will always exist because it is the reality. It always is. The problem is, if we don't have an objective criteria to figuring out the truth, then in our understanding there is no such thing as truth, even though it's right in front of us. That's the issue. So if there's no objective criteria, we can't figure out what the heck that truth is. Meaning, if my concept of truth without a objective criteria, you as a Christian cannot say my concept of God is wrong. You can't say that. You can say that according to your belief, but you can't say that according to objective reasoning. You can't say that. I, that's the
Sure,
problem. So because you can't say that, that means you don't have any definitive reason to show me, hey Ali, your religion or your concept of God in your religion is wrong. You can't say that. So because you can't say that, let's actually go to something I would say it's more fruitful. Do you What do you know about Islam?
uh, I know that oftentimes the a God being one is promoted, uh, and Muhammad was okay. So there's the we have Muhammad, and we have he's supposed to be like the last messenger,
Okay.
uh, and you could maybe I have details, but what
Okay.
exactly? So please
Okay.
give
No
me
problem.
like maybe a basic breakdown of Islam.
No problem. Gladly. And by the way, I just want to say that just before we actually do start this, I just
Hmm.
want to say that if no, I want to ask you a question. I'm
Okay,
making the claim. I'm making the claim right now. Right. I'm gonna make a claim, then I'm gonna ask you a question
okay.
afterwards. I'm making the claim that polytheism, the concept of God in any polytheistic foundation, is inherently wrong. Meaning, even outside of belief, it logically, rationally can't make sense. It doesn't make
It
sense.
is,
One
but
second,
I would say that
one
it's
second,
we
one
still
second,
can't say that
God
it's
servant,
wrong.
God servant. I told you I'm making the claim, and I will provide evidence later for that
Okay.
claim. And two, I'm saying the concept of God. Whenever we look at what God has to be, the only religion that fits this criteria is Islam. I'm making those two claims,
Okay.
okay? And I just to start it off, let's actually start off my two claims by me asking you a question. If we
Okay.
can show you if we can show you with rational evidence, with logical, rational evidence, that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a true prophet of God, the Quran can be from no one but the one true God, and that Islam is is the only religion in the side of the one true God. Would you be willing and open minded enough to accept it?
If you could show, can you repeat those things?
If I could show you that the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is a true prophet of God, the Quran can be from no one. The author of the Quran can be from no one but the one true God, and Islam is the only religion in the side of this one true God. Would you be willing to accept it?
Well, if you're saying if you could prove
Y-
truth, would I accept truth? I would accept truth from any source. However, I know that the Bible,
No, 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 no.
however, I know
So
that the
would
Bible is the source of all
so
truth.
all I needed was an answer to the question. Would you be willing to accept it?
I would be willing to accept any truth
Okay.
that can be proven to me.
Okay. Sure. So let's let me test that. You were
Okay.
saying something. I'm gonna hold you to that. All right.
Okay.
I'm going to hold you to that. So let's actually start by actually addressing what Islam is, because so far you can't say I believe in the Bible that it is true and I believe it's the only truth when you don't really know what other religions say. That's like me telling you right now, hey, ask me a question. Hey, God servant, ask me what my favorite flavor of ice cream is.
What's your favorite flavor of ice cream?
My favorite flavor of ice cream is coconut. Now ask me if I've had any other ice cream.
Have you tried any other ice cream flavors?
Nope, just coconut. If I told you that, what would you say?
I would say maybe you should try chocolate.
Thank you. Well, first of all, chocolate is disgusting, but whatever. But I would basically, it will make sense if you say, wait a minute, Ali, how could you say coconut is the best flavor? It's when you've literally haven't tasted any other type of ice cream. Does that make sense for me to
Sure.
make that claim?
Sure.
It does not make sense, right?
Sure.
So in your hand, in I would say the same thing to you. How could yeah? First of all, don't people in the chat don't come at me. Coconut is amazing. You guys need to try it. So, so I would say the same thing with you. If
Chocolate.
you know Hassan, if you,
There you go.
one more outburst like that, you're gone. I'm tired of
See,
it.
Hassan is my guy.
On the
This is what
same
I'm
team.
talking about. Hassan speaking facts.
You guys have no taste buds, but anyways, so God servant, I would say the same thing to you. All right, how
Okay.
could you make the claim that Christianity is your concept of God, Christianity is the truth, when you don't really know what Islam says?
Okay.
So now's the time, an opportunity to learn about Islam. All right, and by the way,
Okay.
um, well, seeing as though you don't really know much about Islam, I would say that your disagreements would basically be based on that the Bible being the truth. So we don't really have to get to your disagreements about Islam. So I've been speaking for long enough. Faisal, would you like to tell them about the basics of Islam, if you don't mind?
Yeah, sure. So, so Islam, we believe in the idea that there's only one God who's worthy of worship, right?
Okay.
That all worship belongs to the one true God alone, and we should be worshiping Him without partners. Uh, we we believe in the idea that God, in His infinite wisdom, He sent messengers to us, and over time we've had many messengers sent to almost every nation that existed on this earth. And this chain of messengership culminated with the message of the Prophet, peace be upon him, who brought this message of true monotheism, the worship of the one true God, for all of humankind. Unlike the previous messengers who were sent to the nations only, right? And this message, God has he confirmed in the Quran that he's going to protect the message itself. So unlike
Okay.
before, where the message was given to the nation and the nations were put in charge of protecting that message, and we saw what happened there. That the Old Testament, the New Testament, we've seen how there's conflicting accounts of what should be in the Bible, what should be in the Old Testament, what should be in the New Testament, what's the Torah, what's the Injil. We've got all of these issues with there. But when it comes to the Quran, right, we have an intact message. We have a message that has been unchanged over 1400 years, which the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, brought to us. And every Muslim today who recites the Quran, who's reciting the Quran during their daily prayers, we're reciting something which has been taught to us and we can trace it back to the Prophet, peace be upon him himself, right? So the
Okay.
message stays intact, right? The Prophet himself was a person who was known to be a truthful individual, a person who performed many miracles, who made many prophecies, and those prophecies came true, right? He also is someone who had an exemplary character, and a lot of Muslims throughout the world they follow his example on what is the best way of living life. That is
Okay.
what the message of Islam encapsulates: the idea of not just the true monotheism and the worship of the one true God, but also of how to best worship that one true God. So God did not just
Okay.
uh, it did not just ask us to worship Him. He also taught us through His messengers and through the final messenger, Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, uh, uh, of how that worship can be perfected. Right. So this is essentially what we're asking you to follow. If you want to be a monotheist, if you want to follow and worship the one true God without partners, right? This is how you can do this. Now, one other thing that I would highlight for you, because for Christians it's very important. The Prophet, peace be upon him, is someone who has been verified historically. It's confirmed that he was an individual who lived when the traditional accounts say he lived. He's
Okay.
someone who has been confirmed that the Quran is traced back to him, that the ahadith, the sayings and the confirmations and the of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and have been traced back to him. Right, the earliest generations testified, and the later generations testified, and the level of testimony and the level of confirmations that you have that these events happened, and the Prophet, peace be upon him, was a real human being living in Arabia around the early 7th century. It's at an unprecedented level. Tens of thousands of companions have confirmed that. This is unprecedented.
Faisal, we having trouble hearing you.
Sorry, did you get, what part did you
Yeah,
miss?
just repeat the last sentence you were saying.
Yeah, so I was just pointing out that historically he's been verified, not just i the fact that the Quran can be traced back to him, but the idea that even his ahadith and his teachings can be traced back to him, and not just by one individual or two individuals or hundreds, but we're talking about tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Tens of thousands, not just if not hundreds of thousands. All right.
Really?
Yes, exactly. That's the level of certainty we have that the Prophet, peace be upon him, was real. Then we also have his burial place today in Medina. We know where he's buried.
Okay.
We know where he lived. Right, that room that he was in, that has been preserved. That room is still there where he's buried. Right, because that the
Okay.
sunnah of the prophets is that when they die, they're buried in the place where they pass away. Right, so
Okay.
he was buried in the room that he passed away in, which was the room of Aisha radiallahu anha, our mother. Right, and that's where he was buried. So even today, you can verify the fact that his burial site is already there, right?
Okay.
Then the traditions of the people of Medina proved that that society verified the generations that came and lived there, right? The generations that existed at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, their sons and daughters and the generations following them have verified over and over again that the Prophet peace be upon him used to live there, right?
Okay.
And he was buried there. So we have unprecedented level of confirmation that this is a true historic event of what happened. Then the idea that Islam is spread around that time. Before that, there was uh, no knowledge of Islam, right? And it was only after that that Islam spread in the world. Uh, everybody got the message of Islam. Plus, everywhere that you go, regardless of whether it's in the east or the west, you would understand that the Quran is uniform, right? The Quran is not
Okay.
a document where people are saying, "Oh, there's uh, 200 chapters of the Quran in the West, and in the East there's only 50 chapters." We don't have those type of issues. Right? The Quran is read pretty much the same way on a similar sort of skeletal text, right? There are variations in um, recitation, which have all been traced back to the Prophet peace be upon him, and it's understood that within this context, this is what the Quran is, right? So this is what we're inviting you to. You don't have to confuse yourself with this. Oh, I don't need to understand God. I don't need to be rational or irrational, right? You don't have to fight with your own self. We're inviting you to Islam, where it's perfectly rational to believe in God, and all of your rational faculties would be satisfied because the concept of God makes sense, right? That's what we're inviting you to.
Okay.
So I would recommend that you read the Quran, you understand the message, because the message of Islam is very clear. If you follow the prophets, if you follow the ways of the prophet, and you worship the one true God, right, you would be successful not only in this life, but also in the afterlife. And when you're successful in the afterlife, your reward would be paradise. If you reject the prophets, and if you reject the way that God has to be worshipped, right, and worship someone else other than God, worship the creation of God, you're going to be uh, you're you're going to be unsuccessful in this life and in the afterlife, and your punishment in the afterlife, which would be a just punishment because of your own rejection, would be hellfire. And hellfire is not a place where you would want to be, right? Hellfire is an eternity of punishment, and the punishment keeps increasing over time, unlike paradise, where you would receive a reward, and the reward keeps increasing over time, right?
Okay.
So this is definitely something, it's a very serious message. Just on this basis itself, that you will have an eternity of success and an eternity of failure, right? An
Okay.
eternity of reward and an eternity of punishment. You should be taking this very seriously. And this is what we're recommending to you. Take this message, understand what Islam is. Ask us questions if you have questions, right?
Okay.
Ask us about our theology, and we'll make sure that you understand it, right? So, do
Okay.
you have questions, God servant, on what Islam is, or on what the message of Islam is?
Sure. Now, I know you say that Muhammad is the last prophet or the last messenger. Now, is there anything specifically special about him as opposed to some of the other prophets, if you will, like Moses or Abraham?
Yeah, definitely. There's one thing very special about the Prophet peace be upon him, in that his message has lasted to our times, and it would last till the end of time itself. Right? The fact that the Quran is with us, it has become a living proof that the Prophet, peace be upon him, was a real human being who brought this message, and it is a real proof of his prophethood, because the information contained within the Quran would be impossible for an individual living in the middle of the desert in the 7th century, early 7th century Arabia, to be aware of. Right?
Okay.
The idea, the information about just the Bible itself, or if you want to, you can pick up any field of subject, right? Geology, philosophy, theology, right? The Quran perfects that knowledge, and it describes to you observations about our reality, which would, when you ponder over it, you would be confounded that no way can this be from a human being, a limited human being, with uh, who who from a limited human being, right? On the breadth of
Okay.
knowledge that is shown within the Quran, and on the depth of knowledge that is shown within the Quran, right? So
Okay.
this is basically what inspires a lot of people to come to Islam, especially people who are becoming, or who have some sort of expertise in their subject, and that subject has been discussed in the Quran, right?
Okay.
It allows them to see the idea that somebody in the 7th century Arabia could not have made an observation that was so close to what we now understand, because of the advancement in science, technology, because of the advancement in our knowledge of history and archaeology, and basically of linguistics, and so on.
Okay. Hey, Don, what trucker? Be safe, friend. Oh,
Hey, thanks
Assalamu
a lot.
alaikum,
Assalamu
Auntie.
Assalamu
alaikum.
alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brothers. Thanks
Wa
a
Assalamu alaikum.
lot.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, brother.
God servant.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, God servant. Thanks for the well wishing.
sure.
It's nice to see you again.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah. So, God servant, do you have other questions on this?
Sure.
Like,
So,
and including this, any disagreements, like any, based on what you know, any disagreements, anything that you just let it all out, and don't worry. There's nothing that you can say that as far as worrying about offending us. There's nothing you can say that'll offend us, really, for the most part. We've
okay,
heard it
sure.
all, so just let it all out.
Sure. So the Quran itself, now the Bible starts with the beginning of time, basically the beginning of creation, and goes all the way until the end of time. So where does the Quran start? Was it written by Muhammad?
Okay, so good question, and I'll explain to you this by talking about the two books and what
Okay.
each one of them discuss. Right? When you're looking at the Bible, especially if you're looking at the Old Testament is it's intended to be a book giving the history of the Jewish people. All right.
Sure.
And then the New Testament is a book that gives the accounts of the life of Jesus, peace be upon him. All
Sure.
right.
And the
So that's the
history of the
Bible
church.
and the history of
the
the church, sort of speaking. Right. The Quran is nothing like this.
Okay.
All right. What is the Quran? Right. You open chapter 2, you read verse 2, and it tells you what the Quran is talking about. And even if you read chapter 1, that's sort of a preface to the rest of the Quran. The
Okay.
chapter 1 actually talks about what you would find in the Quran, right? In chapter 1, you ask for it. In chapter 2, in verse 2, you're told that this is where you will find it, right? So the Quran
Okay.
in verse 2 of chapter 2 talks about that this is the book in which there's guidance for those who um, um,
There's no doubt in it.
who hold taqwa, who are conscious of God, essentially, right? That there's no doubt that there's guidance for those people. If you want to be conscious of God, if you're someone who's asking God for guidance, this is the book where you would find it. So the Quran
Okay.
is not meant to be an account of history or an account of the creation, but it includes the account of creation. It includes accounts of history. It talks about those things, but
Okay.
those are not meant to be written in there for the purpose of talking about history, right?
Okay.
The discussion between Pharaoh and Musa, you would actually find it repeated over and over and over again. But
Okay.
there's a reason why each time it is being repeated, because there's something God wants you to learn from those accounts in
And
each
Okay.
one of those accounts, right?
and real quick, just I want to hone down on what Faisal said even earlier, God servant.
Okay.
The Quran itself, like what he said, it's not a historical account of one group of people.
Okay.
Because if you read the Bible itself, it's literally about the Jews. Literally, even when it comes to their lineage,
Sure.
it's really about them, not even concerned about really what's going on everywhere else. That's why even they would say the God of Israel, the God of Abraham. It's more focused towards them. In
Sure.
Islam, Islam is universal, meaning we don't. The Quran does not never says the God of Muhammad or the God of the Arabs. It does not say
Okay.
that. Every single time it talks about the God of mankind. And even when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God is speaking, he's not talking to the Arabs. He's talking, when he addresses, he doesn't just address the Arabs. He says, "Oh, you who have believed, oh believers, oh mankind." He's talking to everybody. Even
Okay.
going, one of my favorite verses in the Quran is where God says he has sent a warner to every nation. He sent a warning to
Okay.
meaning as Muslims, we don't. First of all, we don't even believe that Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is literally the beginning of Islam. Many people make that claim. Oh, Islam started in the seventh
Okay.
century. Muslims would never say that. But Muslims, what we would say, God actually says it in the Quran. God says that the only religion in the sight of God is Islam, meaning throughout history there have been
Hmm.
anybody throughout history who's ever believed in this one true God and surrendered and obeyed this one true God is a Muslim. And God has shown us that by literally giving each and every single society, each and every single nation, a prophet that will preach his name, because
Okay.
how he that's how we can know about God. The way how God tells us about himself is if he reveals his message to us through his chosen representatives. So it would not make sense if only one group of people receive those chosen representatives, because you just ask, well, wait a minute, what about these people right here? What about these people right here? Weren't they given the opportunity to know God, or is it just this people? That's unjust. Whereas in Islam, everyone has received their opportunity, everyone has received a warner, literally.
Okay.
And by the way, and when that's why on the final day when we're all judged, no one can say, well, God, wait a minute, you never revealed yourself to me, I don't know you, so obviously I'm gonna be a pagan because you never told me who you were. you only kept your you only kept your the truth about yourself to the Jews. That's it. It makes no sense. So
Okay.
this is coincide with the universal message of the Quran. And also, oh, if you want to go on, Faisal.
Yeah, so I just wanted to go over the first chapter just to sort of give
Oh,
an
go ahead.
idea about
Okay.
what we've been talking about, right? So the Quran starts like this, right? Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, in the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful, right?
Okay.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. All praise is for Allah. All thanks, all praise is for Allah, Lord of the worlds. Okay. So this is
Okay.
an introduction. If you ever have a question of who is it that I am worshiping? What is it that the Quran tells me? Who is the entity? What is the entity that I'm supposed to worship according to the Quran? This line explains to you, right?
Okay.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. And Rabbil Alameen is such an amazing term, right? The idea is the Lord of all worlds. That's sort of a more literal translation. But if you understand it, it basically means, and I'll just open this up. an explanation, right? Lord of everything in existence, anything in existence, or anything in reality, right?
Okay.
He is Lord of that. He is the Rabb. Rabb is a very, it's an Arabic term which is normally translated as Lord, but it holds many connotations and many meanings within it. It means someone who brings something into existence, who sustains it, and then who's also responsible for its destruction, or is capable of its destruction as well, or destroys
Okay.
it, right? So all of these and so many other meanings are there within it, right? uh, that you have for this, right? Then another way of understanding him is he's the most compassionate and most merciful, master of the day of judgment. He is going to hold you accountable, right?
Okay.
He's the one who owns that day, owns the time itself that we're talking about, the day that would come when you would be held accountable, the day of judgment, right?
Sure.
He holds that day, he owns that day, he's the king of that day, right? Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in, right? You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. This is essentially our manifesto, that what are we supposed to do as human beings? We're supposed to worship him, and we're supposed to ask him alone for help. So that's why when Christians or Jews or anyone else, or even some heretical sects of Islam, right, when they turn away from this concept that they worship someone other than him, or they ask someone other than Allah for help, even if it's the Prophet peace be upon him, we say that they are not following what the Quran has told them to do, right?
Okay.
So the only one you can ask for help is that one God, the creator of everything, the one who is the Lord of everything, the Lord of all the worlds, right? Is that a concept? I hope, does that make sense to you? The idea that you should be worshiping the creator, the Lord, the master of everything.
Well, sure. You should worship God alone, and
Yeah.
that is
So,
important.
yeah. And then what do we say? This is, you see how we talked about the idea of asking for help. This is the help that we are asking for. Guide us along
Okay.
the straight path, right? The straight path is what? The path of those you have blessed. There are people before us who've been on this path. And those are the people he blessed, right? Not those you are displeased with or those who are astray. Okay. The
Okay.
people who went astray, and the Quran is full of examples of those. The people who were blessed are the prophets, like Moses and Jesus and Adam and Solomon and David and Abraham, right? All of these people were blessed by God, and the people who God was displeased with or who went astray, right? For example, we
Subhanallah.
know about Pharaoh, right? The Pharaoh, or we know about the people of Noah who earned his wrath, or the people of Lut, right? Lot,
Okay.
right? All of these people that we know of, right? These were the people who earned his wrath, who he was displeased with, right? So we ask for the right guidance from him. And now this is how the Quran actually responds to it, because I'm actually going to go to the next chapter, like I was talking about, right? This
Okay.
is just to sort of give you an idea about what we're asking you to do, right? Or what we're asking you to
Okay.
understand this Islam is, right? The next chapter starts with Alif Lam Mim, right? Nobody understands these words, what they actually mean. Only Allah
Okay.
knows, right? ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ هُدًى لِلْمُتَّقِينَ, right? This is the book. There is no doubt about this. A guide for those mindful of Allah. So if you're
Okay.
someone who have accepted that there has to be a God, and you're looking for guidance from that God, this is the book where you would find that guidance.
Okay.
There's no other place in this world where you would actually find guidance from that God in this day and age. There's no more prophets coming. Okay.
Okay.
This is the only place where you would find it. And the reason this book is also the reason why prophethood is sort of discontinued, because the book is there, the knowledge is there, the law is there. It's not going to go away. It's protected in a way which is in of itself, the way the Quran is protected, God's servant, is in of itself a miracle. Right? It's impossible to get rid of the Quran in this day and age, or in any time in the last 1400 years, or until the time when Allah has decreed for it to happen. Right? Because you can burn all the books that exist on this planet, right? But the only book that can actually be brought back in its original form is the Quran, because every brother over here, right, they know a little bit of the Quran, and they are brothers who know the whole of the Quran by heart. They don't need to look at the book to read it, right? We stand for prayers every day, 5 times a day. We need to know some of the Quran to be able to pray properly. Right? And then there are brothers among our Muslims, right? Among us Muslims who recite the whole Quran in Ramadan. And these brothers, they know not just one way of reading it, they know every different way of reading it which has been accepted.
Wow.
So it's impossible for this book to be destroyed, or to be, because this is the protection which is it cannot be a protection that human beings could have come up with. This is a divine protection from Allah. And the reason why this is miraculous is because the Quran made the claim 1400 years ago. It made the claim that this would be protected. And the fact that today we can see that it is protected in a way that it cannot be changed, it cannot be altered, it cannot be destroyed, it cannot be gotten rid of, is proof that that claim is true still. Right? So when you're reading this book, this is what you're looking for. If you're looking for guidance, you would find guidance in this. If you're looking for something else, you'll find that only. So does that help to sort of clear up what we're asking you to, or we're inviting you towards?
Well, this conversation is certainly interesting, and we will definitely have to have many more in the future, because there are more questions that I have.
You can ask
take
one
your
right now if
time.
you want.
No, take your time. If
Let's
you've
take it
not,
one by one.
I don't think if the brother has read the Quran at all.
Oh, okay.
Have you read the Quran before?
No, not much.
So here's what I would recommend. Read the Quran, just pick it up. Any translation that makes sense to you, read it from start to end. All right. You don't have to worry about like if it's any English translation that is accepted on Quran.com. Mostly these translations are pretty clear, the ones that are there. I would recommend just pick up the one that you can understand, right? If you come across something, come ask us a question, right? And trust me, God's servant, a lot of the questions that you have, right? The idea, or even that concept that you have, that you cannot understand God, those will actually be answered in this book.
Okay.
Right?
Well, I wouldn't say that you can't understand God. I would say we can't fully comprehend God.
So nobody is saying that you can fully comprehend God in all his majesty and power, right?
Sure.
You can never imagine God. That's the concept that we have about God, that if we read,
it must be revealed to us.
Yes, exactly. But
it must be
this is the only time. I'm actually going to read this. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Qul huwa Allahu ahad. Right? Say, O Prophet, He is Allah, one and indivisible. Allahu Samad, Allah the sustainer, needed by all. Samad is actually a very
it's another
it's a
deep
very
term.
deep Yeah, deep term. I actually had a discussion with a scholar, and he was saying there's over 30 meanings, almost like
Wow.
it's a whole ocean within it. That
Wow.
word, right? The idea of being the sustainer, the being eternal, being an absolute existence, being the one that
Self-sufficient.
self-sufficient, that everyone else is dependent on, the one in
Yeah.
control, the one in power, and all of those things, right? It's just such a profound term, right? And then lam yalid walam yulad, right? That he has never had an offspring, nor was he born. So this concept of him having a beginning or an end, right? Or having been weak at a point in time before or in after, right? Or him being in time at all, right? That doesn't exist with God. That's what this is. That there's a father or a son or
Okay.
anything, any lineage or any succession over there. That doesn't exist with God, right? And this is the most profound one. Walam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad,
You know
right?
what? Just to
There's
kind of
none comparable to him. Yeah. So just to finish this up,
go
right?
ahead, go ahead,
And
go
then
ahead.
you can go ahead.
No problem.
So this idea that God cannot have any existence. Ali, can you check the back chat? Can you check
Yeah,
the
I
back channel?
see.
Yeah.
I'm not okay.
So
Let's see.
yeah. So the the idea is that if you can imagine something, that cannot be God. That's how
Okay.
sort of I understand it. Maybe some of the brothers can elaborate a bit on this. That if you can imagine something, like if you can imagine, let's say, the most amazing entity that is bigger than this universe and it's looking down on this universe and can hold this universe in its hand, right? That cannot be God. God is greater than that,
Okay.
right? Like we normally say, Allahu Akbar, right? God is greater. Whatever you can think about, God is greater than that, right? So
Okay.
that's
Sure.
the idea that we have, that God cannot be in any way, shape, or form limited, right?
Okay.
So, so that's what we're inviting you to. That this is the concept of God that we're talking about.
Okay.
Yes, the comprehension of how amazing God is, it's impossible. But the idea that God cannot be a contradictory entity, that is very clear, right? It is the Quran actually talks about and
Sure.
explains God to you in throughout the Quran. You would actually understand God better, right? The Bible doesn't do that as well, right?
Well,
Or
the
if you're
Bible
looking
does.
if you
Yes.
look at some of the other scriptures as well, right? It doesn't go into that level of detail and understanding. The Quran actually does that at a profound level, and it not only does
Okay.
that, the different terminologies that the Quran uses, right? They actually put together this concept of God, which is comprehensive, and it's not contradictory at all. Even though there are like 99 different names and attributes of God that we Muslims believe in, none of them are contradictory.
Nope.
Okay.
So, and actually, I was just gonna say, just to give you an example, as far as what everything that the Quran says about who God is, at the
Hmm.
same time, it's who God has to be. And I want to give you just a quick example. By any chance, do you follow comic books? Are you hip? Are you okay
Yes.
with? Okay, so of course you know Superman, correct?
Yes.
So
Very
and
overpowered and boring,
yes.
kind of like God.
So here's what I would say, going back to my first point as far as polytheism being inherently wrong, right? So
Okay.
because I like to I like to show my work, or basically show my word. Um, there was this one issue where Superman and Shazam, you know Shazam, right?
Yes.
They were both lifting a book of infinite pages. Now,
Really.
yeah, both of them. It's literally shows you Superman and Shazam lifting up a book of infinite pages. Now, here's the
Wow.
problem. You want to know what the problem with that is?
What's that?
The problem is Superman or Shazam. One of them does not have to be there, because What is the weight of infinity? They're both lifting it. If Shazam lets go, is that going to change the weight that Superman has to lift?
Sure.
I'm asking, is it?
Uh,
No.
no,
It's infinite pages.
no.
Meaning,
Interesting.
regardless of if Superman regardless if Shazam lets go or starts to lift it himself, that's not going to make it any easier or harder for Superman his job. Meaning, Superman or Shazam, one of them does not really have to be there. One of them is unnecessary, right?
Interesting point.
So, because when it comes to God, we understand God, he has to be here. He has to be necessary. Meaning, any point in time, any point at all where God becomes unnecessary, he's no longer he stops to be God. And this is where in the Quran, where he says there is only one, as Muslims, we say yes, God is one, but we also say God only has to be one. Because if there was more than one, then that would mean that other God is unnecessary. Meaning, if this other God was gone, nothing would change. Meaning, you don't really have to be here. And imagine saying to God, God, you don't really have to exist. That makes no sense, right?
Sure. I would say, well, I would say in terms of the one God, uh, you could have, in terms of who is in charge, the logic doesn't have to exist, but that is a good
But
point that
so yeah, so
you don't
it's
need more than one God. However,
so under the reason why we say we don't need, the moment how you say we don't need, that should be it right there because of our understanding with God. What does the fourth verse say? It says, "Kul hu Allahu ahad." Say, God who is one, Allahu samad, God the self-sufficient, the ever-sufficient, the one who's responsible for everything. He begets not, nor is he begotten, nor is there anything comparable to him. This fits everything that goes with. Even if you take away Islam, if you take away Christianity, if you take away everything, and we all come together and say, hey, who was the first cause? How do we get here? Who put us here? What is this idea of the creator? This concept of what Islam says about who the creator is and also who the creator has to be, it fits our rational thought. Literally, the fact that we say, the moment you start saying, understand this, the moment you start saying God does not need to be here, or God does not need, as far as who he is, as far as what God does, there's a difference between what God does and who he is. I'll give you an example of that. As a human, I cannot do anything that is against my nature, can I?
no, I would say no.
Exactly. Everything that I do is according to what my nature is, right?
Sure.
That's the same thing with God, meaning everything that God does not need to do anything because he always one of his part of his nature means he has all the power, right? God
Sure.
has
He
all the
has all
God,
power.
he has all the power, meaning the moment if because he has all the power, that means God cannot be deficient because why? The moment God becomes deficient, that means he no longer has all the power.
He has
And this
all the power. I would say
so and the concept alone,
he has all the power.
the everything that God has, he always has to have, he always does have, and he has currently because time does not affect who God is. Time does not affect God whatsoever. Would you agree to that?
Interesting points. Sure. I would
Exactly.
say that God is immutable, and he is. I would say that um, his nature is one that he can take form. I would say he can take
Well, okay.
different forms.
I'll ask you this, okay? I'll ask you
Okay.
this. Can God lift a rock that he cannot lift? So
No,
can God make a rock he cannot lift?
no, because that would mean that is more powerful than him, and than he
But at
is,
the same
and
but at the same time you're saying
more
God can't
powerful
do
than he.
something. But at the same time you're also saying God can't do something.
Correct. Yes.
So that's a catch 22, right?
Not necessarily. I think that
Go ahead.
he has all power, but he also, I think that the idea of anything, the term itself can't stand on its own.
Thank you,
Uh,
because it's illogical. It's illogical because it
Is that
goes
like a
against.
fullness?
It's illogical because it goes against who God has to be. Meaning
sure,
the problem with the situation is the question itself. Like you just said, God always has to be
sure,
above everything, right?
sure. The Most High.
Doesn't
Exactly.
Yeah,
doesn't that
because
mean that doesn't
Ali,
that
just
mean
so
that
you know,
okay?
the contradiction here that we're highlighting is the idea that God, the all powerful, becomes weak or
Yeah, exactly.
makes himself weak, right?
Thank you.
That's the
So
contradiction we're
so
highlighting.
because you would agree, God servant, that because of the analogy, God can, God always has to be all powerful. God always has to be on top,
Sure,
on top, right?
sure.
So does that also include time?
In what way?
Meaning, would you agree that God created time?
Yes.
So doesn't that always mean God always has to be above time?
Uh,
The same way that God the same way how you just agreed that there can be nothing stronger than God
right,
at any point in time, because that is a creation. No creation of God can be stronger than God, right?
right.
That isn't time a creation of God.
Yes.
So basically what you're really saying is time itself cannot be stronger than God either, right?
Uh, sure. Okay, let's go with that.
So if you're saying time itself cannot be stronger than God, God cannot be subordinate to time.
He can
No,
subject himself to time.
no, he cannot. It's the same way. It's like me, you saying God can subject himself. It's like you saying God can create a rock that he cannot lift.
Not necessarily. I would say that, for instance, does eternity exist?
Eternity, it's as far as reality that we're living in.
No, just okay. Before he created anything, did eternity exist with God?
Eternity, as far as God is always eternal. Yes.
Huh?
Okay, is there such thing as an eternity past?
No.
Okay, so
No.
so
What,
so
what,
let me
please.
explain this, Ali. This may be I may be able to
Okay.
solve this much more quicker, right?
Okay.
Okay,
So can something that is eternal change?
can something that is eternal change?
Yeah. Is God eternal? Does that also imply that he is unchanging?
Uh,
Simple
I would
answer.
say that, like for instance, with my question, eternity is a measure of existence. It's not a measure of time, if you
No,
will.
so here's the question. I'm gonna ask the question again and try to answer it because it would help you understand what we're trying to point out.
Okay.
If something is eternal, by definition or by necessity, it needs to be unchanging,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because if it
Yep.
changes, if there is change in
It's no longer
something that
eternal.
is eternal over time, right, it will go through every possible form that it can have, and one of that is
Infinitely.
that it cannot exist. It does not exist. That's one of
Mm-hmm.
the ways that it could be that it cannot exist. So by definition, if something has to be eternal, it would also need to be unchanging.
Unchanging.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, because with eternity, you have uh, he's always in the present. God is always in the present. Therefore,
No,
There's,
it's not. No.
there's no
So
yes,
present.
there's no present
There's
when it
no
comes to
present,
God.
past, or future when it comes to God.
So
right,
and this is why we say with God, because again, saying present is a form of time.
right. I
That
mean, that is a placeholder, if you will, to
no,
explain what I'm trying to portray.
no, I'm saying
So,
if you're using it, if you're gonna say that, understand, try to use another word than present, because when you say present, these are all chronological. These are all words in time. The past, it signifies time. It's a
okay,
representation of time.
he's
Present
always in
is
the now.
that's also time. See, and this is the problem. God is out. God is above time. That's why when we say
Okay,
God,
so how
when
would
we
you
say
define? Okay, so how would you
when we
define
would
his existence in eternity?
we would say
So, so
we would say his existence is eternal, meaning no beginning, because a beginning is time. No beginning, no
Okay,
end. He lives
yep.
out. He exists above time itself. Any
Okay.
words that we can use in time, you use that words for God. What you're doing is you're either equating time with God, or you're putting God subordinate to time, which is by
Yeah.
definition no longer God. Go ahead,
And
Akil.
God
and
cannot be
and let me
subordinate to
actually,
his own creation.
There you
yeah,
go.
let me actually try and take this further, right? Because so
Okay.
do you understand the idea of what I'm trying to position? Though, don't try to bring in other concepts into it. Let's just stick with this. If it is eternal, if something is eternal, it doesn't have to be God. Like if anything is eternal, it has to be unchanging. Otherwise, any change, no matter how slow, on a scale of infinity, because eternity means it's infinite, both to the past, to the future, however you see it. If it is changing, it would result in a situation where it would not exist as well, right? And that's one of the
And why do you say
possible
that?
situation, because that's what it means. Because in on an infinite scale, it will go through every possible scenario that it can be in, right? And one of those is that it does not exist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the reason why if something is eternal, it has to be unchanging. Otherwise, if it changes, it cannot be eternal,
Eternal,
right?
Well, I
exactly.
think that
Because that's a contradictory concept then, if it is changing and eternal, right? Now,
one
Yeah.
one
does
contradiction with the word anything, like we say God can do anything, but we really mean anything that is not contradictory to his nature. For
Yes.
instance,
exactly,
Okay.
exactly. So God being eternal means that he's not going to change. All right, because
uh,
He's
if
yeah.
he changes, he won't be eternal. Because in if he changes, there
It
would
becomes
be a
temporal.
possibility that he could actually, yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Eventually, that's also putting him temporal. Now, how does time exist? If God wills something into existence, time exists because of him willing something
Mm-hmm.
into
It
existence,
has a beginning.
right? He
Exactly.
himself is outside time, but him willing something into existence gives rise to not just that existence, but also to time in which that thing exists.
This
Does
By
is
that help?
by
Brother Faisal,
by
I
you.
can add.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, Akhi.
This is something important, subhanallah, that I just realized. Wallahi, and beautifully, so beautifully, and probably Muslims don't even realize this. Just chapter 112 of the Quran in itself, after Allah saying that He is as-samad, that He is the necessary being, that everything needs Him, and He has
Yeah.
no
Definitely.
need of anything. The next two verses, that He is not begotten. Lam yalid,
Yeah.
that he
Lam
did not
yalid.
beget nothing. He did not beget. Walam yulad, that he was not begotten. Meaning, subhanallah, that by these two words, he does not become temporal. Meaning that his absolute, being eternal, you know, does not change into the temporal, into that which is that which has necessity of another thing in order for it to exist. In other words, this is what he does not beget, nor is he begotten. So therefore, the word that that he is absolute in everything, that it eliminates a possibility of
He's
any
not
change.
contingent.
There
He's
you
not
go.
contingent. Yeah, he does not become contingent upon anything.
Yeah.
so
And also
okay,
just with God servant, and just want to basically summarize what we're saying. It goes back to what
okay.
I said earlier, that everything, and you would agree to this, everything that God does does not go, does not go against who He has to be. Meaning, everything, once we understand who
Sure.
God is, because you would say He's eternal. The moment you say He is eternal, the moment you say He is eternal, that means God will never do anything that compromises Him having to be eternal.
I would say, why is it impossible for him to insert himself into time?
Because it'll go against one of His nature, one
His
attribute of His
nature.
nature.
It goes against his
So
nature,
you
right?
can't have two copies of himself, one
No,
as
no,
Well,
the
Why?
Father
well,
and one as the
because
human.
you
So
can't
then,
be,
no.
you
so
can't
then
because
why
one of
just
them.
two? Why
Thank
just
you.
two?
And also,
Because he is a human, as a
I,
human being.
well,
No, but
God
why
servant.
just
Then
two?
you are
Okay, listen.
making him of of that aspect that then he becomes in need.
So God
Then
servant, there's two problems with this. One, like Brother Faisal said, why just limit it to two? Why not 2,000 or 2 million like the
No, I
Hindus?
don't believe in the Trinity.
No, but no, but what we're saying is this: the moment you say God is more than one, that's the moment you can. That's the moment you can't say God is two, three. You can make God anything more
I'm
as
not
long as
saying
it's more
he's
than
more
one.
than one.
No,
I'm
no,
saying he may.
I'm saying
no,
conceptually. I'm saying
No,
conceptually.
no,
Okay,
I'm not saying he's more than one. I'm saying that he was the Father and the Son at the same time.
but
So
here's
he
the
was in two
problem.
that is a
places at
contradiction.
once.
That's a contradiction because it goes
That's a
against
contradiction.
what you're doing is.
He can be
Oh,
the God
one
of the
second.
contradiction. If I wouldn't say that
God
is a
servant,
contradiction because,
God
for
servant.
instance, he
It's
also is
God
something.
servant, God servant.
Okay, for instance,
Sorry,
well,
it's
okay, go
it's
ahead.
it's it's a contradiction because anything that goes again, you know what? Let's use another example, okay? If I told you right now, me being me, I play soccer or football, right? I'm a soccer player, right?
Okay,
If I told you there's a game tomorrow, right? Let's say my favorite team is playing a game tomorrow morning, which they are. If my favorite team is playing a game tomorrow morning, right? And I told you,
okay,
God's servant, there's absolutely no way, no circumstance, nothing that will make me miss this game. Can you think?
okay.
What am I saying? Can something, no matter what I have to do you now know that there's nothing that's gonna make me miss this game?
I would say some things can be contradictions. Um,
No, God's
God
servant.
is a contradiction himself
But
because he's something, but he
here's a
also is nothing.
wait a minute.
His quiddity is nothing. What is he
Mm,
made of?
See, just because you don't know what God is made of, which is rare outside of realm of understanding, that does not mean you can say it's nothing. Nothing about who God has to be is nothing. You want to know why? Because you also agree that everything about who God has to be is absolute. When you say God is absolute, that means nothing about his attributes, nothing about who he
I
is
have a bigger
nothing.
Uh,
problem.
Go ahead, Keith.
yeah.
Okay,
The question, what is God made of, is a nonsensical question because God is not made.
Thank you.
okay. So, what is his
We
quiddity? What is his substance? What is he made
we
out
we we
of?
cannot we
So
can we cannot
so
say what he is.
But what would he
We
need?
know who he is.
God,
We know
okay.
who he is, but what he is,
Would it be
that is out of.
okay? Would it be logical for him to need something in order to be
N-
something?
No. The
Then
No.
mo-
he has.
so
Then he will
if
become contingent
Okay,
upon something
exactly.
else that does not
so
exist
if
before
he
him.
Exactly.
see
So even
notice
though
so God
he is
notice everything
something, but he
notice
is
everything
also nothing.
notice everything you're saying
No,
is contradicting everything you're saying, God's servant, is contradicting everything you just agreed that God has to be all powerful. You said he has to be all powerful. The moment
Right.
you
He's all
say
powerful. All
he
powerful.
needs it, he's no longer all powerful. If I need something, I'm no longer all powerful. If you
Sure.
also agree that God is eternal, the moment you put any aspect of time to God is the moment you contradict this attribute. Literally, and everything about who God has to be is infinite. It's literally absolute. Now, why is it absolute? Simple, because he's the source. You agreed he's the first source. You being the first source, you have to have everything because you are the first source. You're the first
Sure.
cause or the first creator. And see
He's
how
the source, the
and
foundation of
I
everything.
want you to understand this. Everything in which you're saying one that Brother Faisal eloquently recited in the Quran, it goes with the understanding of who God has to be. It does not compromise. It does not take away, compromise, or contradict anything that God has to be. Everything that you are saying compromises at least one of the attributes that you already agreed that God has to be.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Uh, what is God? Does God need anything in order to exist?
No,
no, he does not. He has no need of anything because in once again, like Brother Ali has been saying and reiterating, and Brother Faisal, and I will say it as well, and the Andre as well. He is absolute. He is free of any needs. This is what we
Okay,
believe about Allah. He is free of any wants. He is free of any needs of anything. because he himself is the first. So there is nothing before him,
So what
and he is the
exactly
last, and
exists?
there is nothing after him, meaning that he will always be. He will always be.
Okay.
And if we want to go biblical,
No. Okay, let's
No, no,
not do that.
don't
Okay,
bring
so
the
let me
Bible
ask
in
you
there.
this.
okay,
So
okay,
good.
but
Yes, please
so
go
yeah,
biblical.
he has no, they
No,
said no, I
so
will not.
so
But
so brother Neil,
God is
brother
unchanging.
Abdurrahman,
So what
brother.
exists if God doesn't need anything, so God is nothing. So what exactly
No,
exists?
no, no. We cannot
Whoa,
say
whoa,
that. You
whoa,
see,
whoa,
you keep
whoa.
on making the same fallacy that he is nothing. We do no. We
Okay.
He
do
is
not
nothing.
say
What
this about him. No. A'udhu billah, hasha lillah. We
Yeah,
significant
anything
Allah
that
from
is a
this.
part
This is
where are you getting that
blasphemy.
conclusion?
So you know what?
How are you coming to that conclusion? That
This is
God,
anything
blasphemy.
if God
any
doesn't need anything, that he is nothing. Where is that conclusion
Is it?
coming from?
so
And
what
where
does he
did
Subhanallah.
we
need to
actually say
exist?
this? He
Does
doesn't
he
need
need
anything to exist.
So
okay, so he doesn't so he is not made of anything.
God's servant.
We
So
would
no,
not
here's
even,
here's
not
the
much
I
problem.
less.
think
No,
I
one second,
think again,
Ikhwan.
yeah,
So
but there's
Okay.
something I do want to emphasize here,
go
right?
ahead. Go ahead.
God, I mean, the piece that you need to understand is that if you don't have proof for something, if you don't have either logical, rational, or scriptural proof that you can bring forth of something, don't just throw words around, right? We're not going to be sidetracked by this. There's what
Well,
you're
this is a
saying does
good
not
point.
even make sense. No, what
It
you're
So
makes
saying does
perfect
not even make
sense.
sense. No.
so
Okay, repeat what you just said,
Okay.
right? We've already responded to you. Tell us what you're saying, what your premise is, and we're actually going to show you how you're not making any sense.
Okay, so God himself is a contradiction as far as our logic is
No, no, no,
No.
no, no.
no.
Mm-mm.
What did
need
we
to.
say? What did we say first? Say,
Oh,
so you asked us this question. What was the question
does
that you
God
asked? Go ahead.
exist?
Does
Okay,
God
good.
exist?
Go
Does
ahead.
God need anything? That's what you asked us. We
Does he
told you
need
God
anything
doesn't
to
need.
exist?
So you're completing your sentence, but either way, does he need anything to exist? No,
Yes.
he doesn't need anything to exist.
So he's nothing.
Okay, you
No,
know,
no,
actually, I
no.
I
got this.
Keep
I
on
got this.
making
wait,
the
I
wait,
same
got
wait,
this.
wait,
mistake.
wait, 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 Afwan. I want to understand the premise,
Tricky
the
question.
full syllogism on how you're arriving at that conclusion. Can you explain that to me?
Okay. So if
Please.
he doesn't need anything, then that means he doesn't need something to exist, which means he himself is nothing.
That makes absolutely no sense. You want to know why?
No.
Why?
There's a term for
So
this. Oh, I'm
there's
sorry about
the
What is
the
it?
pro- the problem is this, and I'm going to use it both in things. And I'm going to say that the first thing God servant that you're doing is you're contradicting the things that you claim to believe in yourself. Because for one, if something, what does it mean? What does it mean to have a beginning? It means to have a beginning means
To be
something had
temporal.
not only to be temporal, but it means something had to be to cause your existence.
Sure.
Something had to be there, whether something had to cause your existence, like a source.
You,
There had to be a source. What you're saying
yeah.
is because God does not have a source for his existence, that means he doesn't exist because he's nothing. Because literally nothing doesn't exist. There's no
So then
concept
God
alone
doesn't
of nothing.
exist unless he
According
can be a
No.
according
contradiction.
according to you, but here's the problem with that statement. You go against your own statement once you say God is all powerful. Because when you say God is all powerful, when you say God is eternal, things that you agree with, again, stick with the things that you yourself agree with, and stop going against this idea of because by the way, a contradiction is also nothing. There's no such thing. There's a concept of contradiction, but contradictions aren't a thing. Meaning, you will never
Yeah, they
see.
don't exist in reality. They
Thank
exist
you,
Yeah.
only conceptually.
thank
They
you.
don't resist in our logic,
No
but God
contradictions.
does.
No. Contradiction does not.
God's logic, it can't just
God's servant. God's servant. Listen. Contradictions don't exist outside of just the
okay.
thought.
It's like a square
Literally,
circle. Does it exist?
it does
Yeah.
not exist. So by you saying, and here's the problem, you are basically making yourself an atheist when you're saying, wait a minute, because God is eternal, he doesn't exist. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever
No, he
at all.
exists, but he
So
doesn't need anything to
stop,
exist.
stop,
So
stop, stop,
therefore, he's a
stop.
contradiction.
God's
But no,
servant.
no, no,
God,
no, no,
what?
no, no,
Okay,
no,
okay,
no.
okay, 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 okay.
Ali, the best thing that no, the best way that you should be wording this, God servant, is that Since God does not need anything, nor from his creation, then he is self-sufficient. This is the proper thing to say.
He is self-sufficient, sure,
Is
but
this a good?
logically, he's a
God servant,
contradiction. Logically,
Can we
he's a
God
can we?
contradiction
servant. If
because
I
what
may ask,
exactly exists?
Yeah, sure. Ahmad.
Yeah.
I do wanna, Brother Hassan, finish up what you're saying. Then I want to make sure that God servants confirms what his syllogisms here.
Yeah, because
Right.
I
Go
would
ahead.
like to
Okay.
yes,
explain something
God
that I have
servant. If I
from
may ask
Quranic.
you, God servant. If I may,
Yeah.
yeah, thank you. God servant. If I may ask you, do you ascribe to modalism in any way, shape, form? Out of
Yes,
curiosity.
he's closest to modalism. Yes.
Yes, he does. Yeah, he's close to Malik.
Oh, okay. That explains why you're going off of these tangents. At least part of it
Yep.
does.
Yeah.
So I need to get out of that modalist standpoint first. Why? Because that's not something that will help you understand our paradigm or even your own biblical paradigm, to be quite honest.
Okay.
Anyway, let's just address this because
Do you want
this
me to
might have
address the
confused some of
syllogism?
the. Yeah, I just want to make sure that he can confirm that this is what he was saying, right? So, God servant, can you confirm what I've written down here?
Okay, so God does not need anything to exist, sure. God is not something, sure. God is something, but what he is
Can you
would
make
be.
sure that you clarify what the
That
um
this is
what
your
each of the
syllogism.
premises
God
is,
is
right?
not something, but also he is something.
God is not something, but he's also something. What are you trying to say
Yes.
there?
He doesn't need something to be something.
But
I
he is something.
Something.
Okay. That's why you're
Oh, this is
concluding that God does not exist?
this is funny.
That's why I'm concluding that he is a contradiction. His
What the
existence is a contradiction because he should not exist,
No. That's not
but
what
he
you said.
does.
Look.
that's
You
oh
made a
man.
That way
specific
he's
claim.
God of all.
God servant. You made a very specific claim.
He's even the God of the
God
contradiction.
servant.
He is
God
God of
servant.
all.
God
So
servant. Respond to me, or I'm just gonna throw you out because
Okay,
I
sure.
actually lost your patient. If Ali didn't come up, I would have actually thrown you out
you
way
know what?
back.
After you're
I
done,
You
okay.
agree.
overstayed.
After you're done, okay. I just have one question from after he's done.
Yeah, sure.
After you're done.
So
Oh
I
come on,
just want to make sure
I
that
have a problem with the
you
syllogism, but you
what
can go
what
ahead.
I'm trying to do here is trying to make sure that we're not strawmanning you, that we're steelmanning you.
Okay.
Or for us to be able to do that, your premises for coming to the conclusion that God does not exist, which you actually told us was the conclusion of us saying that God does not need anything to exist, right? I
I would.
want you to show us how you arrived at this conclusion. If
Okay.
you can actually show me, then that's fine.
Okay. Okay. I would
Right?
say that maybe God is not something. I would say God is
No.
not.
We said God does not need anything. Okay, God
Okay.
is not in need of anything. You then brought up a statement. You made a statement that God is not something. That's why I asked you to clarify, and that's how you told us that you came from God does not need anything to exist to God does not exist. You came to this conclusion. I want to understand what logic you applied. How did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, okay. I would say maybe not the first part of that second line. I would say God is something, but his nature is nothing.
Ah,
No, still falling on the same problem.
okay.
What does that even mean?
All right.
So he can be he
Let him
is a
finish it out.
contradiction.
Okay.
So,
Therefore,
but his
God is
nature
the
is nothing.
okay. So God is the God of the contradiction also,
So
Oh
God is a
man.
contradiction. That's what you're saying. And
because
then
we have to understand
no.
that
So
God. Okay,
so look,
go ahead.
you have to arrive at the conclusion because you were throwing that around. A number of times we asked you, you were throwing this around. God does not exist.
Okay.
How are you coming to that conclusion? Show it to me.
Uh, To which one? With the God is a
That he is
contradiction?
nothing.
Look. There's multiple times I've asked you. I'm going to highlight this.
Okay.
This is the conclusion that you gave us. God does not exist. We told you, right? This. God does not need anything to exist, or God does not
Right.
need anything. You added to exist in there, right? And from this,
Good.
you came to the conclusion that God does not exist. I want to understand, because you strawmanned our position, you lied about what we said and what our conclusions are. I want to make sure that you either take this back, apologize to the panel, all right? And if you cannot do that, right, show us how you're arriving at that conclusion. If you cannot show it to us, then goodbye. I'm actually gonna be I'm very disappointed
Yeah.
from this
Okay.
throwing words around and throwing these around.
I was really hoping that he would engage, with an open mind, where we can come to an agreement. But now we can see the contradiction.
So God servant, you have the opportunity to clarify this.
Okay, so I want to know, how does God exist without being
Look,
something?
God servant, this is not you asking us. This is past that stage. You made a statement when we told you, not just once, you repeated it multiple times. When we told you God does not need anything to it, right? God does not need anything. He's not in need of anything.
So then what
You
does
are
he
the
exist
one.
of?
You are the one. You are the one who said God does not exist. That's what we're asking you.
Did I say
Brother
that?
Faisal, Uncle Faisal, may I propose something differently, a little different to him, so that he can understand better?
Sure.
Maybe to clarify his own contradiction, why he's falling in a contradiction left and right. Okay, let's say, for example, do you believe that God is the sustainer?
Yes.
Do you believe that he sustains all things throughout time? He did it in the past, at the beginning. He's doing it now. He will do it in the future, and he'll continuously. He will do it.
Sure.
Good.
Amen.
So you agree that he's the sustainer? Okay. Now, since he is the sustainer by definition, and he sustains all his creation, no matter what it is, what we know and what we do not know, what is apparent, what is hidden. He knows it all, and therefore he sustains every single living thing that comes into existence. Okay, good. Now, him is the sustainer. Does he need sustaining in order for him to be the sustainer?
No.
Thank you very much. That's the point we're trying to arrive to.
Okay, I agree, but from that point, from that premise, if he cannot be a contradiction, then what exactly exists?
He's not a contradiction.
So you know what?
Do you understand what a contradiction is?
Wait, Ali, wait.
Go ahead, Ali, finish.
You know what? I don't know.
Logical
I
contradiction.
was gonna go, but actually, I'm interested in your question. What is a contradiction?
I was just gonna ask him that actually. What's a contradiction?
A contradiction would be something that to us would be logically inconsistent to be possible.
No.
This makes a lot of sense.
No. Do you want me to explain to you what a contradiction is?
Sure.
Okay, so first of all, logic is not arbitrary. All right? Logic is certainly not arbitrary. It's not based on your whims and how you view things. So we both believe that. Even you yourself stated that God is the source of logic. So, and logic has a standard, and that standard is consistently applicable.
The standard is God.
That's fine.
Yes.
So a contradiction is two. The I guess philosophical definition would be, and I'll explain it, would be two diametrically opposing properties that exist in the same breath on a truth table. So what that means is
two ideas that are opposed to one another.
Yeah, two things, two properties that are opposed to one another. For instance, if I say x does not equal x equals x, okay, and then I say x equals y in the same sense or in the same breath, all right, that is contradictory.
No, it's
So
like
you're
okay,
Sure,
it's
but
kind of like
possible.
saying it's like saying x equals x. Sorry, it's like saying x equals x and x equals not x at the same time.
yeah, exactly, pretty much. X
Exactly.
equals x and
Okay,
x equals not x. That's
but still
exactly right.
possible.
No, it's not.
No, it's
No,
not
no, no, no,
possible.
no.
Not in
Yes, it
reality.
is.
That's the law of
One second, one second,
non-contradiction right there.
one second, actually, one second. In
Yeah.
reality, it's not possible. It's not possible for a contradiction to
In
exist
our
in reality.
reality, no, but in God's reality, in the
All right.
How do
existence,
you know? How do you know what
because
is in God's mind?
You know what?
here's a
You
good.
clearly said earlier that we cannot fully
everyone,
understand him.
God
everyone.
is all
I,
powerful. He can do
I'm the
things that we
I'm
cannot even imagine.
yeah, but things that
Yeah.
he also can't do things that are opposed to things that you already agree that he has to be. So basically, what you're saying is God can be all powerful, but at the same time,
But
he
he
doesn't.
cannot be weak at the same time.
He cannot be. You can say God can be all powerful and weak at the exact same time, which makes
Well,
absolutely
no,
no
he
sense.
can't
That's a
be that.
contradiction.
No, but you just say you can be a contradiction. At this point, God's servant, we gave you,
Yeah,
we
I
urge
think.
you, we urge you to continue reading the Quran because I kid you
This
not,
is good.
this mentality that you have is a mentality that you cannot use to come to the truth. Okay, so we already gave you the basis of, well, at least summarizes the basis of who God has to be and who God is from the Quran itself. We advise you
Okay.
to read the Quran and please get rid of this mentality that you have because, first of all, I would say, keep learning about what a contradiction is and ask yourself, can God be a contradiction? And actually find out what the word nothing means itself. So on that note, thank you for coming. We have a
Absolutely.
good night, okay?
Ali,
You too. Well,
Ali, that,
I was
Ali,
happy
Ali,
to
Ali, Ali.
be able to come on. Oh, go ahead.
God's servant. Don't fall
Yes.
into what Jordan Peterson falls into. What do you mean? What?
What do you mean by
is?
do? What do
What
you
do
mean
you
by
mean
believe?
by
And what do you mean
God?
by God?
What do you mean?
Don't fall into that, man.
Neil? What do you mean?
Okay.
Yes.
What do you mean by Jordan Peterson?
So look, God's servant, get a Quran in English and read it with an open and objective mind. These are two conditions that you must, because if you're gonna go into the Quran and try
Okay,
to
I'll
search
look
for
into it.
contradictions, like you're claiming, then you're gonna end up misguided,
I'll
being led
look into the
astray.
Quran,
Yeah,
friends.
definitely.
Please, this is my plea to you. Look at the Quran objectively and with an open mind, with an open heart, please, so that you can properly engage with us. Because I was really hoping that we could come to an agreement with you, to a common ground, as the Quran commands us to tell you people, that we should come to a common word. In the
Well,
end.
definitely.
So
This was fun. And
I
I'm
know,
working on my
but
next book, and I go into this actually. So
Or
everyone
so
should pick up a copy. I'll come back on.
at this point, God's servant, we bid you good night. All right, it was a good
All
conversation,
right.
but see ya.
Had fun. Acts 2:38. Thanks. I'll be back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
apparently that's a
remember, God is not the author of confusion either. So
apparently
he
that's
cannot be a confusion at the same time.
well, actually, according to him, he can be.
Yeah, I know.
That's
But anyway.
he can be. You know what's interesting about that, actually, that there's actually an argument. I had a discussion with an atheist about this topic, that you could theoretically do something with the argument that contradictions do exist. But if I steelmanned it and answered it for him, the answer would go way over his head, because it's about like fuzzy logic and like computing and all of that kind of stuff. I don't think he was ready for that.
You know what? I like to
What do you mean, what?
I like to take this time to apologize to Brother Faisal because he knows what for. All right.
It was warranted.
Okay,
Uncle Faisal. Uncle Faisal. Hello, Houston.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm here.
I like to take the time to apologize, Aki.
No worries. By the way, Yahya, brother Yahya is in the backstage. I'm gonna bring him up.
No.
He will have something interesting to say
No,
about this.
don't bring him up. Yeah. No.
Ali,
why?
Shut up.
What's wrong? Oh, damn.
Let him come up, Asli. No way.
We love Yahya. Ozzy. Salam alaikum.
What's that, big brother?
What's up, Mike?
Assalamu alaikum, brother Yahya.
Just trying to calm my brain cells down after that last discussion you guys are having.
You should have been here, man.
Man, it was hard. It was
I
so
don't.
difficult for me because he started freaking doing. So I've studied a bit of logic, so he started doing syllogisms and all of this stuff, and he started like, I was like, oh my gosh, what is he talking about?
Yeah, exactly. You
But I
so
don't. I don't understand what part of the brother didn't get when we say who God is. No problem. What God is, we don't talk about because we're not told. So if you're going to start throwing words out and trying to go down that route, have at it.
Subhanallah.
Enjoy yourself. But
Mm.
it's one of the main
Subhanallah.
reasons why they end
yeah.
up so lost and confused because they start talking about it, trying to make sense of it when they're told
Subhanallah.
not
I
to.
mean, the moment
So
Allah makes it.
the moment you say that God, the moment you say that God Himself, no, sorry, the moment you say that polytheism is not inherently wrong, that's the moment we have issues with your criteria of what truth is. Because, like I said,
Certainly.
the moment you say polytheism cannot be inherently wrong is the same as the moment you say that nothing can be inherent. Sorry, the moment you say that nothing can be inherently wrong
Ali.
is the moment you say
Mm.
nothing can be inherently right. Meaning there's no
Did you hear
basis
what
for
he said?
truth anymore.
Ali, did you hear what he said? What he proposed?
Mm.
Can God be two? Oh
Yeah,
man, I knew where he was going with
I
that,
heard
man.
that. I heard that, and I'm saying,
It's actually the
wait,
very
Oh,
first time I've ever heard someone say that God can be a contradiction.
yeah. Well, not
Yeah,
the first time.
really,
Oh,
not the
first time
first
for
time.
me anyway.
I've never heard anyone say it because Christians don't concede that.
no.
Christians do not
I've
concede that
heard.
God can be a contradiction because it would make no sense. Logic isn't arbitrary, and if God is the arbiter, then how can God
But
be a
even for
contradiction?
me, like having
That's a very
discussions with
good point,
like
DeAndre.
hard atheists that don't believe that God actually exists, when I explain to them our understanding of it and how it works, they're like, "Yeah, no, that actually makes sense, but I just don't believe in it." They never say it's a contradiction.
Exactly. And
It's
I
just
mean,
exactly.
him wanting to actually understand it and logically make sense of it in his head. That's why he's so confused.
It's a
And he's
Christian
told you'll end
concept.
up that way because you're trying to deal with stuff that you're not supposed to understand.
Yeah, it's a Christian concept of God which puts these atheists off from the concept of God itself, right? They basically project that to every other concept. I'm actually going to bring this up because this was very telling. We had the brother Journal Hindi come up. He does his stream in the Urdu channel, and
okay.
he's very knowledgeable, mashallah, about the Hindu scriptures and Hindu philosophies, right? So he was going over that early on. Ali, you missed that part of it.
Oh,
DeAndre
damn.
was it was interesting, right? What the brother brought up.
It was, yeah.
It's just like, and he's just this is just him touching the surface there.
Yeah,
Hinduism
certainly.
and the philosophies in Hinduism and all of those things that come up over there, right? It's just it's just so much more in there
Brother
than what
Faisal is
we have.
asking about Hindu philosophy and Hindu sectarianism. I'm asking about cow poop. Like,
What?
Yeah, exactly. DeAndre's question to him was, do Hindus actually rub the poop of the cow on their bodies and
Yeah, they
all of
do.
that, right?
Is it the
They
Agwaras, I
do, and
believe?
at that
he
moment, that
explained
was the
that,
only
right?
thing I was concerned about because I remember Fawad was telling me like, dude, he's like, I went up there and there was all these Hindus defending rubbing cow poop, and I was like, really?
Yeah, saying it's
Yeah,
healthy.
exactly. Anyway,
Yeah.
let's look at this. This is interesting for all the brothers to hear.
Of formless and form. So most of the time you
Give me a second. Sorry.
Namaskaram. So in this reel we will clear the very basic concept of formless and form. So most of the time you have studied in like a lot of religions, like God is formless, means that is called like Nirakar. Nirakar means no form. But if you are actually saying that the God is limited to something, that is actually going against the concept of God. So that's why in most of the places which have kind of like complete truth, not half truth. So they will say that God is formless, but if God wants, it can come in a form in its own creation also. So the entire concept of the avatar is like that. So it's like, okay, the Vishnu or like Ram is the same form of the formless God. You understand? In Sikhism also is like that. In Buddhism also is like that. In Christian also is like that. Like if they say like, the Father will come, what is the Father? Father is the formless God, no? But he will come in a form. So the main problem with like bad religions or dharma is like they only believe that the God cannot come in the creation to manually check them.
What the
Did you
heck?
guys catch that? So
What the
did you
heck?
catch that, Ali?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
what?
caught.
What the heck?
I caught something. I don't know
So
if you guys caught what I caught, but he just
Yeah,
said
yeah. I caught it very loud and
he just
clear.
said the form of the formless God.
Yep.
Oh, that's not even
So
the worst. That's not even the worst part. The worst part is where he said, the moment you limit God in any way, it goes against God.
Gets the concept of God. Yeah, yeah.
God,
So
yeah.
limiting him to one means I'm like, wait.
yeah,
So that
and
sounds
Ali,
By that definition,
Ali,
but go ahead.
you missed this part, right? And the reason why we actually brought up God's servant was to ask him the question: how is this concept in Hinduism different from the concepts that you're
in
throwing at
Christianity.
us? That
Mm.
God the Father is formless,
Oh, miss, dang.
and the Son comes and manifests God, right? That concept is exactly the same. You're spouting the same nonsense
Espousing.
that
Exactly.
these Hindus do at us, right? It's just nonsense,
I
right?
mean,
To
Yeah.
claim that this is, and the brother, mashallah, he responds to this in the later part of his video, right? The idea of contradiction,
It's basically a
the law of
concession that
non-contradiction. Yeah.
it's basically a
mm,
concession that God is contradictory. It's
Yeah.
basically like,
Subhanallah.
yes, I concede that this property is true, but this property can also be true. It's like the Christians with the hypostatic union. It's like, yes, I concede that God is all knowing, but you can also be all knowing and ignorant at the same time. It's like
so
they're conceding that it's diametrically opposed. They just I
Hey,
don't even know how to get around it, to be honest.
so for all
DeAndre,
those,
DeAndre,
go ahead.
Ali, you know
Go ahead.
what?
Please.
I am beginning to believe that when Christianity reached India, I believe that that's where they took all of these ideas from.
Could
Wallahi.
it have come? I think it could have came before because
Because
okay,
why? Because
this no.
the Christians, there's a belief in the Christians, or from the Christian Indians or something like that Jesus went to India, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's from so this concept of I'm not saying that Christianity didn't make its way to India. I'm saying this concept of saying that there's one entity that came down in many forms. That's not just found in
Exactly.
Hinduism, it's found in religions that predate Christianity. It's in Sumerian mythology, it's in Egyptian mythology.
Of course.
And like if okay, in Egyptian mythology, you have gods fusing with one another to become another god. Like in for example, in Egyptian mythology, there's two gods, right? There's the god Ra, and basically Ra is the sun god that every pharaoh thinks
Yep.
they're the incarnation of Ra. There's a sun god Ra, and there's also
Doesn't he
the
like drive the sun every night or something?
Yeah, he
no,
does.
no, 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 no. You're wrong. Ra doesn't do that. Amun Ra does that. And who's Amun Ra? Amun Ra.
Yeah.
Amun Ra is when Ra fuses with the god Amun. They
That's
fuse
how it
together,
became Amon Ra.
and he
Wait.
became Amun Ra.
So
And
you mean to?
Amun Ra is the guy that does that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. So you mean to tell me that there's one entity
Hmm.
which contains or consists of two divine persons?
Thank you. So two
Yep.
deities, two deities, Amun and Ra, come together and become Amun Ra. There you go. And
Yeah, I see.
Mhm. So it's that concept alone is found in many different mythologies. I mean, even in Greek mythology, there's the goddess Hecate. Hecate is basically a imagine if three different women came together and became one woman with three heads.
Oh crap!
That's
I don't want to
Hecate.
imagine. I don't want to imagine what else she has become. Oh my
That's why
That's
the
God!
last
Hecate.
Oh,
time of the month.
You know what? There's one question I want to ask. There's one
Let's
question.
not even get into that, guys.
There's actually one question I want to ask Christians. All right. So one thing I know in the United States, there are these conjoined twins. You know, two white girls, right? They're born conjoined. They're born
Why do you
conjoined
say
together.
white girl?
Are they not white?
Also Asians too.
Conjoined
He's
twins.
just trying to identify them because
Yeah.
Conjoined twins exist. Apart
Obviously,
from
They
no,
do
no,
I'm
no,
exist.
they
no.
do,
I'm giving. I'm
this is
using this.
different.
Yeah, I'm using this to give a specific example, right?
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay, okay.
there's two conjoined twins,
So then
and
why
I
are you like, are they not white? It's like,
so no, it's for specifically them, right? So
okay, okay.
they basically have two heads, but they are, they have one body, they share one body, right? So the conjoined twins, I forgot what the name was, right? Now the part that kind of
Oh,
made me
Allah.
laugh was apparently, and here's the funny thing, apparently when they were going for college, they were attending college, they had to pay double the tuition for two people, but when it comes to their job, they only get one paycheck.
What the?
So when they're going to college, they have to pay two different tuitions because they're two different people, apparently. But when it comes to the job that they only get one paycheck.
Oh, that reminds me of a joke. It's very, very good, but it's not appropriate because it upsets the alphabet soup.
Oh, don't do
You
it.
know, I think I thought of a very similar joke, and it's way too rude to say. So I think I know where you are, DeAndre.
Let's not go into dirty jokes, my brothers.
No, it's not dirty. It's not dirty. It's not dirty.
Let's just
Definitely
stick
not
with the
dirty.
Dirty.
conjoined twins.
All right, let's keep things. This is a
You're
family
not
stream,
dirty,
Aquan.
just
It's
it's
definitely
family, but
not
you
No,
not
know,
dirty.
Akhwan,
Yeah,
there's
let's
yeah.
better discussions that we can have.
yeah.
Yeah.
So ultimately,
Okay.
SE and all of this. Why are we doing all of this? The reason why we even bring all of this up is to note the foundations of every religion that Muslims and Christians and Jews, people who claim to be monotheistic, would say they're pagan. But if we look at the foundations of all of
Wallahi.
those pagan religions, you have to ask yourself, if you have the same foundation, it does not matter. It does not matter what branches you use. If you have the same roots, it's the same. You have the exact same results.
You subsist
Meaning,
from the same thing.
thank you. If it's like planting a tree, if the roots are weak, if the roots are rancid and they're weak, it does not matter
Tree will rot.
what type of tree it is, the tree will not bear good fruit. It does not matter the type of tree. It could be an apple
Hey, that's
tree.
exactly what Jesus said, man.
So it is not. So look at the roots and now ask yourself, hey, how did those roots get like that? If I'm planting a tree and I see someone else who planted a tree, but the roots are weak, what am I gonna do? I'm not gonna want to plant the exact same, do the exact same thing he did because it led him to that result. If I do the exact same thing, I'm going to get the exact same result. It does not matter if I'm planting a peach tree and he's planting an apple tree. It does not matter. Weak
I
roots
know what to
equals
do,
weak
Ali.
tree. Go ahead, Aki.
According to Jesus' own mouth, I know the conclusion of that.
Mm,
That is to cut the tree and throw it in the fire.
thank you. At the roots.
Yep.
You cut the roots because even if you cut the tree, Aki, the roots will just keep on growing the same tree. So you have to go to the roots and get rid of the root and then plant a new one from scratch. And that's exactly what we Muslims, whenever we have conversations with non-Muslims, that's exactly we go with the root. We don't want to
That's
cut
where
the
we start.
we don't want to go to the branches because the branches can grow. We want to go to the roots, cut the roots out, and then
Oh my God.
plant the tree that will bear the greatest fruit, which is
Oh
Islam.
my God. Can you
100%.
please, Uncle Faisal, since Ali so beautifully is mentioning it in
Uncle
detail,
Faisal.
can you please go to the Surah, I say Surah Al-Fatih, where Allah subhanahu wa
Oh,
ta'ala speaks about the example of the believers?
what verse is this?
Which example of the believers?
So,
The example of the
sorry,
believer
which
is like
surah?
the ear, the ear of corn that is planted, and it gives 100 ears.
Surah Fatih.
It's in Surah Al-Fatih. I think it's Surah Al-Fatih or Surah Al-Fatih,
Surah
one of
Fatah.
those. or just search for it.
no. It's not Fatiha. It's in one of the. It's in the Quran, that's for sure. But
Allah is mentioning. Allah says that this example of the believer is found in the Torah and the Injil. I think it begins with
Surah
Muhammad is
Fat.
the messenger. No, Surah Ghafar. Okay, go ahead.
Give me Surah Fat, or indeed we have granted you clear triumph. Not the Surah Fat. Fateh.
Mm-hmm.
Surah Fatir or Surah All Praise to the Origin of the Heaven and the Earth.
I think it's
Alhamdulillahi Fatir samawati.
It's Surah Fat.
it's towards the end of it, no?
I believe it's in the latter. It's in the last two or
It's in the
last
last
two or three
page.
ayahs.
Yeah.
Mm.
He's the one who has sent his messenger with the right guidance, right? That one? Right. لقد صدق الله رسوله. That ayah you're talking about, right?
No.
No.
It's the one where Allah is
هو
mentioning.
الذي أرسل رسوله بالهدى. That one, right?
Continue.
Yeah, let me actually share this and then we can bring it up. And
Wait, which
inshallah
surah are you on? I think that you're on the wrong
read
surah.
this.
Surah Fat.
Fat or
here it is.
Fatir? Like which
Surah
surah?
Fat.
Fath. Fat.
Fat. Okay. I thought you said
Surah
Fatir. That's why
Fat.
I was.
Okay.
I was
My bad.
asking.
Number 48.
My Jamaican, Nigerian, Indian accent. My bad.
Oh, it's okay.
All right.
It's okay. That's okay.
Okay. هو الذي أرسل رسوله بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهر على الدين كله وكفى بالله شهيدا. He is the one who has sent his messenger with the right guidance and the religion of truth, making it prevail over all others, and sufficient is Allah as a witness.
Keep going.
Brother Aladdin is there. Akhi, can you take a look at that? This Muhammadur Rasulullah والذين معه أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم تراهم ركعا سجدا يبتغون فضلا من الله ورزوانا سيماهم في وجوههم من أثر السجود ذلك مثلهم في التوراة ومثلهم في الإنجيل كزرع أخرج شطأه فأزره فاستوى على سوقه يعجب زراع ليغيظ به الكفار وعد الله الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات منهم مغفرة وأجرا عظيما. Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, and those with him are firm with the disbelievers and compassionate with one another. You see them bowing and prostrating in prayer, seeking Allah's bounty and pleasure. The sign of brightness can be seen on their faces from the traces of prostrating in prayer. This is their description in the Torah. And their parable in the Gospel is that of a seed that sprouts in its tiny branches, making it strong. Then it becomes thick, standing firm on its stem, to the delight of the planters. In this way, Allah makes the believers a source of dismay for the disbelievers. To those of them who believe and do good, Allah has promised forgiveness and a great reward.
You mentioned that it stands on its stems, on its roots, right?
Yeah. Give me a second. I'm actually going to try and see if I can. Subhanallah, this is like amazing when you think about this. Let me actually.
Wallahi, I feel like crying. Wallahi, it's so deep.
Where did Brother Aladdin go? Thought he came up.
I think I scared him away.
How'd you do that?
I don't know, man. I just exist.
Ali,
I just exist.
You're a contradiction, Ali.
I was
There
just
you
gonna
go.
say that. You're a contradiction, Ali.
Oh, okay. You just said I'm nothing. Come on now, that hurts.
you exist and you don't exist at the same time, Ali. It's just
Amazing.
your mirage.
MashaAllah.
So
Bring
I
Uncle
had.
Aladdin. I want to hear him talk to.
I don't think he came up. He actually left. But there's a couple of things I'm hoping that we can actually react to this. This is interesting. I'm just bringing up
I'm getting shivers all
those
over my
videos.
body. SubhanAllah.
There we go.
Oh, Brother Aladdin is here. Great. So this is something I think we should bring up. And Brother Aladdin, good that you're here as well, Akhi. Assalamu
السلام
alaikum.
عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى
Assalamu alaikum
وبركاته.
wa rahmatullahi wa
Wa alaikum salam wa
Wa alaikum
وعليكم
rahmatullah.
salam
السلام
wa
ورحمة الله
rahmatullah.
تعالى وبركاته.
How is everybody today إن شاء الله؟
وعليكم السلام.
Alhamdulillah.
الحمد لله
Alhamdulillah.
الحمد لله.
Great to see you, mashallah.
لا, great to see you all ما شاء الله. You make my day when I see all of you ما شاء الله getting together and I look at all of you smiling because the smile is a
Oh
صدقة
no.
in Islam.
You make our day too, Uncle Aladdin.
لا حبيبي والله الابتسامة صدقة. Prophet Muhammad said that you smile is a
Oh,
charity.
Sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
So when you smile ما شاء الله alhamdulillah you are giving charity to everybody. May Allah reward you for that. بارك الله فيك.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
I'm here as an old man like always to disturb you with my
No,
nonsense.
you don't. Astaghfirullah.
I'm happy Ali is
Astaghfirullah.
smiling. Alhamdulillah.
You see the big laughter you put on Ali?
I wanted to make Ali smile. So Ali and Yahya are smiling.
He said every time.
No, Akhi, I want to add something. I want to speak about also, if you don't mind me, two misconceptions was mentioned in another channel. Brother Neil was there and Brother DeAndre was there. And the answer was not good enough, actually, because the person who answered the question, he started talking about the Bible. He never mentioned anything about the Quran. And the question was actually about the Holy Quran. And actually, I uploaded the video just around 15 hours ago, answering those misconceptions, which has been asked many, many, many long time ago. But allow me, please, with all the respect to you, to mention the name
do so.
of
We will
the
mute
person
ourselves.
this time. I would like to mention the name of the person this time. And I made a video as a gift for him. And I want him to hear this, to go to the video and watch the video. So he will know the correct answer from the Holy Quran according to Islam, not according to Christianity. Because when someone asks me about Islam, I can't talk about Christianity, but after I will answer his question from Islamic perspective, clarify the misconception, then after that, say whatever you want about the Bible. But don't go to the Bible and forget all about his question about Islam. Now, there were two questions. The first question was, Nasallallahu al-Afiyah. It was about the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that was in the channel of Ramzi. And the one who brought the claim is Brother Ramzi from a Christian guy who I am aware of. I've known him since he started in YouTube. He used to be a street preacher and he's an Arab. And this guy always preach, Nel, this guy is good for you because he preach more in Latino than in English. And he traveled too much to Latin America. Yeah, he traveled too much to Latin America. After Ramzi uploaded his video now, and I saw the guy, I know the guy. I challenged him so many times, and he never accepted to challenge any Muslim. He is uneducated neither in Islam or in Christianity. His knowledge is really so limited. So talking to that such guy is a waste of time. Now, the most important for me is the two claims that he brought. Two silly claims. Number one, he asked a question. Someone asked in the stream, not that guy. That guy let you know asked a question, and he said, according to the Ten Commandments, says, "Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord, the God, in vain."
Yes.
Now, I'm talking about this guy, Neil. He's preaching too much in Latino. So yeah, he speaks too much in Latino. So unfortunately, our beloved young brother, mashallah, Ramzi is doing good da'wah, but he totally ignored Islam and he started talking about the Bible. Now, I will answer this claim in an Islamic perspective. Now, when this man came and he said, "Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord, the God, in vain," he said, Muslims always come and say, Ya Allah, Ya Allah. So they use the name of Allah in vain, but they don't say Ya Muhammad. So they give more honor to Muhammad than Allah. So one of the mistakes that Brother Ramzi did here, when we say Ya Allah, we don't use the name of Allah in vain. That's not
No,
in
we
vain.
don't.
That's why he did not answer you. You did not answer him this. In Arabic, it says, لا تنطق باسم الرب إلهك باطلا. Batil means vain. When we say Ya Allah, we call grammatically Ya as harf munada. It's a munada. So when we say Ya Allah, we are seeking the help of Allah. We are praying to Allah. We are making supplication to Allah. We honor to Allah. We are calling to Allah. We are connected to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to honor
It's a word
Allah,
of
the
calling.
only creator. We don't put Allah in vain as he claimed when we say Ya Allah. So this is why you are calling Ya Allah. And it was used in the Holy Quran. Ulama in general, all madhahib, all ulama in general. None of them said no. They said that the same term was used in the Holy Quran by saying Allahumma. Allahumma in the Arabic language means Ya Allah. So if you read in Surah Al-Imran, verse 26, قُلْ اللهم مالك الملك تؤتي الملك من تشاء. Allahumma means Ya Allah. Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 114, قال عيسى ابن مريم اللهم. So he was saying Ya Allah. Surah Al-Anfal, verse 32, وإذ قالوا اللهم إن كان هذا هو الحق. Allahumma Ya Allah. Surah Al-Zumar, verse 46, اللهم فاطر السماوات والأرض. Ya Allah. So the word Ya Allah was used actually in the Holy Quran, but in a form of Allahumma, which is the same Ya Allah. So when we say Ya Allah, we glorify Allah. Now, why don't we say Ya Muhammad? Because we Muslims, when seek help and mercy or anything, we seek it from Allah, not from a human being. So if we say Ya Muhammad, that's already polytheism. That's already shirk. That's already included Muhammad with Allah, which is haram for us as Muslims. So therefore, we don't say Ya Muhammad. We only seek Allah, not Prophet Muhammad. So this is an answer for the term, not yet finished. Now, Allah said also in Surah Al-Furqan and Surah Al-Zukhruf, Al-Furqan, verse 30, وَقَالَ الرَّسُولُ يَا رَبِّ إِنَّ قَوْمِي. Al-Rasul قال Ya Rabb. Ya Rabb is Ya Allah. Surah Al-Zukhruf, verse 88, Ya Rabb, inna hawla qawmun la yu'minun. Ya Rabb, it's Ya Allah. Now, if you go to the Arabic version of the Bible, this guy is an Arab. The Arabic version of the Bible says Ya Rabb, Ya Rabb, exactly like the Holy Quran. So does that mean that you put the name of your God also in vain? You read in Matthew chapter 7, verse 21. ليس كل من يقول لي يا رب يا رب يدخل ملكوت السماوات. Not everyone who called me, oh my Lord, in the kingdom of heaven. So in the Arabic language said Ya Rab, Ya Rab. So when you called your Rab here, your Lord, that's that according to your logic, you put your God also in vain. If you read also in Psalm chapter 30, verse 10, استمع يا رب وارحمني يا رب كن معينا لي. Oh Lord, have mercy upon me and be a helper to me. So when you say استمع يا رب وارحمني يا رب كن معونا me, it's like saying in Islam, استمع يا Allah وارحمني. Oh Allah, listen to me. Oh Ya Rab, listen to me and have mercy on me. So you are using also the name of your God according to your logic in vain. Subhanallah. Then also you can read this in the Hadith, Sahih. Hadith of Mahjan bin al-Adra. قال دخل رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم المسجد فإذا هو برجل قد قضى صلاته وهو يتشهد وهو يقول اللهم إني أسألك يا الله إني أسألك يا الله الأحد الصمد الذي لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد أن تغفر لي ذنوبي. When the Prophet Muhammad entered the masjid, he found a Muslim, one of his companions. His name was Mahjan bin al-Adra. He finished from his salah and he was making a dua. And his dua, he said, Ya Allahul Ahad. So he used the term, Ya Allah. So he was calling for Allah. At the end, he called and said, Ya Allah, اغفر لي ذنوبي. So he was asking for Allah to forgive his sin, like you said in Psalm chapter 30, verse 10, Ya Rabb irhamni. So in Islam, it's permissible to say, Ya Allah, seeking the forgiveness of Allah, seeking the mercy of Allah, calling for Allah to be with us, like in Christianity. But according to your logic, you destroy the meaning of Ya Allah in Christianity and Islam because of your ignorance in Islam, in Christianity, and first of all in the Arabic
Subhanallah.
language. So this is the
Wallahi,
answer
you
for.
have to make a video out of this and post it. Wallahi,
Akhi,
it's
I made a
amazing.
video. I made a video, I said just 15 hours ago. And I mentioned the name of Brother Ramsey. And I forward the video to Brother Ramsey. And I want you, Neil, to tell Brother Ramsey to watch the video. And please, this time I will
Inshallah.
mention him by name. I love this young brother. He's at the age of my son. I love him for the sake of Allah. Habibi Ramsey, you are doing a good job for the sake of Allah. But when someone asks you about Islam, answer directly from Islamic perspective. Answer according to Quran and Sunnah. Then go to the Bible. Don't jump onto his Bible, start attacking his Bible, and forget about Islam. This is not the correct way of da'wah. I love you for the sake of Allah. If you don't have knowledge, don't answer. Say, I do not know. Don't be ashamed of that. If I do not know, I will tell you, wallahi, at my age, 60 years old, I do not know. So it doesn't mean that Islam lack. It's me who lack knowledge, not Islam. Never answer a question if you have no knowledge about. Never, ever. Don't do that. It is haram. It is one of the greatest major sin, Ibn Baz rahimahullah said, and he quote verses from the Holy Quran and Hadith, that if you speak about Islam without no knowledge, you commit one of the greatest major sin in Islam. So avoid that, barakallah fiqh. I am telling you this out of my heart and my love to you for the sake of Allah. Don't do it again. Don't speak about Islam if you have no knowledge. The second question that was asked at the beginning about the oneness of Allah. One Allah. The question was, Allah says in the Quran, and I think the questioner was a Muslim or Christian, I don't know. The question was, the oneness of Allah. Allah says in the Quran, لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ, nothing like unto him. Why not the oneness of Allah can be like the one on earth? So he wants to make the oneness of Allah equal to one that we have on earth. Subhanallah. He was supposed to answer very simple. We always go to chapter 112, Surah Al-Ikhlas. He never mentioned anything about Islam. Surah Al-Ikhlas says, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ اللَّهُ الصَّمَدُ لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. I'm sure all of you are aware of that. Now, the most important thing in this chapter, the key word is ahad. Ahad. That is the key word that talks about the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Why is that? Saying ahad about Allah is a unique way of a stylistic. طريقة أسلوبية فريدة من نوعها in the Arabic language. In the Arabic, listen to this very carefully, please, and write these notes whenever anyone asks you about the oneness of Allah, if it's equal to the oneness of a human being, number one or not. That's what the scholar says. In the Arabic language, the word al-wahad or wahad has second and third, and it has feminine form. As for the word ahad, doesn't have neither a second and a third, nor a feminine form. The word wahad comes as a description of everything, but the word ahad is a description of Allah alone. The word wahad can be divided into 2/2 or 3/4, but the word ahad cannot be divided whatsoever. The word wahad does not mean absolute denial. For example, like you say or I say, you did not kill wahad. That means you killed more than one. But the word ahad means 100% absolute denial, categorical denial. For example, like saying, I did not kill ahad. That means you didn't kill anyone. The word wahad can be used, listen to this, to reasonable person, sane person, and unreasonable person, insane person. But the word wahad used only for reasonable person, sane person. Only as this is a position of honor. The word wahad begins with a weak soft letter in the Arabic language, but the word ahad begins with a hamza, which is a very strong letter in Arabic language, like saying ahad. Ah comes from your throat. It's a heavy letter, ahad. The word ahad is a description of a number, not a number, but wahad. It is a number that has second, third, and fourth. I'll give you an example about the word ahad in the Holy Quran to prove you that it is one, oneness of Allah, and it can be used as one number, like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Holy Quran, when he combined the word ahad with another number in a context of the meaning, became like al-wahad or wahad, that has second, third, and fourth, like saying ahad, ahada ashhur, because ahad shahar. I'll give you an example. Ya abati inni ra'aytu ahada ashara kawkaban in Surah Yusuf, chapter 12, verse 4. Ya abati inni ra'aytu ahada ashara. Ashara is 10. It was combined with the word ahada. So ahada and ashara together, that's already 11. So Yusuf was saying, Ya abati inni ra'aytu ahada ashara kawkaban. I've seen 11. So ahad was added to 10, and this is an evidence that ahad is one. So I hope that this answered those two misconceptions that was brought in the other channel. I am sorry if I disturbed you, or
Jazakallah
if I
khair.
caught your discussion, if I bothered anybody. I don't mean to offend nobody. I do apologize if I offended Brother Ramzi in a way. I don't mean, Ya Akhi Habibi, Barakallah fi. You are a good brother. You have a lot of followers.
But
MashaAllah, may Allah reward you for that.
yeah,
Always speak about Islam. If you have no knowledge, don't speak about it. Don't bring it out.
okay, just one thing I would say. Just use softer words. Like this is the sunnah of the Sahabas and Sahabiyat, and especially like whenever we hear from um, our mother Aisha radiallahu anha, she would always be very gentle about any of the Muslims around her who may have committed some mistake or something, right? So yes, the brother may have forgotten this, or he may be something. So just to use softer words, he so that uh, it's it's easier for him to accept it as well, inshallah.
Jazakallah khair for the advice. I accept it from you, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. But by nature, I am not was so harsh. By nature, I am loud by voice. This is my
No
nature.
worries, Akhi. No worries.
No. Honestly,
Yeah.
that's my nature. And I said, if I offended, I do apologize. And I said that several times.
Yeah.
I asked the brother several times, so many times in the past, to the
No
point that
worries.
he is not allowing me to join his live stream. No. Just be honest, yeah. I'm not harsh on him. I am not there to be over him or to steal his show. I am there
No
to
worries.
answer for the sake of Allah. I told you several times, I'm 60 years old. I don't think I think about this dunya anymore, wallahi. All I care about now is my qabr, my grave, the life hereafter at my age.
Yeah.
So I do it for the sake of Allah, not for any personal benefit. I don't need anything from this dunya anymore. I've got everything, alhamdulillah, you can imagine and you cannot imagine in this dunya. Alhamdulillah, I'm satisfied with my life.
Alhamdulillah.
So I am looking just to spread correct knowledge. So if I die in the future, Prophet Muhammad says, إذا مات بني آدم قطع عمله إلا من ثلاث. One of them is صدقة جارية. If a human being or a person died, a Muslim died, your deeds stopped, cut off of everything except three things. One of them is charity that you leave. أو علم ينتفع به. So I'm leaving a knowledge that hopefully will benefit others as صدقة جارية from me, so everybody can listen to it in the far future and learn from it and spread it for the sake of Allah. Imagine when we are dead, there is nothing. Like if you are riding a taxi, meter is running. As long as the taxi is running, the meter is running. If the taxi stop, meter stop. Now when we die, like the meter of the taxi, meter stop, except in one thing. And one of those things, علم ينتفع به and صدقة جارية, knowledge that you leave after your death, and charity, صدقة جارية. So when you are in the grave, meters keep running away even though you stop. Bad deeds stop. Good deeds is still running because you left it before you die. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you see, يغير الحسن يبدل الحسنات بالسيئات. Allah change your bad deeds with good deeds. And while you are there, every good deeds come, delete bad deeds. So imagine while you are in the grave, you are dead, everything stop, but your a'mal is still there. That you did you live as a charity. You live like what you are doing, mashallah, here in your channel. After a long, long time, mashallah, may Allah give you a long life. You see, this will remain as a charity for you. That will come to our graves, inshallah, by the will of Allah. Jazakumullah khair, barakallah
Inshallah.
fikum. You are fed up with me, I
Wafikum
know that.
barakallah.
You are fed up with me, I know that.
Ameen, and may Allah accept it from all
You
of
are
us.
fed up of me, I know that. Yes, tell me.
No, hey,
No,
we always
so
loved you growing up.
subhanallah.
In fact,
I
I was
do.
gonna
I do
say,
have one request from Brother Aladdin, though.
Sure, sure. Go ahead, brother.
Can you show us your beautiful smile, Aki?
Not now. I am not wearing properly,
No, no, no.
please.
Yes, 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 yes. Before you leave, yes.
he
Okay.
said no.
But I no, I would, but I'm responsible about what I'm wearing. I mean, that's
All
okay.
right.
I'm warning you. Oh,
Allah.
yo, I'll show my face. You see? I just show
All
my
right,
face.
okay.
I don't want to tell a woman.
Alhamdulillah.
You see, you see it? You see it? You see it? Are you happy?
Yeah, mashallah, mashallah.
Alhamdulillah.
Now,
Allahumma
before
barik.
I go, I will add something. You were talking about the verse that brother use quote from the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Fatih, verse 28. يا أخي, you read the same thing actually as well in Surah At-Tawbah, verse 33, and Surah Al-Saf, verse 9. هو الذي أرسل رسوله بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على الدين ولو كره المشركون. That's Surah At-Tawbah, verse 33, and Surah Al-Saf, verse 9. هو الذي أرسل رسوله بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على الدين ولو كره المشركون. So you can read it as well in those two verses. So it was هو الذي أرسل رسوله بالهدى ودين الحق was mentioned 3 times in the Holy Quran. At-Tawbah 33, As-Saf 9, and Al-Fatih 28. Barakallah fikum. Now I will stay in the corner, shut my mouth, and listen to you.
You wanted to say is that it's very profound what you know your explanation. Allah barik fik.
Brother DeAndre, can you hear me, Habibi, the young
I
brother?
I can hear you, Akhi. What's up?
I offered you something in the past, but you ignored me totally. But
Oh, that's right.
my offer is still on the table. If you want me to do it through any one of those brothers that you choose on the screen, I have no problem. I hope that you still remember my offer for you. It is
Akhi,
still
of
on the
course.
table. No,
Akhi,
it is
of
still
course I
on the
remember.
table for you, inshallah. And what I
Inshallah.
promise you will come all the way to you from Saudi Arabia up to
Allahu
wherever you
Akbar.
are, or
Allahu
from the
Akbar.
Philippines, wherever, even wallahi, if you are in Mars, I'll send it to you to Mars.
Allah.
Nah, brother. Nah, Akhi,
I
of
will
course
do
I didn't
this for the
forget.
sake of Allah.
For the
I
sake of
don't want
Allah.
anything
May
from
Allah
you.
accept it from you. May
Nothing,
Allah accept it
nothing.
from you.
Just dua. So if you are interested, try to reach me, and I will do it, inshallah.
I
I
wouldn't
think
know. I wouldn't know how to reach you, but I'll see if.
DeAndre,
It's
inshallah, we will handle it. Bismillah, with Uncle
It's very
Aladdin.
simple through my channel. Any comment under my channel, anything, it's easy. It's not so difficult to reach handsome old man like me.
Oh, okay,
All right.
okay.
I'll contact you, inshallah, on his behalf of Uncle Aladdin, inshallah, and so that he
Jazakallah
can.
khair. Now I'll keep quiet. I'll shut down. You carry
All
on.
right. Okay, so we do have Jesus Christ is King in the back chat. We know who he is. When he speaks, you would all remember who this guy is. So
What
you're
did
up on the
he is on
stage.
last week?
Uncle Aladdin, stay.
Let's hear him. Go ahead. Jesus Christ is
Hello.
King.
How
Oh
you all
my
doing?
gosh. Okay.
All
Let me
right.
remember.
All right.
So there's quite a lot of things that definitely we've had our conversations before as well, Sheldon. So the question really, if you saw the discussion today earlier on, we actually and we showed that video again here. The very concept of God that you guys bring up, it's exactly the same concept that the Hindus also subscribe to, and basically a pagan concept. So do you still feel that that is correct?
Yes, I don't believe it has any connection to what Hindus believe.
No, Hindus believe exactly the same idea.
They don't believe the exact same idea. Not the same.
What's the inherent symmetry break? Why should they be treated separate?
Well, I'm not an expert in Hindu theology.
You just made a claim about it.
Well, I can make a claim about something and not be an expert about it. I mean, you guys make claims about Christianity without being experts about it all the time. So
Yeah, but if
We don't need to
someone
be experts.
if I make a claim about Christianity and then someone asks me a question and then I say, well, I'm not an expert, it's just like a form of kind of retracting from if I get something wrong, I can just fall back on that. It's like I make a claim about Christianity. If someone asks me a question, they can ask me a question. I'm not gonna be like, well, I'm not a scholar.
Should we read that Indian that statement from the Hindus? I think we should
Bring it up again. Okay, let
bring
me
it up
do that.
again. Yeah.
And the reason why we're asking this of you is because the only concept of God, Sheldon, that negates that statement is the concept of God in Islam. So let's bring this up and
well, I would
tell
argue
us
also the
how,
concept of God that's in Judaism.
even with Judaism, there's
Yeah,
some
even
problems.
with
So
Judaism, there's problems with it.
yeah. So let's go over this.
Namaskaram. So in this reel, we will clear the very basic concept of formless and form.
Oh,
So
I'm
most of the
beginning to
time,
not
you have
stand this
studied in
guy's
like
voice.
a lot of religions, like God is formless. Means that is called like Nirakar. Nirakar means no form. But if you are actually saying that the God is limited to something, that is actually going against the concept of God. So that's why in most of the places which have kind of like complete truth, not half truth. So they will say that God is formless, but if God wants, it can come in a form in its own creation also. So the entire concept of the avatar is like that. So it's like, okay, the Vishnu or like Ram is the same form of the formless God. You understand?
That's it.
In Sikhism also is like that. In Buddhism also is like that. In Christian also is like that. Like if they say like, the Father will come, what is the Father? Father is the formless God, no? But he will come in a form.
Did you hear what he said at the end?
Yes,
Do
and
you
there
want
are
me
a
to
couple of
just
problems
get
with
him
that.
repeat that? Let me actually
No, I
just
heard what he
repeat that
said,
part.
but there were very
Are you good with it?
good with what?
Yeah.
People are
Do
talking
you
over.
agree? Do you agree what he was talking
Yeah,
about?
do
That
you
the
agree
Father
with
is a
that?
formless God, and that He has a form that is the Son, according to you guys, Nauzubillah, right? And that the same concept is there in how many other religions? Buddhism,
No, that's not what
Sikhism.
Trinity teaches.
Sikhism,
And Hinduism.
Hinduism, right?
Yep.
The idea that there's a formless God
Mm.
and that He has His avatar or His
Avatars.
forms on this earth.
Yeah.
Are you
Yes, that's
denying
not
that?
entirely what the Trinity teaches, and he
No, are
was
you
going
denying that?
into the
Are you
assumption.
denying the concept?
Yes, that's not the true concept of the
Okay,
Trinity.
tell us how then it
Well,
doesn't.
we say that Jesus is the image of the invisible God, yes, but we do not claim that it's God in that form. We don't claim that the Father takes the form of Jesus, but that Jesus is a separate person in and of
Is Father God?
Did
itself.
you wait? What? No, that's not even what the guy said.
Yeah, I know. And this is probably
No, that is
something
what he
which
said.
has to be clarified.
No,
No,
it's
no, no.
not
You
what he
don't
said.
understand it.
The
Hold on.
avatars are forms of the one God. And with the Trinity, Jesus is
The
not a form of the
formless.
Father. So the
What
argument
is?
that you're trying
What
to
do
make
you
is,
understand by the term form here? What is he talking about?
he's talking about form being sort of like a materialistic thing. Yes,
It could be
materialistic
the
image.
image, right? So that's the exact term that he used. That
The form of the
Jesus
formless
is the
God
form
sounds
of
like the image
God.
of the invisible God.
That's
What's the
not
difference?
entirely. The image of the invisible
What's the
God.
difference?
I'll tell you what the difference is. When we
Good.
say that Jesus is the image of the invisible God, we're not saying that it's God in a form in a materialistic form. We're saying that Jesus encompasses and shows everything that God essentially is.
But wait a
So
second. Wait a
Jesus is
second.
not God, according to you.
He's
He
he's
is God,
contradicted.
but
You're
it's through
contradicting
him that
yourself then.
we. How am I contradicting myself?
Let him finish up. So Jesus is not God according to you, or
No,
Jesus is
Jesus
God?
is God.
Jesus is God. So
Yes.
is he God here on earth?
No, he's not God. What do you mean? Is he God here on earth?
Was he God when he was on earth?
Yes,
Okay.
he was.
So
So then,
Go
but if
ahead,
I
Afan.
said, did you?
Ge- ge-
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna step away for a few minutes, so you guys can take like 5 minutes between each other to have this conversation, because I
It's okay.
know
It's okay.
this is gonna be jumping around from
yeah.
Okay.
Sheldon.
So in other words, you're basically agreeing with the Hindu concept that the brother explained in the video.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that.
That
No,
God
I'm not
having
agreeing
no
with it.
form. Wait. With God having no form, when Jesus came on earth, he was a God on earth. So therefore, God took a form and became a man. Isn't that the Christian belief?
Yes, but it's not the same as the Hindu belief.
Okay,
The
so
Hindu
that
belief,
answers it.
That is
no,
exactly.
it doesn't. The Hindu belief, as the guy explained in the video, is that their formless God takes the forms of avatars. That is not what the Trinity
Okay, so what is the
teaches.
difference? What is the difference then between
The
Jesus?
difference is that each person is eternal and has always been there, and each person is not the other person. Meaning that when Jesus comes and takes the form of a man, it's not the Father taking the form of a man. It's not the same as the Hindu concept of what you guys are trying to prove. You guys are trying to make a connection that isn't there, essentially. I'll give it to you guys that they are very similar, and you can make an
Okay.
argument about their similarity, but they're not exactly the same. And what you guys are trying to
Wait
say
a minute.
by,
Wait a minute.
what you guys are trying to do by
Beautiful.
saying
So
they're the
so
same is
does Christianity's concept of God have an inherent similarity with Hinduism's concept of God? Yes or no?
Yeah, you can make similarities to it. That doesn't really
Okay, so
change
it's similar
much,
then.
so.
So it's similar. It's also
Yeah.
pretty damn similar.
So
They
it is the
believe in
same.
roughly the same
It's
exact
not
things
the
that you
same,
believe in.
nor is it roughly the same.
Certainly is.
So there's no
No,
way
it
you
isn't.
deny it now. You just agreed.
I do deny it. I said that they are similar to an
We're
extent.
not
That you can
denying
make
anything,
an
man.
argument that they're similar, but I never made the claim that they are exactly the same or anywhere
The Christians
Whether they.
believe that
close to the same.
Mm-hmm.
Sheldon, how are they different though? It's how are they different though? I mean, in one sense or another, both groups, Christians and Hindus, claim to be monotheists. However, doctrines and theologies contradict that statement. Tell me how is it different for a Christian versus how is it different for a Hindu?
Well, like I said, I'm not going to speak on Hindu theology because I'm not an expert on Hindu theology. I am an expert on Trinitarian theology, and I know for sure that they are different. And you could make the argument that Hindus are not monotheists, but Christians are. So.
buddy, I don't even think you want to go there, because
Well, I really don't. I had a question I wanted to come up with.
The moment you go into Trinity, man, that's when you go to heathenism, man.
the moment you get into LPT, I'm gonna ask you a very basic question, and you're not even gonna be able to know it. So let's just not even get there. What's your question, buddy?
Yeah. Well, my question is, because it's the reason why I've been gone from these streams for an incredibly long period of time.
Yeah.
I've been researching the book of Daniel, and I've come up with what I believe a very strong claim for it to support the time in which it was written. And my question to you guys is, if I can show you a good amount of evidence to support that the book of Daniel was written around the time that most scholars claim the Bible, or most scholars say the Bible claims it's written by, roughly around the 6th or 7th century BC, what would you guys think of that?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I think of that, and then I'm gonna tell you what these brothers might think of that. Okay, because I don't care. Right, I'm gonna say it
So,
bluntly.
but that's the thing.
One
If I
second,
can
one second, one
prove that
second,
it
one
was
second, one
written,
second,
hold
one
on, 'cause you don't
second,
understand what I'm trying to say.
one second.
trying
I
to-
understand
He's not even
exactly.
done with his statement.
I
Hold on,
understand
bro.
exactly what you're trying to say. I know. I understand there's debate.
I get it. I get it.
I understand that there's a debate going on between when Daniel was written. I understand that. I understand that. Even if I grant you that Daniel is textually written around that time, and I know some of the brothers here are not going to want to grant you that. But even if I grant you, it won't matter to me. What is that's not going to make me be less of a Muslim. It's going to make me be more of a Muslim because like I made a whole presentation about how Daniel prophesies Islam. Did you not catch that? I did an internal consistency where I granted Daniel before. Why would I not grant it now? It would not matter to me one bit.
So
Maybe
I'm wondering what's the point he's trying to make.
if Ali was here, he would be like, "No, I don't want to grant you that." But he doesn't
Brother
have.
DeAndre, I have a question for Sheldon.
Go ahead, Akhi.
Sheldon, can you tell us exactly what side of Christianity do you hold to?
What
Are
do you
you
mean?
Catholic, Protestant, evangelical, what?
Oh, you're asking for my denomination.
Yes.
I don't hold a denomination.
Okay.
Sir, not denomination.
What does this supposed claim that you're gonna make prove that your understanding of Christianity is true?
Good question.
I'm not trying
Considering
to
you're gonna
prove my
have a whole
understanding of
bunch of other
Christianity.
denominations maybe make the same claim and say that they're true, not you.
I don't even know how that proves
Well,
Christianity true to begin with, but
I'm not trying to. First, I'm not trying to prove that my stance of Christianity is true when I ask this.
So what are you trying to prove then?
Well, like
Are you
I
trying
said,
to
if
prove
I
the
can prove
authenticity of
to you,
Daniel and the
Hold
Bible?
up, Neil.
yes,
Hold up.
if I
Let
can
him
prove
make
to
let him
you,
make the claim, and then we'll deal with it.
if I can
Okay,
prove
okay.
to you that Daniel, or I can't prove 100%, but I could give what I believe a good amount of evidence to suggest that it was written around the 6th and 7th century.
So what
Which
does that prove, though?
I'll tell you what it proves. It proves that the book would have to be divinely inspired because it speaks of events that did not happen until around the 2nd and 3rd century BC, such as what happened with Alexander the Great and his kingdom. And so, if you can prove that it was written around the 6th and 7th century, you have to accept that book as divinely inspired. Otherwise, how are you going to reconcile the fact that it prophesizes Alexander the Great's kingdom along with the fall of Babylon?
Very
Who said
simple.
that that's making that point?
Then
I'm sorry?
Who said that it's prophesizing about Alexander?
What do you mean?
What
Is
do you
he
mean?
the
What
only
do I?
person?
You not just remember what you said 2 seconds ago?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question. Could you just repeat that?
You're saying that it prophesizes about the kingdom of Alexander.
Yes.
Okay, so what?
Well, like I said, these events didn't happen until hundreds of years later, past the time that Daniel is supposedly supposed to have been written.
Supposed that you can't prove 100%.
Yes, you
You
can't
said,
prove 100%, but you
Just
can give
you
a
said
very
that you
strong amount
cannot.
of evidence.
Sheldon, I'm gonna say this
Yeah,
again to
I
you.
said that. You can't prove that it's 100%, but you can
Okay,
provide
then
more
you're
evidence.
contradicting yourself already.
Well, I'm not.
One
Again, I
second,
never
Akhan,
said you
one
could
second,
prove it
Akhan.
100%.
One second, Akhan.
What I'm trying to say is that I could give there is enough evidence. The evidence to support that it was written around the time it claims to have been written around greatly outweighs the evidence that supports that it was written around what most scholars say 2 BC. And the one reason why scholars say that it's written around 2 BC is because they are not open-minded enough to accept prophecy. Meaning when they read the book of Daniel and see that it talks about people like Alexander the Great, and they are not open to prophecy, they have to come to the conclusion that it was written during a time that these events would have been known, which is the reason why most scholars settle upon the fact that it's written around the 2nd century BC. But
do you
there's
know
way more evidence to suggest that it was written around the 6th or 7th century.
do you know the arguments they use? Because surely scholars have debated this, and I'm sure that their books aren't filled with we can't accept. You're basically what you're doing is you're basically saying I'm gonna hand wave dismiss every single scholar because
Well,
I
no,
say so.
like I said, there are a lot of a lot of scholars say a lot of different things, but from my research, that's the
Exactly.
main reason as to why scholars do say that it's written around the 2nd century BC.
Why?
It's because
Okay.
because
What
it speaks
arguments
of events that would only be known around the 2nd century BC.
do
And
you know?
because
What
they are not
arguments scholars
open to
make?
prophecy, I know a couple.
You know, a
Okay.
couple. So then
Yeah.
those would be the reasons. Not I don't like prophecy or whatever. You just said.
Well, like I said the main reason. I didn't say that was the only reason. There are lots of reasons as to why scholars debate that it's written around that. But
So
when you
there's a
actually
lot of
research,
reasons, but you cherry pick the one that suits your
I can
narrative.
quite literally.
no,
Here's
like
a
I said, that's
problem.
the main reason.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here's a problem. I can literally do the same thing to you. I can literally cherry pick all of the evangelical scholars, and I can be like, the reason they say that, like I can literally do this with New Testament preservation, for instance. I can literally cherry pick like the vast minority of scholarship that say the New Testament or the Gospels are preserved, and I can be like, the main reason they actually say this is because they're not open-minded to accepting the fact that their religion could be false, and hence they have to taint the narrative. It's literally just poisoning the well. It makes no
That's
sense.
entirely the same, because the reason why I say that it's the main argument is because every other argument that scholars give to support that it was written around the 2nd century BC is not strong evidence.
Then go debate with
It's
them.
not.
Why are you debating Muslims on this topic?
Well, I'm not debating about it. My question wasn't it wasn't an invitation for a debate. It was I simply asked you that if I could show you enough evidence to prove
But you
that it
haven't
was written
shown us
around this
evidence,
time.
though, Sheldon. You haven't mentioned the evidence yet.
Yeah,
But even
because
if you do
because
show
I don't have the
evidence,
time right now. So
one
I
second.
came on asking the
Okay, I'm sorry.
question.
First of all, only basing it on Alexander the Great is not enough, because if you're
I'm not only basing it on Alexander the Great. I have a lot more information. But
because if
I
you
just came asking the question because I
right,
currently don't have enough time to have a full-on discussion.
Okay,
So
that's
I would
fine.
come
like
on,
to
bro.
just ask you the
Sheldon,
question. If you're open to
just
it,
one
then I'll come
second.
on another time.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. For me personally, you can go on another time when, because I don't even think Ali's here, when those guys are on, because they will be happy to discuss that with you. I don't care. I am willing to grant you that Daniel was written when you think it was written. I did an entire presentation about how Daniel makes the case for Islam. The title is why aren't you Muslim yet? Daniel being written around that time is not a reason why you shouldn't be Muslim. It's a reason why you should be.
Not entirely, because you only proved that Daniel chapter 7 and Daniel chapter 2 support Islam.
Precisely the point. So if they support it and you believe that you can show evidence that they're written contemporary,
So you're
then
gonna
it
claim
still
that the
supports my
Bible is true,
point.
the Christianity
It
is true.
still supports my point. I'm granting you the preservation. I literally don't care about that. It's not a subject I'm studying. It's not a subject that I'm particularly interested in either. These brothers here, Brother Fuad and Adi in particular, will be jumping for joy to school you on that. And I will let them do it. But I'm not. I'll put it simple as that.
I stand with DeAndre.
Any brothers want to say anything? I apologize. Come on.
No, it's okay, DeAndre.
No.
I stand with your point, DeAndre. I mean, if you in fact, this is your challenge. If you can prove to us that that prophecy that you're mentioning in the book of Daniel, okay, does not disprove Islam, then you have nothing to stand upon.
Yeah. I mean, I did a presentation on Sahih. You were there for that.
Yeah, I was there. Have you seen the presentation, Sheldon? Were you there?
I don't know where he's gone.
We lost him. We lost him.
No. Subhanallah. I just wanted to add something before he leaves.
Go ahead,
So I would like to add. No. I wanted to. He asked at the beginning. He said that Jesus is the invisible image of God. That's one of the verses that Christians always misquote when they go to the original Greek, which is ekon. which does not mean original but a copy. Not, I mean, it's different than the original. Number two, when he asked about the concept of Allah in Islam, so I wanted to make sure that he can hear me before he goes. So I would like to answer those two issues. And when he quote also Daniel chapter 7, he should know that according to the Jew, not us, Jews say that Christian corrupted the Jewish Tanakh, Hebrew Tanakh, by add, delete, and change the Hebrew Jewish text, by add, delete, and change to impose their Jesus and Trinity on the Jew. So the book of Daniel has nothing to do with Jesus whatsoever, according to the Jewish sources and Jewish theologian and scholars. And I can show you the Jewish source for that. Now, when you ask about Allah and the concept of Allah in Islam, this is what matters to me. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala actually answered this in the Holy Quran.
What
And
did
Allah
he
told,
ask? What I don't remember him asking about
no,
Allah.
at the beginning, you were talking about the concept of God. Then he mentioned the small concept of Allah. You spoke about the concept of Allah in Islam. That's at the beginning of the conversation. Did I
Oh,
hear you?
did he ask a question?
No, when he speak about the concept of Allah, so he misquote the meaning of the concept of Allah in Islam. So he doesn't
I
know what is
see.
the meaning of concept.
I
So I
see. I
want to
see. I see.
clarify what is Allah for us always,
I see.
and what
I
is the
apologize.
concept
Go
of
ahead,
Allah.
akhi.
No, Habib, Allah yarda alayk. You don't need to apologize. And if I was mistaken, correct me. And I love you for the sake of Allah for correcting me last week. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alamin. I feel happy for that. And I'm
Alhamdulillah.
proud of it. Wallah, I'm proud of it. As young as you are, mashallah, and I keep telling you, when I was at your age, I was busy playing with my PlayStation. I don't know nothing about Islam. So Alhamdulillah, at your age, Tabarakallah, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you.
Okay,
Now,
playing PlayStation is cool too.
no,
I
I'm
used
not
to
play.
play it
It's
too.
Atari.
Shoot.
Did I say PlayStation? Sorry, Atari.
Shoot.
No PlayStation. Atari.
I play
Atari.
PlayStation. What do you mean?
No,
PlayStation is cool.
okay. No. You didn't get my point.
No, I know. I
You
know.
didn't
I
get my
understand you. Fun. I was just joking. I'm just joking.
No, Habibi. I was mistaken when I said PlayStation. It should be Atari. We don't have
Yeah.
PlayStation during that time.
Oh,
We have
Atari.
Atari.
Okay.
And I was busy playing with my Super Mario. That was my favorite game when I
Oh,
was young.
Oh my
Super
God,
Mario
that was a
Classic.
bomb.
Okay, but now I don't know what is PlayStation. I have no PlayStation in my house. I don't. So the point I'm telling you here, mashallah, at your age, you still have time to do da'wah. But at my time, wallah, we didn't have the internet. We didn't have even. First thing we used to have is pager, just send text message. That's the beginning of internet for us in our time. We don't have nothing as internet, subhanallah. Now at your time, mashallah, you have all those things, and you are using it for the sake of Allah. Now, what is the concept of Allah in Islam? Always think about this. When anybody asks you a question about Islam or he bring Islam, let the Quran answer. Let the Sunnah answer. We answer him according to قال Allah wa قال Rasul. What Allah says in the Holy Quran, what Prophet Muhammad says in the Sunnah. Sunnah Sahiha. Allah answered in the Holy Quran. He said, which all of you know about, I mentioned a while ago, Surah Al-Ikhlas, chapter 112 of the Holy Quran. Allah said, قل هو الله أحد. الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. Say he is Allah, the one and the unique. Allah who is in need of none and of whom all are in need. He neither begot any nor has begotten, and none is comparable to him. Allah also answered in Surah Al-Hashr, chapter 59, verse 22. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Huwa Allahu, Allah is talking about himself. He said, Huwa Allahu alladhi la ilaha illa huwa, alimul ghaybi wa shahadati huwa ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. He's Allah. There is no God but He. He is the knower of the unseen, the manifest. He is the most merciful, the most compassionate. Allah said also again in the next verse, Surah Al-Hashr, verse 23, هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر سبحان الله عما يشركون. He is Allah. There is no God but He, the King, the Holy, the All Peace, the Giver of security, the Overseer, the Most Mighty, the Overpowering, the All Great, exalted be to Him, to He, for whatever they associate with Him. Allah said in verse 24 in Surah Al-Hashr, continue, هو الله الخالق البارئ المصور له الأسماء الحسنى يسبح له ما في السماوات ما في السماوات والأرض وهو العزيز الحكيم. He is Allah, the planner, executor, and fashioner of creation. His are the names most beautiful. Whatever is in the heavens and the earth extols his glory. He is the most mighty, the most wise. Allah said in Surah Al-Imran, chapter 3, verse 2, Allahu la ilaha illa huwa al-hayyul qayyum. Allah, the ever-living, the self-subsisting, who sustains the entire order of the universe. There is no God but He. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said again in Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 255. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم. Allah is the everlasting, the sustainer of the whole universe. There is no God but He. He does neither slumber nor sleep. Whatsoever is in the heaven and the earth is His. Is there that can intercede with Him except by His own permission? He knows what is before the people and also what is hidden from them, and they cannot comprehend anything of His knowledge, save whatever He Himself pleases to reveal. His kingdom spreads over the heavens and the earth, and the guarding of these does not weary Him. He alone is the supreme and the exalted. Lastly, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in Surah Ash-Shura, chapter 42, verse 11, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said about Himself, فاطر السماوات والأرض جعل لكم من أنفسكم أزواجا ومن الأنعام أزواجا يدرؤكم فيه, up to the end of the verse. I cannot see it, it's very small in front of my eyes. I do apologize, which means the originator of the heavens and the earth. He has appointed for you birds of your own, kind and birds also of cattle. Thus does not multiply you. Not in the universe is like Him. None in the universe is like Him. He is all hearing, all seeing. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told us about Himself, who is He in the Holy Quran. And there are so many other verses about that. The second point that he brought from the Bible. He said that he quote Colossians number 1, chapter 1, verse 15. Who is the, yes, Colossians number 1, chapter 1, verse 15. Who is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of every creation.
Subhanallah.
Now, I'll quote for you what the
Oh my
Unitarian
God.
Christians said, how they refuted this. And if you want, I'll give you the link. The YouTube of the Unitarian scholar explaining this. So I'm quoting from the Unitarian Christian what they said about this verse. They said, the verse said, image of God, but not God. Image in Greek means ikon, and it means image. Literally, according to the biblical dictionary, literally statue, or figuratively, a representation. Icon was used in the Bible 23 times in the New Testament, which means different than the original, which is not equal to the original. So the meaning, this is the meaning of icon, image, according to the biblical dictionary. They even quote to prove that, 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 7. They quote also Genesis chapter 1, verse 27. And they showed you that even that the meaning of the word image is not exactly as the original. They give an example from the Bible itself in different versions of the Bible. So this is the meaning of the word image according to the Unitarian Christian. If you are interested, I'll post you the video in private chat. That's it, in a private chat. If you want to post it to everybody,
Please.
it's up to you. It's in the private chat now already. This is the reply of the Unitarian Christian, and that he is also the first of all creation. It's totally explained by Unitarian Oneness Christian.
By the way,
I hope
Assalamu
that was
alaikum,
beneficial.
Ahwan.
Wa alaikum salam.
Is Ali still here or?
Walaikum assalam.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
He's
still
been
here.
silent.
Okay,
Walaikum
okay.
salam.
I just wanted to confirm because Sheldon's in the back chat again. Is he just waiting,
Yeah,
or did you put him there?
we lost him.
Yeah,
No,
we
we
lost
lost
him.
him.
We lost him.
Okay, so do I bring him back up? Was the
Yeah,
discussion over?
Yeah,
Go
please.
ahead.
Okay,
So
I mean,
just
yeah, you know that.
just so
Sure,
you
go
guys know, I mean, I don't want this to linger on for too long.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
we all know Sheldon. He's pretty much made up his mind where, and this is more to just expose uh, the inconsistency of Christian arguments than anything else. And once
sure.
we've done that, we don't need to continue the discussion too much, because for someone who's basically claiming that rationality and logic needs to be out the door, there's not much of a discussion that you can have with them, right?
That's entirely fair. That's
good
entirely
point.
fair.
So whatever discussion you guys were having, you can continue. I'll let this go for
Uh,
about 5 to 10 minutes max.
Sure,
let,
that's
So,
fine.
okay.
let Ali deal with it.
Oh yeah, Ali, he wants to challenge you on Daniel's early writing. You in the mood for that?
This ought to be good. Let's do it.
Oh heck yeah! All right, let me get
Yeah.
some. Let me get some.
Let's
Let's
prepare the
watch.
popcorn.
Yeah, heck yeah, let's do it. I don't actually don't like popcorn, but we gotta prepare an alternative. We gotta prepare pupusas, Neil.
Oh yeah, baby. Yeah, you'll love it. My aunt makes good pupusas in Honduras.
All right. What's
Oh,
up, Sheldon?
Sheldon, you're back on stage.
So, what you got to say, bro?
Well, like I said, I don't have much time, so I can't do it right now. So my question was more
come
just
on,
like,
bro. You were really engaging with us earlier, bro. Come on.
I tried to, but
No, engage with
kind
Ali
of far
now.
from.
Go
What's
ahead.
up?
Ali's looking forward to that.
So I'll just ask you the question: if I can prove or give a reasonable amount of evidence to suggest that it was written around the time that it should claim to be written around, which is around the 6th, 7th, or 5th century BC. My question is just, what would you think about that? What would you take into consideration from that?
I would take absolutely nothing into consideration because, for one, you don't have manuscripts that go back to that time, and two,
That's
even
because that's
even
impossible.
even if you can even if you can say it started around the 7th century, which it would be around that time because it would be during the time of the Babylonian exile, you still, sorry, not the 7th century, the sixth century, my apologies. So yeah, you, even if you can show that, that doesn't mean that books cannot be written hundreds of years in advance. For example, the book of Isaiah, it took 200 years for it to be completed, meaning it started off during the time of Isaiah, but then Isaiah chapter 1 through 39 was supposed to have been written around the same time, like in the 7th century, I believe, during Assyrian conquest, whereas it was finished around the 4th century. So 4th and 5th century. So even if you can show, even if I'm granting you, even if you can show that part of Daniel was actually written during the time of Daniel, you still can't prove that it wasn't later revised or even added into 200 years later, because most scholars actually would agree. I'll ask you this, Sheldon. Do you know what most scholars agree the book of Daniel was finished? What year?
Around probably the second to 3rd century.
There you go. Second century BC. So that's what I would say
like
to
I
that.
said earlier when you weren't here, from my
Okay.
research, most scholars say that strictly because it references events such as the kingdom of Alexander the Great, which would only have been known around that time because they're not open to prophecy. But if a scholar was open to prophecy, then they would be more inclined to say that it was written around this the 5th or 6th century BC.
Yeah. One
But it's
thing.
because they cannot accept the
No,
idea of
that's
prophecy
not
in their mind that they
Sheldon.
say that
That's
it's
not
written around that
Sheldon.
time.
That's not the only reason. A huge
That's not
reason
the
why
only
they
reason, but it's the biggest reason.
a huge no. That's not the biggest reason. The biggest reason is because they don't have any manuscripts that date back to that time.
Well, it's impossible to have any manuscripts that date back to that time. That's not a reasonable argument. It's
No,
impossible.
when scholars talk about time events, because when scholars talk about time events, one of the things that they use is, do we have any work that is contemporaneous to that time? That's one thing they will hold as reliable. The same way, if I was going to write something about World War II, whatever I write about World War II right now does not supersede what someone who was actually in the war said about World War II in the 1940s and in the 1930s and 40s. So what scholars are going to do, they're going to say, wait a minute, it's one. Yeah, you could say that a hold to supernatural events. I can understand that, and I grant you that when they look at history, they don't use the metaphysical. However, the one thing that they will not, that one thing that they don't have to accommodate is this: they can say, wait a minute, this was allegedly supposed to have been written during the time of the Babylonian exile, right? The Babylonian exile was in the 6th century BC. What they could regard as something that could be worth of a prophecy is if they have manuscripts that actually date back to the 6th century BC, because what they will say is, wait a minute, this is dated back to the 6th century BC, but it talks about stuff that didn't happen until the 3rd century BC. Or sorry, the 4th century BC. That's something. But the problem is the earliest manuscripts they have goes back to the 3rd century. I think, yeah, 3rd century BC.
Second.
Sorry, second. My apologies. Not the not the Septuagint. The Dead Sea Scrolls.
Oh, yeah.
That Daniel
Well, the
is actually
Septuagint is more reliable.
the Old Testament, bro. And the Septuagint, actually, the original Septuagint was only the first 5 books.
Well, I know that, but
Yeah, and scholars don't actually know when the writings of later Septuagints it began later, like for anywhere from the 1st century BC to the 3rd century AD. So even if you can show that, oh wait a minute, you still, because you have no manuscripts that go back to that time, you don't have any manuscripts that go back to the time of Alexander the Great. As a scholar, as a historian, you can't say, well, that's prophecy, because you can say, what they can say is it's plausible deniability that someone who came up after the fact, meaning someone who came later than Alexander, who already has prior knowledge of the events that happened 100 years later, can just go and revise it. That's a possibility. And how do we know? Simple. Because when the Greeks took over, historically, the Greeks brought Greek culture and Greek understanding to Jerusalem, to India, to Persia, because they basically conquered all those lands. So Hellenism was at the rise during the time of Alexander the Great. So it would have been common knowledge for the Jews to be exposed to Greek history, Greek culture, especially for someone like Alexander the Great, who was someone who was probably the most famous Greek of all time. Make sense?
yes, I understand what you're trying to say.
There you go.
But I do feel like that argument is a little
No,
one-sided, kind of. Because you're making an exception just for that one text.
the one-sided argument, a one-sided argument is saying that it's prophecy, even though you don't have anything that goes back to that time. Sheldon, I'm willing to grant you what you're saying if there were manuscripts of the book of Daniel in the 6th century. That's when, oh, wait a minute, it talks about the events of the Greeks long before it happened. That's something that could be prophecy. The issue is, the same way how you saying that is possible, you at the same time also have to hold it possible that someone who came later, past after the 3rd century, after all the things that Alexander the Great did, went back and finished the book of Daniel with knowledge already confirmed previously. The same way, and evidence that I have that you don't have, is that it's been done with other books before, like the book of Isaiah. It took 200 years to finish the book of Isaiah. The same way how a lot of scholars are actually saying that the book of Daniel wasn't actually finished. I didn't say started. I don't think the whole thing was started and finished on that time. I meant finished around the 2nd century BC. That's something scholars are claiming. I'm not saying it's true or not. The Bible is not authoritative to me, but I'm saying the same way how you hold the possibility that it could be prophecy, the same exact way, because you can't find any definitive proof, you also have to hold what I'm saying, the same amount of equal possibility as well.
Well,
there you
I
go.
do. Like I said,
that's it. So if anything else, you leaning one way. You leaning one way means that you're just focusing on your biases.
Well, no, I'm just being an open-minded person, unlike most scholars.
Okay. Well, what?
Like I said,
okay. They
think that it's added because
that's a claim.
they're not
Okay.
open to
It's
it.
just
A
a way
lot
to
of
hand wave
scholars are not
scholarship.
open to it.
Yeah, exactly. So Sheldon, I'll tell you this right now. Yes or no? Do you know exactly for a fact that the book of Daniel, take away your belief, do you know for a fact that the book of Daniel dates back to the 6th century BC? Take away your
Well,
beliefs. I said.
like I said, when you're gone, or when you were gone, I can't 100% prove it.
There you
But
go.
from my research, there is more evidence to prove that it was written around that time, and that evidence greatly outweighs the evidence.
Wait,
that proves
what
that it
research
wasn't.
have you done? Can you
Yeah.
prove? Can you show us that research?
Not currently. Like I said, I don't have much time.
Obviously, you
Well,
can't do
well,
that currently
you know,
because there
actually,
is no research.
I'm willing to give him this.
No,
Okay,
there is.
I'm willing. Okay, since he doesn't have the research with him, next time, Sheldon, don't make claims you're not ready to substantiate right then and right here and there. But I'm giving an opportunity for you next time, maybe tomorrow, to come back with your evidence. There's no problem. My
Well,
question
like I
to you
said,
is,
I wasn't
Sheldon,
trying to come here and have an argument. I was just
no,
asking you a
it's not an
question.
argument. I'm not having an argument with you,
I
Sheldon.
understand that, but
My
like
question,
you asked me to not come on
my question
and
to you is
not
this.
be able to do that.
My
But
question to you is this: do you have evidence to show that the book of Daniel wasn't finished? Meaning, I'm willing to say, I'm granting you that it was started in the 6th century BC.
Oh, why you gotta be so nice to him? Come
I don't know,
on,
man. It's just one
man.
of those nights, man.
Too nice, Ali.
I'm
You're
eating,
making it
I'm
even
drinking.
longer than the book of Isaiah.
Okay, I'm drinking something spectacular. I'm eating my favorite sandwich. I'm just in a nice mood right now. Let me actually say this,
Ali,
Sheldon.
Ali's drinking the
Come
elixir
on, man.
of stoicism.
Come on, man. I wanted you to
So,
jump. I wanted you to
so,
jump for joy to school him on
so,
this. Why are you granting him anything?
so, Sheldon,
It's okay, DeAndre.
my question to you is this: do you have evidence to say, because just like how the book of Isaiah was, meaning there's evidence elsewhere in other books of the Bible that it took hundreds of years for it to complete, do you have evidence that the book of Daniel was written and finished in the 6th century instead of written in the 6th century and finished in the 2nd century?
well, I don't have any evidence to around the time that it was finished. There's evidence for around the time that it was first written, and I understand what you're trying to say.
Well,
I just
well,
want to make clear what I'm trying.
well,
I'm not trying to hang out. I'm not.
No, no,
What
Ali,
I'm trying to
Ali.
do is
Go ahead.
If he's done, if he's done any research, right,
Mhm.
based
Hold
on
on. I
his
just want to make
research.
clear that
No, no,
I'm
no, no,
not.
Sheldon. Respond to this, all right? If you've done your research, you've said that you've done your research. Based on your research, what is the time frame in which the scholars who have analyzed those manuscripts that
Mhm.
you claim are the basis on which Daniel is based? What is the date, the time frame of those manuscripts that you've done the research of? When were they written? And what is the proof that they're giving for their conclusion? And who's the scholar that you're quoting here?
Well, again, like I said, I can't do it right now currently because my
No,
research is all
this is not about can't do it right now. Stop.
But I can't though.
Stop
Honestly,
speaking from your backside, right? Stop
I'm
speaking
not.
from your backside. When you start
But
spouting
I
BS, it's very clear. What we're asking you to do is give us something concrete. Otherwise, shut up. That's
well,
literally
first
how
off, you guys aren't
we're putting it
again.
out for you,
And you
right?
once
I'm not
So
again
trying.
so
take
either
religion out of it.
bring something which is proper evidence that can actually be analyzed. Otherwise, just say that you don't know.
Well, again, first, I just want to make the point clear. I'm not explicitly trying to prove the book. My question is mainly just it's a question of consideration.
Stop with the BS.
That's all it is. It's
Stop
just
with the BS,
open-mindedness.
right?
That's
Stop
all
with
I
the
want.
BS,
That's all I'm trying to do.
Sheldon, stop with the BS. There's no open-minded here. All right. There's no open-minded here. It's open-minded when you look at the evidence and you come to a conclusion based on the evidence that you've analyzed. That's being open-minded, right?
Yeah,
It's
exactly
being
what I'm trying to get you
dogmatic.
to do.
It's being dogmatic and closed-minded when you've made your conclusions already and you ignore the evidence. That's being dogmatic. That's being closed-minded. That's not being open-minded. So stop saying something and actually acting the opposite way. Right? I'm asking you to present your evidence. If you don't have the evidence, all right, then just say very clearly that you don't have the evidence.
I have the evidence. It's not with me.
Then present your evidence.
It's not with me. I have my
Well,
evidence written.
well,
on
present.
several
Okay, then
pages.
come next
What's
time
the
and
book?
present it.
Well,
That's why
we'll present it
exactly,
tomorrow.
that's exactly why I said that I cannot do it right now. I'm not
We'll
even
present it
Okay, then why you
tomorrow.
speak about it then?
State the book that you have read state the scholarship that you've read, you can actually still, you would know who the person is? Or are you saying that it was just so inconsequential that you didn't even recognize who you read or what it was?
No, kind of.
So it was not consequential for you.
He watched the
Well, I
debate
tried
on
to pay
Reddit, and that
attention to
was
who
it.
I read, but I didn't put too much time into that. I kind of just found some books and read them. That's all I really did.
Okay.
It's actually been
Anyway,
a while since I last looked at my.
Ali,
my,
I don't know if you want to
research.
continue this because it's not going to go anywhere.
I
It's
mean,
up to
there's
you.
okay. No, there's nothing to continue because Sheldon. I'm willing to hear what you have to say when you bring the evidence. So next time, whenever it is tomorrow or whenever you bring the evidence, I'm ready to continue the conversation. But in the meantime, there is no conversation to have because
There's no
Oh, no,
conversation
everything
to
I'm not
have.
trying to have a
everything you're
conversation.
saying. I mean,
Like
so
I
yeah,
said,
no,
I
it's
just
not
came
the.
here
Then
to
why are
ask a
you
simple
here if you don't
question.
want to have a conversation?
So and on
Well,
that
again,
note,
I
I'm
came here
go.
to ask
So
the
Juan,
question, and then you
Sheldon,
guys
1
turned it
second.
into a whole conversation. It was
On
just a
that
simple
note, I
question
am
about
But
on
you were
that
what you
trying
note.
to
guys were
point
saying,
some.
and you
You
guys
were
turned
trying
it
to
into
prove
a
something to us at the
conversation.
beginning. So
On that note, I'm gonna go finish my dinner. So I will be listening. I'm gonna mute myself because this
All
is too
right,
good.
Akhi. Assalamu alaikum.
okay, Ali.
Assalamu alaikum.
All right.
Go
Is
ahead.
there any other question for Sheldon that you brothers want to ask?
No, I
Like
think
No.
you made it clear.
the question of the chat, like the
No,
question of this stream. Let's just
No,
ask him. Let's see.
there's no
I'm not gonna
evidence,
give him
he
too
there's
much time.
nothing to talk about.
he
Like I
came
said,
up with
it's just a
this
question of
question.
open-mindedness. I'll come back at a later time. But
No
one thing I
problem.
would
But
like
bring your
to say
Sheldon.
evidence, though.
before I leave, because I gotta leave in like 3 minutes. So one thing I just want to
Yeah.
say,
Okay.
Oh boy,
Sheldon.
make it one.
Yeah.
okay, I'm not sure if you can hear me.
We
And
We
I don't
can
can
know how
hear
to
hear you.
you.
pronounce
We
it.
can hear you.
No, I'm referring to the specific person. I don't really know how to say his name.
Yeah.
He was quoting, talking about the passage that that we were talking about earlier when I first came on about
Oh, Colossians.
Jesus being the
Okay, what about it?
invisible image of God. I just want to comment on the fact that he was a little wrong on the Greek words. There are like a lot of different ideas on what the specific Greek word means, and I'm not a Greek scholar, but there are many Greek scholars that
Who
would
do you
actually
appeal to?
argue that word. I'm sorry.
Who do you appeal to? Do you appeal to lexical sources or do you appeal to some guy named Greg on Reddit?
I do appeal to lexical sources, but I appeal more so to just
Such as?
He said Greg.
Yeah, he did say Greg. But go ahead. Go ahead. What is the lexical sources that you're appealing
Such
to?
as?
Do you go to the Greek lexicon?
Yes, I've looked at that.
Okay. And what's your source?
Well, like I'm saying,
What does it say?
I'm not going to quote any specific source. I just wanted to
Oh,
make
come
the
on,
point that
bro. Come
there
on, you're
are
making the same fallacy, bro. Come on, bro.
I'm just trying to say that there are different meanings for the word, and different scholars attribute different meanings for that.
Okay, then bring the evidence.
No.
I'm not
Okay.
going to bring evidence because I'm not trying to make a single
Okay,
point.
then why
I'm
talk
just
about
saying
it,
that
bro?
because the way that he presented
Sheldon,
it
1 second.
is that word had the definitive meaning that it's
And
different
if
from the source.
and if we pull the Greek equivalent of that verse, and it proves otherwise of what you're saying, then what are you
Okay.
going to
Like
say
I
about
said,
it,
there are different Greek scholars that have great scholarships in
bro?
the Greek
Wait,
language.
So
so
what?
you
Those are
just
different.
So you think that the Greek scholars
Actually,
they differ with each
Ahwan,
other?
I do want to end this here because I'm gonna start getting a headache.
yeah, it's okay.
But
It's okay.
Sheldon,
I just want to say this really quickly, and then you can end it after 5. So you can do it. You can do
sure,
whatever you want. Or you can do whatever you want after I
sure.
say this.
Finish up.
You were earlier dismissing scholarship with a wave of your hand. You were making them all disappear in a cloud of blue smoke. And now you're appealing to scholarship. I can literally do the same thing to you. I can say, okay, you know those scholars you appeal to? Yeah, they are not open-minded because they want to preserve their religiosity. And so they're not open-minded to the truth. And so that's why their testimony is not credible. I could do the same thing. I could literally dismiss your scholarship the same way you dismissed the scholarship for Daniel. It's the same game. Go ahead, Brother Faisal.
Yeah, I just want to say this to you, Sheldon. Sheldon, Like we're not playing games with you, right? We are trying to make sure that you understand the truth, and you've come up enough times for this to be understood that you know for a fact that what you say and what you try and the way you try to defend, right? You're not defending the truth. If it was the truth, it would be very easy to defend. You wouldn't have to jump through hoops. All right. The fact that you have to go to so much effort and the stuff that you say after that is so nonsensical, right? That you contradict yourself over and over again, as you've already done, as even the brother pointed out just now, right? Shows, and it should be a point for you to realize that this is too much, right? It doesn't help you at all. Like start realize that the truth is in Islam alone. The fact that you're worshiping only one God who's worthy of worship. Nobody else is worthy of worship. Period.
Uncle Faisal, I think like you already said it at the beginning. He made
Yeah,
up his mind.
I
There's
know.
no need to
Yeah. No need.
He's
There's
beat
already
around
off the stage.
a dead
He's
horse.
already off the stage. I just hope that he got the final message. I hope he listens to it. But let's see. If he
But
doesn't, then it's up to him.
yeah.
I don't gain from it. You don't gain from it. Nobody here is gaining anything from it, right? Allah is not going to gain anything from his accepting Islam. It's only him himself.
Yeah,
Right?
you will
And
gain.
the cost of not taking the message of Islam seriously, right, which has been presented to him over and over and over again, right? The cost of not taking the message of Islam seriously is astronomical. It's just you cannot even fathom.
Absolutely.
Uncle Faisal is that he keeps on bringing like weak point after weak point that he cannot sustain, he cannot prove. It's like from the New Testament going back in alphabetical order back to the Old Testament, and it is the same. They all fall under the same problem.
Yeah.
Historically, it cannot be traced back to the original author or the prophet. Why? Because there is so much that has been added to it through the ages. So,
by the way,
yeah,
we have Brother Aladdin here. I wanted to, sorry, Akhi, I just want to ask a question because this may be interesting. Let's see what Brother Aladdin has to say. Brother Aladdin, were you aware that in the 5 books of Torah, Shaitan isn't even talked about?
It's a very random question, but it's true.
Yeah. I just hope the brother is here. If he's not,
Uncle
then
Aladdin.
fine. Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
part of you. I didn't know that. Please enlighten
you-
me and educate me. I would love to learn from you. But
Yeah,
we don't
so-
call them. They call them Torah. For us, those are not the first.
Yeah,
according
that's
to
what I mean. In their 5 books of Torah, right? The 5 books of Torah, because we don't believe that there are 5 books of Torah or anything like that. But the fact that the one entity that we're all supposed to be aware of and to protect ourselves from, it's not even mentioned in those 5 books. It just shows something, right? It just shows that the level of deception that Shaitan was able to pull here, where these people didn't even have
Wow.
any idea of who it is, who the enemy of humankind is.
Yeah.
And even the story of Genesis, right? The story of Genesis, Shaitan is not mentioned. It's the serpent that is being mentioned. So
the serpent is only called Shaitan in the New Testament.
Yes,
the Tanakh does not mention that. But brothers and sisters, I'd like to make a very quick clarification, if you do not mind. So Sheldon asked me this question that he asked Ali, and I told him a very different answer because I did not know much about this topic. I said I don't care, even if you were to prove to me that it's contemporaneous to the 6th century. I don't care because it's not an excuse for you to be Christian. And I made a presentation about the Daniel 2 thing. Guys, for all of you guys in the panel and all you guys in the chat, I'm making this clarification just to be safe. I'm not saying that Daniel is divinely inspired or revelation from Allah Azza wa Jal. I did not say that. I'm not saying that at all. The book of Daniel is not divinely inspired or revelation from Allah Azza wa Jal. It is not. Allah Azza wa Jal's revelations are in the Quran. Everything we need for our deen is in the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. There's nothing outside of that we need to go to for a theological framework of our deen. Our deen is secure, our deen is concrete. We do not need to go to these books for our deen. Our deen is here in the Quran and the Sunnah, the authentic Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. So I didn't say, and I'm not saying or claiming that the book of Daniel is divinely inspired. I said that if he was to prove that it was written at that time, it would not be an excuse for you to reject Islam, because even Daniel, because of some parts of what was some parts were added in there that prophesy a kingdom to come, and that kingdom is Islam. So Daniel is most certainly not a wahi of Allah Azza wa Jal. To say such things would be adding to the deen when there's no evidence, there's no consensus, there's no evidence there. So I'm not saying that, and that's about it. And everything we have is in the Quran and the authentic Sunnah of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Go ahead, brother. You take it away, or something like that. I don't know. What do you guys?
Yeah, no, Jazakallah khair.
I think Sheldon needs to get out of his way, really.
No, Sheldon left, and Ali left. Where's Ali?
Brother
Well,
Faisal, can
Ali is eating dinner.
Yes.
Brother Faisal,
Sure, Akhi, speak up.
I want to say something. You see how easy was it when I said I do not know? You asked me about Shaitan in the first 5 books of the Tanakh. I said I don't know. I have no idea about it. So, and I learned something from you, alhamdulillah. So I'm not ashamed to say that I do not know if I do not know. I don't need to claim that I know which I do not know. You understand what I mean? So alhamdulillah, if someone asks us something about Islam and we do not know, say I do not know. There is no shame of that. It's only lack of knowledge in me. I lack knowledge about the specific subject, so therefore I have no idea about it. But there is no problem with Islam about the question that we're asking. It's me who lack knowledge. See, it's very simple to say that, alhamdulillah, and no harm in that. And in fact, Allah will reward you for saying that. Allah will reward you. Wallahi al-Azim. He will reward you for saying that. So that's the point I wanted to make. Jazakallah khair.
Sheikh, if I remember, it was Imam Malik, right? Or was it Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, who somebody actually visited him with 40 questions or something along that line from
Imam Malik, rahimahullah.
Imam Malik, rahimahullah, yeah. So, and they asked the questions of him, and for most of the questions, he responded, I don't know. Subhanallah, like it's the sunnah of the scholars of Islam for having that. By the way, Free Naturalist, I see you back there. I'm going to bring you up. So,
by the way, just really quick, Brother Ali Din, if you're still listening, and my channel, you go to the About section, my email is there. If shoot me an email and I'll get those details over to you, inshallah.
Brother Aladdin, you mean?
Yes, actually, Brother Malik said when they asked him the first question, he said, I don't know except 32 answers of them, and I'm ignorant of the other 8. So he said, you saw who is Imam Malik, rahimahullah. And he didn't hesitate to say, I do not know.
Yes,
see?
Exactly.
If you don't know, Ya akhi, say, I don't know. Don't be ashamed. I don't know. I don't have knowledge about it. I will search for the answer.
It's a big lesson for Sheldon.
That's it. Alhamdulillah. That's the point I'm trying to make here.
Yeah.
So I'm happy, Faisal. Faisal, next time, don't say, I know if you don't know. You see how much I know, Faisal?
All right, actually, no worries. Free Naturalist, you're on the stage. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Yourself?
Doing okay?
I'm doing
okay.
Doing good.
I do wanna say that sometimes I do find it difficult to understand you. So if I ask you to repeat yourself, don't take it as an offense, my friend. Go ahead and tell us what questions you have and your response to the question of the day. Why aren't you Muslim yet?
I guess I'll answer the question that you have about why I'm not a Muslim or if I'm not religious, and the whole reason why is because when I looked at the majority of religion that is developed around the world, I can't help but have this perspective where I observe ancient societies have developed stories that don't comport with reality. And what I mean by that is when I look at stories and they don't comport with reality, like, for example, we have talking animals and we have certain stories that just sound extraordinary. And so when I look at that around the world, that convinces me that most of the religions that are being developed around the world are forms of mythology. And so I can't help but take on this perspective where religion seems to be observed as mythology. That's why I'm not. That's why I step away from religion, and that's why I'm an atheist.
Okay, so free naturalist, the if my understanding is correct, you're basically saying, because I'm just repeating it because it was hard to understand it, everything there.
Yeah, I understood most of it, so I could.
Okay, so if you can repeat so that we're not strawmanning the brother.
Yes. So, brother, I'm just gonna repeat, and if you have an error with what I said, please be sure to clarify. So, from my understanding, you said that the reason that you're not Muslim or religious in general is that you found yourself studying how certain societies make up stories that don't necessarily comport with reality or that seem extraordinary. Like you mentioned, talking animals. You mentioned other such things, and then you said that it kind of gave you the perspective that religion or is kind of mythological in nature. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so free naturalist, you understand the problem with this sort of view on this, right? Number one, to basically base your conclusion on the fact that you've studied most of the religions or most of the religions that you've studied,
I'll be back in like
bring you to that conclusion, right? Doesn't negate the fact that there may be one actual true religion out there. So unless you've actually studied it and made sure that it's not the truth, right? You cannot for certain say that that particular religion is false, right?
That absolutely, and I'm not saying that the religion is wrong. I mean, I know that I could be wrong and you could be right,
Yeah.
and
So before we continue, right? How is it that the position that you're taking is actually true? Can you can you show us how that is actually the right position to take, or that should be the position that should be the default position? Can you prove that to us?
I can't prove it to. I think that the thing that convinces me mostly is that it's consistent. It's consistent around the world to observe this phenomenon where people are developing stories that don't comport with reality. And so I take on that perspective by looking at the data, and I reach this conclusion to what I say is this: all religions seem to develop mythology, and this has to do with consistency, and yeah. I hope it made sense. I'm sorry.
So, DeAndre, if you want to confirm, that would be good. If you caught all of that, okay. DeAndre?
I just got back.
Okay, yes, sorry. So I sort of I didn't want to cut you off. I was hoping that I would understand it, but
Yeah.
I may have to ask you to repeat, my brother.
Oh yeah, that's it. So like the reason why am convinced, in my method of my conclusion is because it's consistent around the world. I observe a consistency that tells me that Islam appears to be is likely the case to be mythology if I take on the data that I observe around the world.
So how you're talking specifically about Islam? So how did you come to the conclusion that Islam is a mythology?
Oh, that's a good question. So, in Islam, right, you have this belief where you have individuals who split the sea or split the moon, or I know this one story where a rock or a stone stole the souls of Moses. And so when I see those type of stories, I can't help but view those as a form of mythology.
Okay, so don't you think you're putting the cart before the horse here? Because if a God exists, right,
Mhm.
and the God is involved in the happenings of this existence, right, then are you still going to claim that it's impossible for the God to actually create miracles for his creation?
If God does exist, if there is a God, I don't see how those claims, can how they can be impossible. Of course, if God is real, those stories could be real. However,
Okay.
if there was an Ashen woman, even their stories are possible if a God
Sorry,
existed.
What did you say the last piece?
No,
So
but
so if God exists, let me actually try to summarize it from what I feel like I understand.
Mhm.
You're saying that if God exists, then there is a possibility that that can be possible, right, and that
Absolutely.
can be explainable. But you're now questioning whether God exists or not, right?
Right.
Okay, so that is my question to you. Why do you think God doesn't exist? So can you disprove that the existence of God, or are you basically of the opinion that you don't have the evidence to conclude on the existence of God?
That's a good question. So, like, I can't, I admit, I'll admit here on this live that I can't prove that God does not exist. However,
Okay.
I find myself convinced in the overwhelming data that I observe around the world.
Sorry, so you on what you observe around the world. Before that, what did you say?
No, I just said I'm convinced in the overwhelming data that I observe around the world.
And what is that data that you're
Uh,
mentioning here?
invented concepts that don't comport with reality.
The concept of or the purpose of reality. So you think that we don't have a purpose?
No, I'm
Sorry.
convinced based upon what I observe. So when I see like a consistency of many stories that don't comport with reality, then I find myself convinced that Islam is also a form of mythology.
Okay, so what do you know of reality
So
that
that was
makes
my
you convinced
understanding
of
as
that?
well.
Yeah. So what do you know of reality that makes you convinced that it's not the case? Because what I don't want us to do, because I don't want us to end up in a circle,
Mhm.
right? That you're pointing back to the fact that, oh, there are miracles mentioned in the Quran, so then that's why it would be mythology. Then it's just circular reasoning, because we just went around a circle. You're
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
that God doesn't exist because of your understanding that in reality this cannot happen, and we already went around a circle saying that if God does exist, this is possible. So the question is that, does God exist or not? And the proof for that cannot be that can miracles happen or can miracles not happen, right? So it must be something outside of that that we need to discuss.
Not really, because I find myself convinced based upon the data that I've researched.
Yeah,
And I
that's the
think that
data that I'm trying to understand, free
Yeah,
naturalist.
what is the data though? That please tell us.
I can pull up I can pull up all of the mythology and the stories that are developed around the world to help you understand about what mythology is, and then
So
hold on, and then you can compare all of those mythologies around the world that are invented and reflect that upon their own religion.
so free naturalists, between you and me, right?
Mhm.
We can agree on everything outside of Islam, right? If you want to tell me that the Mayan mythology is mythology, I'm going to agree with you. If you're going to come up to me and tell me that the Norse
Great.
mythology is mythology, I'll agree with you.
Yep.
Chinese,
Mhm.
yes, right?
Mhm.
African, whatever tribe you pull up, agreed,
Mhm.
right? The Greek, Roman, okay?
Yep.
With some of the stuff in Christian pieces as well, agreed. What
Right.
I'm asking you to do is address the specific points that we actually can have a conversation on, right? What we agree on, we both agree on. We don't need to have a conversation on those, right? So what I'm and the fact that you've analyzed 50 different mythologies. See, the matter that you need to understand, free naturalists, the truth is one. Falsehoods are many.
Exactly.
Okay, there's only one truth.
Yeah.
Do you agree with this?
I agree, but the thing that, let me just say something before you continue.
Sure, sure.
The thing that shocks me about what you're saying right now is you're saying, yes, all of these are mythology except mine. And that's what shocks me, Bill.
Why does it shock you? Because the way I see it, you stand on nothing. You have no criteria for analyzing and accepting
What?
what should
How
be truth
can,
or not. Because here's the thing. We talked about it. We went around in a circle, right? The question is, does God exist? And it doesn't matter whether it's Islam or anything else. The question, does God exist, is agnostic of this idea of whether it's Islam, which is the truth, or Christianity or Judaism, right? We can analyze that, which one is the closest to the truth that we can arrive at. But we need to address that main question: does God exist? And let me tell
here's
you my take on it, right? My take on this is very simple. I'll ask you a few questions, and if you can tell me an alternative, right, I'll be very glad to have that discussion there. Number one, right? For me, God is the reason why we exist. He's the explanation of why
Mhm.
we exist, right?
Mhm.
He's the explanation of our purpose. He gives us
Right.
the purpose, right? So
Right.
those two things which are very important for me, right? Do you
Mhm.
have an alternative? And I don't think that there is any alternative other than the fact that we either came from nothing or we created ourselves. Did the universe give rise to itself, or do you think the universe comes from nothing? Right?
Well,
Because outside
I
of that, you're
mhm.
actually, sorry. Let me finish up. Because
Okay.
if the universe didn't come from, um, uh, if the universe comes from nothing, right? If you
Mhm.
can prove that, or if you can prove that logically, even, right? I
Mhm.
would accept that we can have a conversation and we can debate our issues. If you can
Absolutely.
prove, that the universe gives rise to itself, right?
Mhm.
The universe gives rise to itself, then that also gives us an opportunity to debate. The
Perfect.
only other
Okay.
question outside of
Okay.
this, free naturalist,
Mhm.
the only other option that we have is that something else gave rise to this universe, and
Mhm.
then
Yeah. Yeah.
we can discuss what that something else has to be, because
Okay. Okay. All right.
those are
So
the only three scenarios. Do you think there's anything else outside of this that
Okay,
might be there?
before I continue, I want you to understand that you yourself, you can't prove that God exists. You're only convinced in the idea of a God. And so what we're doing right now is we're sharing what we are convinced in. And I could be convinced in a specific idea and share with you why I'm convinced in that particular conclusion. However, I think
Can you?
that it's hold on,
Yeah,
hold
go
on.
ahead. Go ahead. Yeah,
I,
sorry.
I, I think that it's important for us to understand that we're limited in understanding why we're here and how we're here. And so when me as an atheist, if you were to ask me, prove this or prove that, I can only tell you what I'm convinced in. I can't tell you knowledge claims. I can't tell you facts about why we're here. I can only tell you about what I am convinced in. And so if you're able to, if you were to ask me about certain facts about reality, I can't give you facts. I can't tell you, you know, this is what happened before the Big Bang, before the expansion of the universe. I can only tell you about what I am convincing. Other than that, I can just say I don't know. I have no idea, and I have no problem with saying that.
Okay, so here's my question: what is the difference between convincing and giving proof? Like, I need to understand what you actually mean.
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time?
So, because you were using two different terms, that I can provide, I have conviction in the existence of God, but I don't have proof in the existence of God. So, what is the
No,
difference for you here?
I'm not really sure what you're asking me, but I think that when we're talking about proof, right? When we're talking about why we're convincing something, we can show each other the proof that we have, or the evidence that convinces us in a particular conclusion. See, I can give you evidence about the fourth dimension, about why it's necessary for us to resist. However, it won't. I won't tell you this as what I won't say that it's a fact. I won't say that this is a conclusion that is the ultimate truth. I will only tell you that this is what I am convincing by showing you the truth that I have.
Okay, do you believe in gravity?
Absolutely.
Why? What is the proof of gravity?
Because we can measure it.
What?
Because we can measure it.
Are you sure? You can measure the
Absolutely.
impact, you can measure the effect of gravity, but you don't really know what gravity is.
So,
Do you agree with
so,
me? Is gravity a pulling force?
well, Zoo just admitted, Zoo admitted to me that we measure its effect. So how come we can't say it's real if we're measuring its effect?
Sorry. I don't know if you answered me or if you said something else. So, were you responding to me? Did you respond to my question itself, or were you saying something else?
No, I was responding to a statement that you just said.
Yeah. So my question was that is gravity a pulling force?
Absolutely, yes.
It is. Okay. But according to Einstein's model of gravity, it's not a pulling force, right?
So gravity,
Einstein.
Einstein said that gravity is the warping of space and time, and so when you have
Exactly.
a mass, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So if it is a warping of space and time, which is caused by a heavy object, right, pushing onto the fabric of space time, right,
Mhm.
that's what causes gravity. But
Absolutely.
according to Newton, it's the attractive force between two objects. So which one of those two is the correct understanding of gravity?
That's a good question, but I don't see how this like relates to the concept of the God.
No,
I mean,
so
why
answer
are
me.
you asking me this?
No, answer me, please.
No, I want to know why you asking me this.
I'll show you.
Go ahead.
Okay, no, I'll show you after you've answered me. Which one of those two do you ascribe to? Which one of those two is the correct concept of gravity?
I was agree with Einstein.
You would go with Einstein's, right? So
That
what is the reason why you went with Einstein? Was it
because
proof? Was it proof or was it convincing?
it was the proof and the evidence that led me to be convinced in his concept.
No, Einstein doesn't have proof. Einstein only convinced people, right?
So he doesn't
Einstein
have
only convinced
evidence.
people.
So
Einstein
he
never
doesn't-
showed
so
us. Einstein has never proven that gravity exists. Einstein has proven.
wow,
He
and you
gave a
actually
formula.
believe that?
So free naturals, please hear me out. Do not do not patronize me here. Einstein did not show proof that gravity exists. What Einstein did is he positioned a theory which explains the impact of gravity, right? Better
Okay.
than the way gravity was explained by Newton, right? That is why we ascribe to the idea that Einstein's theory of gravity is better and superior to the Newtonian theory of gravity, and we ascribe to that as the best explanation for gravity. Tomorrow, let's
Absolutely.
say somebody else comes up and tells you that this model of gravity gives you better results and is better explaining all the happening of reality around us, right? And
Mhm.
it has been tested and proven according to the scientific method
Mhm.
that it does actually do what it claims to do. Are you
Yeah.
going to ditch Einstein's theory of gravity for that new model of gravity, let's say model X?
Well, yeah, I mean, of course I would. I mean, if I was to look at the data and the evidence that he provides, it would
So
convince me in another idea.
so you will.
I might. I have to look at the
Okay.
evidence that is being provided.
Okay, let's say I come up with a theory that explains everything that
Mhm.
gravity that your theory does,
Mhm.
the Einstein's theory does, right?
Mhm.
And my theory is based on something like this is because there are 200 nitrillions
Mhm.
between point A and point B, between
Mhm.
object A and object B, right?
Yeah.
And I basically say, okay, every time those objects move away,
Mhm.
the nitrillions become weaker. Okay,
Okay.
and every time they come closer, it becomes they grow stronger,
Mhm.
right? And the calculations that I do
Mhm.
explain the observations better
Mhm.
than Einstein's theory does. Would
Okay.
you? And every time you repeat it, it actually gives you the better results. Would you
Okay.
ditch your Einstein's theory of gravity for my Newtonian theory of gravity?
Well, you're basically asking me the same question as you did last time,
Yeah,
and I
yeah.
would say,
So would you
yeah.
do that?
Well, again, I would have to look at the evidence that it provide to convince me otherwise.
Okay. So here's the thing. My Nitrillions, then I say that no, it's actually better if I say that it's gremlins. All right. Or if
Mhm.
I say that it's gnomes, garden
Mhm.
gnomes, actually.
Mhm.
They're invisible garden gnomes that explain this better than anything else. And
Okay.
we do all the tests, we do everything. That theory that comes out of the garden gnomes
Mhm.
explains better than the Newtonian theory even. Would you then
Mhm.
accept garden gnome theory?
Well, and then if there was to develop a better conclusion, based upon the evidence that you provide, then I would be convinced. And then you just ask me
Okay.
the same
So
question.
so
So,
so here's the thing. What is the principle that we are agreeing on? As long whatever the theory is, right? Whichever theory best explains our reality is the theory that we ascribe to. Agreed?
okay.
Okay. Now we come to the concept of God. All right.
Okay.
Which explains our reality better? The idea that the universe came from nothing, the idea that the universe created itself, or the idea that the universe was given existence by an entity more powerful than itself that had the knowledge and the power to create the universe. Which of the
That is,
three is the best explanation?
I would say that for me, as an atheist, for someone who is barely learning about concepts of the expansion of the universe, um, I don't like. For me as an atheist, you said that I can't. I mean, I'm sorry. I can't accept the idea of an expanding universe coming from nothing. And right now, you know, I looked at the theories that are being developed about why we have an expanded universe. And when I looked at the God theory, sure, it's an amazing theory. I think that an intellect can be responsible for the universe. I have no problem in saying that to be a possibility. However, again, I acknowledge myself as a limited being. And so when I understand that I'm limited, I accept the idea that I have no idea. And what is the best
Okay, free naturalist.
explanation?
This is going around in circle. I'm trying
No,
to.
hold on. They're asking me what
Okay.
is the best explanation as to
Yes.
why there is an expanding universe. And I'm telling you, I have no idea.
And that's actually a very that that's how should I put it? I'm trying to be generous here, free naturalist, honestly,
Mhm.
because this is not an honest opinion to hold. Right? I asked
What?
you a very simple question, free naturalist. It was there are three theories. You don't need to know everything to
Mhm.
come to a conclusion between these three theories. Which one of the three better explain our existence? The idea that the universe came from nothing, which you
Mhm.
agree that it does not make any sense, right?
Right.
The idea that the universe gave rise to itself,
Mhm.
okay? Or the idea that there was an external cause to the universe.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. So I do agree that something must have been there to initiate to initiate the expansion of the universe. So I agree that there must have been an external necessity to establish the expansion of the universe.
Okay. So if there is an external necessity, then does that external necessity is that external necessity a mechanical process, or is that an agent?
It could be. I
Which it could be which one of those two. Remember, we're keeping the principle in line, right? Which one of the two explains it better? A mechanical process or an
um
intelligent agent?
that's a good question. I would say it's a mechanical because I am
Mechanical.
a naturalist.
Okay, the mechanical process explains it better,
Right,
you believe. Okay,
right.
so explain to me how the mechanical process came about.
Well, okay, now we're diving into what I believe. Okay, so I believe in an infinite being that is out. No, well, not. I can't say being. I have to be careful with my words. So I believe in an infinite necessity that grounds the set of all contingent things. And so I believe that there is an external explanation or external source of why we're here. But I don't believe that it's a being that has intellect. I don't believe that it's a being that has emotions. And that's what I believe.
So if the being does not have the intellect and it's a
Mhm,
mechanical existence, right? A
mhm,
mechanical being, right?
mhm.
The problem that you come up with is that you need an explanation for the mechanical being. It cannot be a necessary existence because that mechanical being cannot then give rise to this universe.
So
What
let me ask.
changed?
Hold
So
on, hold on.
again,
Let me ask you this first. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let me
sure,
ask
sure.
you this: How come? How come it can't be a mechanical necessity that is always there?
So if a mechanical necessity is always there, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would mean that it is an eternal existence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if it is an eternal mechanical existence, what is the uh, what is it that we're saying about that existence now? We're basically saying it has to be unchanging. It has to that mechanical existence that gave rise to this universe would
Mm-hmm.
then also have all the conditions that are needed for it to give rise to this universe, correct?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so if the conditions were there,
Mm-hmm.
right, if everything was there, why isn't this universe an eternal existence?
That's a good question. I believe that the universe is finite. I believe it has a beginning in the
Yeah,
sense that, okay, but,
so if it is finite, if it has a
mm-hmm,
beginning, right,
mm-hmm,
that existence could not have been mechanical. It needed to have done something at a point in time to give rise to this universe, because we know this universe is temporal. It came into existence, it is changing, and it will and all of these changes that we're seeing in it prove to us that the it, that what am I saying, that it's temporal, right?
mm-hmm.
That it cannot be an eternal existence, this universe. So an eternal existence cannot give rise to a temporal existence unless it has
Okay, so,
intelligence
no.
and
I
the
think,
ability to choose. Because
I think,
otherwise, free naturalists, what you're basically saying is that, number one, that eternal necessary existence is not able to, either not able to give rise to this existence because it's dependent on other conditions to
mm-hmm,
give rise to our existence, our reality, our universe. All right,
mm-hmm,
one. Or number two, okay, the fact that it's mechanical, right? You're saying
mm-hmm.
that it would have given rise to us eternally, then our existence would have been eternal.
Okay, but here's, let me ask you this: Why does the expanding universe have to have a mind of intellect? How come this mechanical system can't just be the grounding source for all possibilities or all states of affairs? So if you say that there was a cause for why the expansion of the universe existed, why does there have to be an intellect or a being with emotions to be there? I mean, I don't understand how you come to that conclusion to say
Okay,
yes. Go
so
ahead.
there's something I want to clarify. Just please clarify, and you can continue. So, are you talking about the universe, or are you talking about the cause that we've been talking of so far?
I'm talking about the universe. You said something along the lines of if the universe is finite, then it must entail an intelligent being. Is that
Yes,
what you were saying? So
exactly.
what I'm asking you is that why can't there be a mechanical necessity out there that is developing the expansion of the universe without the need of of intellect. How can this be something that is always there without
Okay.
intellect?
So far what I've been doing is I've tried to explain this to you. I want you to explain to me how a mechanical existence would actually make sense of this. Can you make sense of this for us?
That is a very very tough question to ask me. I think that if you're talking about a mechanical system, I would explain it in dimensions. And so if there's an external dimension that is always there and is developing the state of affairs of all things in reality, I would say that it's, oh man, I really hate to say this. I might sound dumb when I say this, but like I think that this mechanical system is not since it's something that is outside of 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 all contingent things. I would say that it doesn't have room for it to have intellect because it's something that is.
Look, free naturalist, I need to understand from you uh, how, when you're talking about this mechanical existence, right?
Mhm.
How is this mechanical existence a necessary existence? Because this mechanical existence is dependent on certain conditions being met for the temporary existence, which is our universe, coming to
Mhm.
existence. So explain to me how this is going to work, because I'm still trying to understand this part from you.
Okay, all right. So basically, what I believe is that there is an infinite dimension that is always there, and so it's necessary in the sense that it upholds the set of all contingent beings, and so it's an external explanation as to why there is finite things, and so everything that has a beginning and dependent, it has to have the explanation of why it's there and how it's there. And so this mechanical system is something that upholds the set of all contingent things. And so it's just something that upholds everything in existence.
Yeah, but see, free naturalist, for it to be able to do that, right, you need to establish why it's actually capable of doing all of this. Right now you're claiming it does, but why should I accept that it is capable of doing it? Because the way I'm seeing it, free naturalist, like,
Mhm,
for a mechanical existence to give rise to any contingent existence, right,
mhm,
for mechanical existence,
mhm.
either all those contingent existence are eternal existences, none of those existences then would be able to be temporal existences, or
Right, right,
if
right.
they are temporal existences, there needs to be some other conditions in place, which would mean that it's no longer a necessary eternal existence, which is mechanical in nature. So do you
I'm sorry
understand
to, I'm
do you
sorry to
understand
interrupt.
the no sorry do you understand the conundrum that I'm in from trying to understand your point of view
I think
of
so, but
this being mechanical?
yeah, but at the same time, we both, I mean, at the end, we both agree in a necessary being that upholds the set of all intended things. So
Yeah.
I find it very strange that you can't grasp the idea that there is a mechanical, but we both believe in a necessary being. You call it God, and I call it a mechanical system,
No,
or
I don't jump to the conclusion that it's God. Right? I don't jump to the conclusion that it's God. I
well,
actually I have my reasons for saying that it has to be intelligent, it has to have certain attributes which
mhm,
would make it which would actually explain our reality. Because otherwise, without those necessary attributes that we're talking about, our
mhm,
reality cannot be explained. Because if this necessary existence is not all powerful, it's not all knowledgeable, it doesn't
mhm.
have the wisdom, right, it does not have
Yeah,
eternality to it,
yeah,
it does
okay.
not it's not outside time,
Mhm,
the fact that it does not have agency or intelligence, all of those disqualify it from giving rise to the reality that we live in. Okay, and let me give you the reasons, because we've been going round in circles, and maybe it's better that I just give you my reasons and you can go back and try and sort of, or maybe just listen to this later on. So number one, it has to be all powerful, because this universe is extensive. It needs a lot of power to bring this universe into existence. That entity or that existence needs to have power, and I would say all the power, for to give rise to all the creation that would be there, because maybe there's more beyond this universe. We don't know what's beyond the Big Bang, but I personally believe that there is something beyond the Big Bang. And let's say it is the multiverse, then even the multiverse might have a multiverse, or whatever the case might be. Whatever is in existence has been given rise to by that existence, right? So that existence needs to have all the power for to give rise to this, to what we see as our reality. Okay, that's first. Secondly, the reason why it has to have the knowledge and the wisdom, right? Wisdom is basically the application of knowledge. That's how I'm defining it, right? And the right, and there's a nuance to it, but that's sort of a very simplistic way of defining wisdom. So being all knowledgeable and all wise. Why? Because for us to exist, a certain criteria had to be met. Unless that entity knows all of the criteria to the very finite level, to the most intricate level, right? We wouldn't exist, and our whole humanity wouldn't exist. For that, to me, shows that yes, that entity or that existence had knowledge and had the ability to apply all that knowledge. And if everything that is in existence was created by that entity or that existence needs to have all knowledge and all wisdom, right? Does those three, do they make sense so far?
It doesn't. I
Okay.
want to be very respectful. So I don't understand how that entails that this being has to have knowledge and wisdom and intellect. And maybe I need to take some time to understand the
Yeah,
explanation.
and I'm not done here. There's others that I want to make sure that you understand, right? The other
Yeah.
thing is, we've already talked about the fact that it has to be eternal, right? And if something is eternal, I personally believe that it has to be unchanging, that it is an absolute existence, it's an unchanging existence.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a necessary existence, right? All of those four, to me, show that this entity cannot be subject to time. It's outside of time then. All right.
Okay.
In addition to this, I would say that this entity has the capability, or it has intelligence, right? When we talk about intelligence, and the reason why I believe this entity or this existence has intelligence is because we are intelligent beings, and the truths that we subscribe to as objective truths are all based on some form of truth, right? That an entity outside of the collective human understanding, or the collective human mind, let's put it that way, right,
Okay.
must have put there for us to be able to recognize.
Oh, okay.
Because
So,
so
correct me.
for me,
Hold on. So, correct me if I'm wrong. So, basically, what you're saying is that since we have intellect, and since we're beings that have intellect, there has to be an external being. That being that is external also has to have intellect. Is that what you're saying?
exactly, because basically something that does not have any intellect cannot give rise to something that has intellect. A rock is not going to give rise to free naturalists. Do you understand? You're not going to come from a
Well,
rock.
have
You're going to come from
that,
another human being, right?
let me ask you this: do you believe that like something without intellect can give rise to something that exists?
Sorry?
Do you believe that something without intellect can give rise to something that exists, that or give rise to something
something without intellect can
give rise to have an effect to what
okay.
something does exist?
No, I believe that for something intellectual or something with consciousness or something with a mind to exist, it needs a mind or it needs consciousness or it needs the intellect to put us there, to put us together. Because non-intellect, I don't think can give rise to intellect. Non-consciousness cannot give rise to consciousness, right?
Okay.
So for me, that is a prerequisite because
Yeah.
otherwise, the fact that we recognize something as intellectual, right, or something as having consciousness, something as having agency, something as having will, all of these pieces, they can have a sort of a similar sort of understanding or similar sort of reasoning why
Yeah.
they exist, right? And the fact that
Mhm.
we have all of this means that that entity will have an ultimate form of that,
Okay.
right? Okay, so
Okay.
that entity has to be intellectual, that
I
entity
understood.
has to have an agency, that entity has to have a will. Okay, so for me those are sort of indications that that entity needs to possess that for that entity to create us.
Okay. All right. I think that is a wonderful explanation, and I think that the conclusion is very wonderful. I think that, but let me share with you my perspective as a naturalist. So I believe that everything in existence has a natural explanation for why it exists. For example, you have a star that is developed by natural causation, and it doesn't need intellect for it to be there. Everything that it came into existence based upon certain chemical effects that happen somewhere out there, right? And based upon that, I can use that as an argument to say that our expanding universe or the external necessity that exists also doesn't have intellect. See how you're saying that we have to have intellect. Since we have intellect and we give rise to things that do exist, then there must that necessity has to have intellect. However, from my perspective, if we're talking about a star that came into existence by a natural explanation, I would also say, the necessity out there doesn't need an intellect. Is that what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying. So my question, I sort of want to understand a couple of things because there's and brothers, if anybody wants to jump in or add anything, please feel free to do so. So
No worries.
my
I'll just wait till
question,
the conversation is over.
yeah. So my question, free naturalist, is how do you define nature and how do you define naturalism? Right, those
Mhm.
two. And in light of that, I do have a follow up on this.
How do I define nature? I guess everything that exists within the set of all contingent things. I hope that makes sense. I know it sounds a little bit philosophical, but I think that nature is
Yeah.
everything that exists within the set of all
So,
contingent
so
things.
you do know that that's not the accepted definition of nature. You basically expanded it to include all reality, pretty much
Well, everything that's finite.
everything that's finite. Let's put it that way. Okay, everything that is contingent, essentially. But you know that that's not the normal understanding of what nature is, or what is natural, or what naturalism is, right?
But at the same time, like if you were to ask me about what nature is, I would say that like let's say stars and planets. I think that they have their own nature and we have our own nature, and we have our own everything that exists in the contingent world. Um, it has its own nature.
Yeah, but free naturalists, unfortunately, like when you use that, when you use these terms with the definitions that you're giving us, right?
Hmm.
This is not the common understanding of these terms.
Okay, all right, then.
Right, right. So when you talk about nature, nature is anything that exists in uh, nature is basically what we see and what we hear around us. It does not include, nature does not include the concepts that we have. Nature
So
does
is
not
every,
include the consciousness that we hold, right?
so
Nature,
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So everything that you hear and see, is it contingent? Is it within the set of all contingent things?
yeah, I understand your definition. I understand
Mm-hmm.
your definition, but I don't agree that that is the commonly understood definition of
Okay, all right.
what nature is, right?
Okay,
So I would
yeah.
recommend that you go take a look at that definition, right?
Okay, yeah. I
Please.
kind of just I kind of just like I kind of formulated that definition just now. I wasn't sure how to answer that.
Yeah, so that's why please go have a look at that, because you may actually, once you've taken a look at that definition, you would actually realize that the ideas that you hold to might not
Mhm.
necessarily be naturalism at all, right?
Oh,
And then you,
why you say that?
why do I say that? Because
Mm-hmm.
naturalism is
Mm-hmm.
it ascribes to the idea that all the causes of everything that we see and feel and everything that we have around us, right,
Mm-hmm.
are natural or exist within space, matter, and time.
That's what I
They don't
said though.
exist.
That's
No,
basically what
you
I
you
said,
said
sir.
contingent. You said contingent existences. All because that includes concepts. That includes consciousness. That includes all of the other things
Oh, okay. All right.
which are
But
outside of what is natural, which is understood to be natural. Because
okay.
naturalists do not agree with the idea that uh, uh, basically consciousness is
Mm-hmm.
naturalistic. They
Okay.
don't ascribe to that. They
Mm-hmm.
basically a lot of naturalists, what they say is consciousness is an emergent property of uh, of nature, not
Mm-hmm.
necessarily um, nature itself. So you're
Okay.
basically taking it to on a different understanding. So that's why I basically asked you this question
Yeah.
of what you understand
What?
nature
What?
to be.
What?
And I'm recommending here to you that go back, take a look at what your understanding is versus what the normal understanding is. Go take a look at these definitions so that you can make sure where you stand, because you might not actually be holding on to the
Well,
opinions that you say you're holding on to.
can I say something? But like, um, I believe the reason why I call myself a naturalist is because I believe that everything that we see around us in our perception has a natural reason as to why it exists. And like, let's say, um, the tree that is outside my house. I believe that that tree has a natural explanation as to why it exists. Even the moon, even the earth, everything that we perceive has a natural explanation as to why it's there, and it's all done by cause and effect.
So if I okay, so here's the thing. If I tell you that uh, if I talk about infinity to you,
Hmm.
what do you understand by infinity?
Well, I think that infinity has its own nature. There's finite nature and then there's infinite nature. So when we're talking about the external necessity that is
Can you
infinite,
measure infinity? Can you measure
no,
infinity?
no.
Okay. So you understand infinity, all right?
Hmm.
But does infinity exist in nature?
And then there's finite nature and then there's
Yeah,
infinite
so we're
nature.
talking about the infinite nature, right? We're not talking about the 1 over x. We're talking about the
Wait,
infinity.
okay. Isn't
Yeah.
infinite nature just isn't it just metaphysics?
It, yeah, that's where I was getting to. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is like you can basically say in infinity a lot of I've seen this sort of a pseudo argument that is brought up at times, that you can divide the path from point A to point B into half, and then you can keep dividing it infinitely into half,
Hmm.
and so on and so forth. But right, but at the end of the day,
Hmm.
I can still go from point A to point B, regardless of how many divisions that you make, right?
Okay.
So it is an inconsequential matter of what that is. But for me to traverse an infinite distance in space, is that possible?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that one more time? I'm sorry about
For
that.
for me to traverse, for me to go from a point to a point in infinity, is that even possible?
No, I think I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get to, right? That there are certain concepts that do not exist in nature at all, and there's not just certain concepts. Most concepts are metaphysical. They have no physical basis for them.
Hmm.
Mathematical concepts that we have, right?
Absolutely.
The concepts, the artistic concepts, the concepts of beauty, the concept of love, and all of these concepts are not naturalistic, not physical at all, right? But we know that they are true because we can we've we've how should I put it? Well, we've not measured them. We've experienced them, right?
Hmm.
And we cannot deny our experience. You've experienced love. Your mother
So
loved you,
let me
right?
ask you this.
Your
Let
father
me.
loved you. You love your children, right? But
Hmm.
can you tell me what love is? Like, it's very difficult to do that.
Yeah. I think that this is goes to the extent of saying that concepts has its own nature.
Concepts have its own nature. I am
Yeah.
not even sure where you're getting to.
Well,
At the end of
yeah,
the day,
because
concepts.
it sounds like what it sounds like they're saying is that since concepts are not physical, then they're not nature.
Yeah, they're not uh, they're not naturalistic. There's no naturalistic explanation of those concepts.
What?
There's
Oh, okay,
no
okay, all right.
physical
Let me.
explanation of those concepts, right?
Okay, all right. So I'm a materialist. So if you was to
Yeah.
ask me how concepts arise, I would say that it's all concepts are dependent on the brain function and neurons that fire off in our brains. Wouldn't you agree with that?
But then again, the problem that you arrive at is, how do you explain uh, a non-conscious existence uh, giving rise to these concepts? Because only conscious existences can understand these concepts, right? It's impossible for you to have a conversation with a rock about the lifespan of the stars, right? If you can do
Mm-hmm.
that, well and good, let me know. But it's impossible because a rock is not conscious, even though you are made of stardust and that rock is made of stardust. And you know what, you can find a big enough rock that has every little piece of atom that you have in you and that rock has in you, but then you are a conscious being able to have a communication, but that rock is not a conscious existence.
Let me ask
So
you this. Let
so
me ask you this.
it's something
Oh,
that you need to ponder on. All right.
okay, but let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. So, do you believe that everything that's or in order to define something as conscious, does it have to have intellect?
For something to be conscious, does it have to have intellect?
Yeah.
Generally, that's what we find. For things that are conscious, they do have intellect.
Let me ask you this. Can you
How do you
define
define intellect?
consciousness? Yeah, I was about to ask you that. How do
So,
you define consciousness?
so consciousness to me is the ability to be cognizant of your own existence.
So I think that I think I have a different definition where I just said consciousness is something that is aware or something that is able to have uh 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 damn. Actually, I might have to look into that on how I would properly define consciousness. I think I'll go ahead and look into that.
Okay, so I would recommend you go back, take a look. I've given you quite a few arguments. I hope you can take that back. Remember, free naturalists, I hope that you can be open-minded about these things, because when you say that you ascribe to this particular theology and or a particular ideology, not theology, sorry, a particular ideology, right? Remember the principle that we talked about at the very beginning when we were talking about gravity and all of those things, right? We have a principle. Does your um, uh, the position that you hold, does it explain our reality better, or is there a better explanation? So based on the principle that we agreed on, okay, I would ask you, are you being honest with yourself when you say that I ascribe to naturalism? Why? When we've talked about so many reasons why it doesn't make sense. Naturalism doesn't explain consciousness. Naturalism doesn't explain so many other things,
It
right?
does, though.
So no, it doesn't.
It
Go.
does. Hold on, real fast. If there
Sure.
is if there is a natural explanation as to why things exist, and because I'm an individual who accepts the idea of evolution, and so I
No,
believe that
evolution
all.
doesn't. Evolution has no explanatory power.
Hold on. So I believe that all complex systems, like the brain is a complex system, and it takes
Sorry,
zeros
what?
and
What
zeros.
existence? The brain is
A complex system.
a complex. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Yes.
So the brain is a complex system that took many years to have it actually happen. And so I believe that our brains have a natural explanation as to why it exists. It just takes a long time, but because I believe that evolution is the reason why we are
Okay.
thinking agents.
So free naturalist, here's my question to you. Have you
Mhm.
proven evolution?
I don't
Have
need to
have
prove
you
it.
been able? No, 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 no. You
I
have
don't.
to prove it.
No,
Science works through
hold on.
scientific method.
Hold on.
Uh-huh.
So if I believe that everything has a natural explanation as to why it exists, I can take that consistency and apply it to the existence of a brain that is complex. And
No,
that's
so
all I need to
again,
do.
are you making a philosophical claim, a theological claim, or a scientific claim?
I would say that it's more of the deductive
Okay.
reason.
Okay.
So
The conversation has been
yes,
going on for a while. Let's wrap it up in about 2 minutes, okay?
yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying
Oh,
to do.
okay.
So I'm
I'm sorry
just trying
about
to.
that.
So we'll give it a 5 or 10 minutes. I want to wrap it up and make sure that you understand the flaw in your argument here, free
Okay.
naturalist. So number one, if it is a scientific claim, I have the right
Okay.
to ask you: have you proven it? Have you proven it in by the scientific method? Have you
But
proven?
I've,
Have you proven? So listen to what I'm saying. All right.
I can
Have you
prove it. Hold on,
proven?
I'm answering the question. I can prove it by deductive reason.
No, so it doesn't work that way, right? So
So
scientific method, is scientific method deductive
hold
or inductive? Tell me.
hold on, Bill, hold on.
So
So
that's the
for
point that
you
I'm
as a,
asking you. free naturalist, that's a point that I'm asking you, right? Is this a scientific claim, a theological claim, a philosophical claim,
A
or basically
philosophical.
philosophical logical? So it's not a scientific theory according to you.
Well, science does play a role in my philosophical deduction. So what I'm doing is giving you a deductive reason by telling you a certain deductive. I'm sorry, I'm telling you a deductive reason, and that deductive reason implies science and
Okay,
scientific discovery.
so regardless of what who you talk to, right?
Hmm.
The proof of evolution is given as a scientific theory. Evolution is given as a scientific theory, not a philosophical theory, not a theological theory, not a logical theory, right?
Hmm.
It's not meant to be a deductive argument. Okay,
Okay.
so first of all, understand this, right?
Okay.
Secondly, evolution does not explain life. Evolution does not explain consciousness.
Mm.
Evolution does not explain the organs that we have, the organs that we hold, right? Evolution
Yeah.
does not explain why single cells decided to form into multicellular organisms. Evolution does not explain how the RNA came into existence. Evolution does not explain how the enzymes came into existence, how the polypeptides came into existence, how the
It does though.
polynucleotides came into existence. It does not
It
have
does.
any explanatory power. Once you start digging into the details, you
It
would
does.
realize that evolution is basically it's more there's more what do you call it, it's just smoke and mirrors. It's just a very easy way to confound people, because the
Mm.
theory that is presented is a very complex theory, right? And
Mhm.
it's hard for people to understand. What Once you start looking into what the theory is saying, and once you start looking into what the evidence underlying the theory is, you would actually realize that this is just it is pretty much circular reasoning. You would actually realize that it does not explain a number of key points during the for the explanation of life, for the explanation of the humankind as we exist today,
Yeah.
right? And I'm not saying all of this just randomly. I want you to go back, take a look, test me test it out yourself, and you would
Mhm.
actually realize that all of these things that I'm talking about,
Yeah.
your theory that you're ascribing to does not have any explanatory power when it comes to these matters, right?
Okay.
So so so
Before I go.
I'm just going to wrap up, free
Yeah.
nationalists.
Yeah.
I do. So there's a lot that we discussed today, and I
Mhm.
hope that when the next time we meet, you've actually done your research on this
And
matter. Okay.
before I go, I want you to understand that. I mean, for you, I want you to do your own research as well. I want you to understand evolution more, and I really want you to understand the concepts that I told you right in the beginning of the live when I jumped on. I want you to understand how and why I'm an atheist. I really want you to understand why I'm an atheist. And so what I advise you and recommend to you during the time that I won't be on here is that I want you to be more. I want you to be also be open-minded. I don't want you to be closed-minded from the theory that you're convincing. I want you to be open-minded about what you observe around the world, and then let me know what you think.
Okay. Thanks for your advice, free naturalist. I just want to let you understand this, that as a Muslim, right,
Hmm.
the observations that we make of the world
Hmm.
are completely in line with our theology and our
Yeah,
understanding of reality, right? We
absolutely.
don't
Okay.
have to we don't have to jump through hoops to explain one over the other. And
Hmm.
it's not a competition. In our mind, there's no competition. All of the scientific advancements that happen, right,
Hmm.
they are all in line with our theology. right? We don't have to justify any of these advancements or justify our theology with any of these advancements, right? So we're pretty much in tune with our reality. Okay, so
Okay.
I'm actually inviting you to it, that this peace of mind that you have, that
Mm-hmm.
when you understand the Islamic theology fully, and you
Mm-hmm.
understand the idea that God created this universe, and this is and this, then science actually becomes the means for you to understand the way that God put everything into existence and what He did. Right? It's
Okay.
no longer. It becomes more meaningful. It becomes
Yeah.
more guided. It becomes more
Yeah.
directed, and it's
Mm-hmm.
more. There's more achievements that you would have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is really what I would recommend that you do, and please take the message of Islam seriously, because
Okay.
we're telling you very seriously that there is an afterlife.
Yeah.
Right? You cannot shy away from that idea, or you cannot just put your head into the ground and expect that that reality would go away. There is an afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
There's a heaven. There's a hell. The heaven that we talk about is a place where you would gain blessing over blessing,
Yeah.
right? And it would
Yeah.
keep increasing in blessing. It would keep
Yeah.
increasing in reward, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And hell is a place where you would get punishment, right?
Right.
And the
Right.
punishment would keep increasing eternally.
Right.
The choice now is, do you want the eternal reward or the eternal punishment?
Yeah.
And the method that you have has been given to you by the Prophet,
Mm-hmm.
peace be upon him, who told us very clearly that we have to accept that this reality came into existence because of the one true God.
Okay.
And if we do not worship that one true God, and
Mm-hmm.
we rebel against that one true God, He will
Mm-hmm.
punish us. But if we
Yeah.
submit to Him and if we worship Him, right, He would reward us. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and that's really the choice that we have to make.
I'll,
So
I'll, I'll,
this is very simply the message of Islam. I would recommend go back, have a
mm-hmm.
look at our discussion if you want to,
Okay.
right, and
Yeah.
at the same time read the Quran, right?
I'll
Read the
definitely I'll definitely think about that, and I'll be more open-minded when I observe the Quran. And in return, I really wanted to understand why I'm an atheist,
Yep.
and the things that I recommended also I want you to do on their own time. And thank you for having me on. And I've been on here quite a number of times, and I fully respect how you guys are patient with me. And we hardly argue. Sometimes we argue, but I want you guys to understand that I really do respect the panel that you guys let me on.
All right, no worries, free naturalist. Thank you for coming on, and thank you for being civil. All right,
Thank you. Thank you.
take care.
See you, brother.
Interesting
Sorry,
conversation,
Ikhwan.
actually. No,
I
you got it, bro. You got it.
oh, okay.
Nah, no worries. No, when the conversation is flowing like that, even though I may have certain things to say, you just have to hold back. Hey, Parsons got it.
Yeah, this is. I was actually starting to get a dry throat. I need some water. Give me a moment. I think it's pretty much been an half an hour that I've been speaking. Give me a moment. Khian.
Yeah, yeah, it
I'm
gets going,
still
doesn't
trying
it?
to work out how he claims to be a naturalist, but believes in a supernatural.
That was my whole. That was the issue I wanted to address actually, because that got me too.
Like even as he claims it's mechanical,
Uh-huh.
like just the opposing ideas don't make sense. It contradicts each other.
Mm.
Hmm.
Well, apparently, when it comes to naturalism, not necessarily a monolith. People have their own concepts.
Mm.
Mm. So, but yeah, no, I didn't want to. Even though I wanted to have my own conversation with them, I didn't want to deviate from the flow of what Faisal was talking about. So Besides, Faisal
Yeah.
give him mashallah. Faisal give him a lot of information from research anyway. So
Now, one thing I found interesting, especially for him, considering he does believe in that supernatural side, is
mhm.
the Justin Barrett um,
Oh,
experiment that they did back in, I think it was
mhm,
2007,
mhm.
and where they is this like 1.9 billion euros, and then at the end of it, they came to the understanding that children believe in the supernatural.
Yeah.
It's natural, it's normal for them. It's not until later, like it actually takes them longer to realize how limited human beings actually are in themselves compared to how quick they understand the supernatural. And then that's normal for them.
I mean, I think it goes hand in hand with how kids, when they're younger, every kid has the phase where they just ask questions. You know, that curiosity phase where they ask
Yeah, yeah,
everything that you do, why? It's that
Mm.
curiosity themselves that leaves them open to the idea of wait, there's something here. That's what the so and notice how when we get older, most of us stop asking those same questions we asked as a child. You know, that random curious question because what kind of adult would ask, huh? Well, besides me, what kind of random adult would just ask, huh? Why do my socks have to match? You know,
yeah,
why do we go? Why do we go to school from Monday to Friday? Why not Saturday? Just those arbitrary questions that seem arbitrary, but they're very, very. It's questions that no one really asks. So children would ask those things. So it's that curiosity that we lose as adults that make us more stubborn, prideful, and
yeah, yeah,
more arrogant to the concept of something larger being out there. Even though we have that same need for that purpose to ask ourselves, why are we here? So
yeah. I
May
did
I
find it
answer that
interesting when he
question?
mentioned that there was
go ahead.
one of
Go
the
ahead.
reasons why he doesn't believe in like our concept of a creator is intellect.
Mm.
Mm, mm.
I mean, it's the
Like
question
if
that
you
Faisal
remove
asked
that
them.
side of it, like why aren't you walking down the road with a foot hanging out of your head? Like technically speaking, that could actually happen according to him.
It's a
Yet
possibility. I
you
mean,
don't see it anywhere.
Yeah.
go ahead, Hassan.
Right. Yeah. So the answer to your question is visual pleasure, not
Ah,
your own,
ooh.
but others.
Elaborate on that if you can.
The reason we would wear matching socks, or even s- uh, suits, or like, how do I what did the kids say these days? Uh, Jeans or clothes that are licked. So
You're fully sick, mate.
Well, how you said that? You said
yeah,
that like an adult. Clothes that are lit. You know.
Wait,
yeah,
wait,
okay.
hang on. Is it plugged into a PowerPoint?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Where's the on switch?
Hassan is going Gen Z.
Trust me, a
No.
lot of the times I hear kids these days speak, I'm like, bro, what the hell are you on about?
Bro, it. I feel so old, man. But go ahead, Hassan.
But yeah, that's the primary reason, visual pleasure.
Mm.
Sometimes those combinations look good to us, but most of the times those combinations are pleasing to others rather than ourselves. So that's one
Like,
of the primary reasons.
yo, so this sister, she's caught up. It's the drip.
Oh,
The drip. Just
There's
change
You
no
the
know,
way
washer in your
someone said
faucet and
that.
make sure it doesn't drip then.
bro, at my job, there's this new word. I don't know what the heck it is. The first time I heard it, I don't know what the heck it means. Someone told me that I have Riz, and I don't know what that
Okay,
means.
so Riz,
oh, that
That
even I
sounds
know,
so
Ali.
wrong.
I
That
don't.
sounds
What
so
is
wrong.
that?
I will,
Is
I
that
will,
So
I will
that's the
do
same
my
thing I thought
best.
too.
I will do my best to explain it to you.
What?
no, no, no. I have one word to explain it, DeAndre. Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first?
No, no, you go ahead.
Okay. Riz is charisma.
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why don't they
Pretty
say
much.
charisma
Pretty
then?
much.
It's
Because
yeah,
it's
it
too
is.
big of a word for them to use.
Oh, charisma. Okay, that
But
makes
the
sense.
thing is though that you have to take into account it's more commonly used when speaking about the matter of charisma, which deals with speaking to women.
What?
Picking up girls.
Yep.
It's for picking up girls. That's primarily what it is.
Yeah.
The
Oh.
charisma that you need to pick up girls. Or the
Oh.
other way around, I would say.
Oh,
Yeah, but
that makes a lot of sense. Off note,
yeah.
that makes a lot of sense. Let's just continue.
Ali is so happy right now. He's
No,
probably
I'm not.
jumping in his mind.
Nah,
Like,
I'm not
I got
happy.
Riz.
I was confused because, anyways, I was really just confused because personally, just like Yahya, I actually took that the wrong way, and I was like, "What the heck is that?"
It would have
So,
been worse if they'd mentioned the word and handed you a tissue.
hey,
Actually, you sort of walked into that.
you know
So
what?
so Ali,
Whatever.
just out of curiosity, was it a male colleague who said this or a female colleague who said
Oh,
this?
male.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just
But
stay
in
away from the
hindsight,
guy.
yeah. But
My
in
advice is
hindsight,
stay away from the
but
guy.
in hindsight, he said that after I was finished speaking to a female coworker of mine. So
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Yeah, that's why I say it makes a lot of sense. He said that afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes
That
sense. Yeah. Okay.
makes a lot of sense.
But
All right.
anyways, let's not.
We do
Yeah.
have someone in the backstage. I mean, I'm not gonna recommend bringing him on for long, but
I mean,
do you want to do
he
that?
turned. Sure, why
He
not?
did
He
turn
turned on
on
his
the
camera
camera.
already.
Who?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to say it, Faisal?
Yeah. Quran only debater. Let's see.
Oh
We're
my
bringing you up on the
god.
stage.
Oh, Hadith rejectors, my
Yes.
favorite.
You know what? I'm all for letting Hassan handle this.
Oh no, our Ustad is here.
Oh.
So
Oh,
you
true,
are on
true,
the
true.
Which
stage,
Ustad?
Quran only debater. Do you have
Hadith rejecting heretic. Do you have anything to say to us today?
Hey, yo.
I mean, it's accurate.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm
yeah,
gonna take it
just
back to you brothers right
let's
now.
just
I mean, hey.
let's wait for him to speak.
Hey,
I
listen,
don't
man.
know
I
if he
I
is.
really like what Ramzi
So
does when these
three.
Hadith rejectors go backstage. He gives them nicknames. I remember there was a guy backstage called the Quranist, and he said, "Satanist, can you turn your camera on for 2 seconds?"
All right. So I'm going to put you back in the backstage. I don't know if he's still here or not, but you would
Yeah, he
have
was
to
here
confirm.
earlier. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
here earlier. Then I don't know. Maybe he's doing something right now.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So okay. I mean, it's been a while, and
Sure
just
has.
so everybody knows, I won't continue the series this weekend, or probably next weekend. But inshallah, the weekend after that, I'll have something, and then we have the Tanakh stream coming up soon, inshallah.
Yes, Tanakh stream. That's right.
Can I speak?
Yeah, Akhi,
Of
please.
course. Go ahead.
I was so quiet for a long time, so I will not disturb nobody here.
Oh, Aladdin's back. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm here. I was. So that's why my time is
The
open.
brother
I
stayed.
wait properly for Yahya to
I
see
got
me.
changed. Alhamdulillah. Don't be ashamed of your pajamas, brother. It's all good.
It was not pajamas. It was my basketball sandal. That's copy one.
You said basketball sandals? Wait a minute.
This is sandals. I said sandal. We call it sandal. I don't know if this is correct English or not. That's the
Oh
slave.
my God.
Cat. I don't want to call it English. Is it sandal? Am I correct?
Your shirt, your top.
Yeah, the
Oh,
one
you
under
mean the vest,
It's a
that you
singlet.
wear under, right?
Yeah, I mean Arabic we call it shabah. I don't know what's it in
Shabah.
Arabic shabah.
In Urdu we call it banyan.
What is under my t-shirt? I wear it usually under the t-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
we call
Urdu,
it a
we call it
t-shirt,
banyan.
singlet,
In
tank
English,
top.
we call it a vest as well.
So I
A
didn't need to
vest.
show you my macho big muscles, man. So you said, that's why.
No. Faisal, don't
Yes.
no. Say it correctly to the brother. In English, we're supposed to call it vest, but in America, we call it something else.
I don't need
We
to know
call
what
it
is the something else. I'm happy with vest.
okay, cool.
Yeah, I've
Because
heard of undershirt, but anything else
no,
other than that?
a
You're
wife
No, no,
talking
no.
about
beater.
the WB one.
Nah, there's something else.
Okay,
No,
why am I
We
not
call it a wife
aware
beater
of
in
it?
Australia.
yeah, same here. They call it a wife beater.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
what
I
you
Yeah.
don't
call
know
it.
why, and I don't know. I don't want to
Do
know
you
why.
want me? Do you want me to wear it again so you recognize it? And I'll show you my
No,
No.
and Allah.
no, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
You
It's
find out another plan.
But
it's actually
unless you're
the
looking for wife number 3, then it's up to
no,
you.
the Americans
Well,
have it
if you will
the other
offer
way
me, I
around, I
have no
believe.
problem, brother Yahya.
I know. I'm convinced that America just literally took the English language and said, "Nah, let's make it worse."
Now I'll tell you why I came here again. You said that there was a Quranic backstage. Okay?
Yes.
So
Hmm.
subhanallah. So I sometimes love to deal with those Quran only. And the answer for those people is very, very simple. And it's not difficult to deal with those who claim to be Quran. The Quran actually said clearly, explicitly, establish prayer. And we learn the number of rak'ats in Salah and the method of the Salah prayers from the book of the Sunnah al-Bukhari. The Quran mentioned the name of the dawn and afternoon prayers only. But as for noon, sunset, and evening prayers, we took them from the Sunnah. Quran said give zakat, and we learn how much it should be paid from the book of the Sunnah, from al-Bukhari and Muslim. The Quran also said, and go round ancient house Hajj, go to Kaaba, perform Hajj. And the method of Hajj, Safa and Marwa, was explained by the book of the Sunnah, Bukhari and Muslim, which showed us exact details of Hajj. The Quran said we have to go fasting. We were commanded by Allah to fast, but the details how to perform it and what to do if you eat by mistake or if you drink by mistake or you have done something that might break your fasting is in Sunnah. The Quran ordered us purification from impurity, and the method of purification we took from the Sunnah. There are so many things that was mentioned in the Sunnah. Allah spoke about it explicitly in the Holy Quran, but the details come in Sunnah, and there are some of them. I'll give you what Allah says in the Holy Quran about the Sunnah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned the Holy Quran several times Sunnah in the Holy Quran several times. Let's say the word al-hikmah. The word al-hikmah in the Holy Quran comes with several meaning. And the meaning depends upon the context. Like when Allah said, ادعوا إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة وجادلهم بالتي هي أحسن. Invite all to the way of the Lord with wisdom. Here wisdom has, hikmah. See, the meaning is how to deal with them. Now, in other verses in the Holy Quran, the word hikmah, a majority of ulama says means sunnah. Like if you read in Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 129, Allah said, وَيُعَلِّمُهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةِ. Also said, وَيُعَلِّمُكُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةِ in Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 151. Also, so here they said, al-hikmah in this context means the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad, the traditional sayings of Prophet Muhammad, the daily life, the way Prophet Muhammad acts. So, hikmah here means Sunnah. In Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse 231, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, وَمَا أُنزِلَ عَلَيْكُم مِّنَ الْكِتَابِ وَالْحِكْمَةِ. So, Brother Muhammad received two, kitab and hikmah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said about Prophet Muhammad in the Holy Quran, وَمَا يَنْطُقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ. Brother Muhammad does not speak by his own desire, but whatever he hears, he speaks. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that he revealed to Prophet Muhammad, أَنزَلَ عَلَيْهِ مِنَ الْكِتَابِ وَالْحِكْمَةِ, the book which is the Holy Quran, hikmah which is the Sunnah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in Surah Al-Imran, verse 164, وَيُعَلِّمُهُمِ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةِ. Prophet Muhammad is teaching them Quran and hikmah with the Quran. The hikmah is the Sunnah as well. In Surah An-Nisa, also Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَأَنزَلَ عَلَيْهِ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةِ. Verse 113 in Surah An-Nisa. Allah said also in Surah Al-Jum'ah, verse 2, وَيَعَلِّمُهُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةِ. In Surah Al-Hishr, verse 7, وَمَا أَتَاكُمُ الرَّسُولُ فَخُذُوهُ. Whatever gave you, take. Whatever he told you not to do not do. You see, there are so many verses talk about as-Sunnah Nabawiyah. So I hope, even you read in Surah An-Nahl, verse 44, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, لنبين للناس ما نزل إليهم نزل عليك
I
وأنزلنا
was
عليك
just gonna mention that one.
وأنزلنا سبحان الله أنزلنا عليك بالبينات والزبر وأنزلنا عليك الذكر لتبين للناس ما أنزل إليهم. Here ما أنزل إليهم الذكر is the whole Quran. ما أنزل إليهم here علماء said it's also Sunnah. Allah said in Surah An-Nisa verse 13 تلك حدود الله ومن يطع الله ورسوله. You see, when you obey Prophet Muhammad, it is to obey what he's doing daily. I mean, it's Quran and Sunnah. وَأَطِيعُوا اللَّهَ وَأَطِيعُوا الرَّسُولَ. There are so many verses in the Holy Quran prove that Sunnah is part of our Islam. Like when you read, I mean, the Shahada, أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. That's the first, the first part of the Shahada, to testify by witness that there's only one true God worthy to be worshipped, Allah. And أشهد أن محمد رسول الله. So the second part of the Shahada is Prophet Muhammad. So whatever Prophet Muhammad is doing aside from the Holy Quran is also part of the second part of our Shahada, which is his daily life, which means his traditional, saying, the Sunnah, the Hadith of Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So this is how you can very simply and easily, refute those who comes with the Quran alone. Just just ask them very simple. How do you learn how to perform Hajj? Show me. What does it say in the Quran? How many times? You Safa Warma. How do you do Safa and Marwa? How do you do it? It's not there. There are so many issues there in the Sunnah that Allah spoke about in the Quran, but details in Sunnah. Well, they cannot find the answer for you from the Holy Quran, and they run away from such questions. So I hope that this answered this very simple misconception. Barakallah fikum.
You probably scared him off.
No, yeah, he's been gone.
Oh, I
He
knew
left.
it. As soon as
Yeah.
Aladdin started talking,
The moment Aladdin spoke, you know what time it was.
I'm not ready for this.
Harsh? It's my mistake. I was harsh.
No, Nachi, it's not that you were harsh. Is that you were talking truth, and these guys can't handle truth.
Akhi, with such people, actually, you have to be harsh. How many times I explained that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Allah gave us two ways of da'wah. One of them to be wise, use wisdom, and the other way is to be harsh. When Allah says, invite all to the way of the Lord with wisdom and beautiful preaching, here wisdom is how to deal with them, either to be soft or harsh. So you have to decide, according to your knowledge, when to be soft and when to be harsh. So when such people come, try to corrupt Islam out of ignorance because of their jahil, so such people, you have to be harsh with them, so nail them in the head so they will wake up. But with love and respect, not with cursing them and calling them. No. So when I was harsh with someone, sometimes I become harsh with them because of the way I love them. When you love someone, you care about him. When you love someone, you don't want him to go to hellfire. So you try your very best to save him from Jahannam, to save him from hellfire because you love him, because you care about him. So sometimes you are harsh on your children. You punish your son. You beat up your son softly, gently, not because you hate your son. No, you are harsh on your son because you want to discipline your son, because you want to bring your son to the right, to the truth. You understand what I'm saying? Because you want to save your son. So when I harsh on someone sometimes, it's because I love them for the sake of Allah, not because I'm angry at them. Faisal, come here, I'll be harsh at you. I'm done here.
Nah,
right.
maybe because I'm African, but my parents had a different way of letting me know they're about to discipline me. Yeah.
Ali, I did not mention you. I said Faisal.
I'm Latino, so your mom gives you that look, and you know it's about to be over.
It's on site.
It's about to be over.
Oh yeah, Juan, I'm Pakistani. We get a sandal with a heel at the back of our heads.
Yep.
That's why. Have you seen the picture on the camera of Brother Yahya? That's what I was talking about.
La chancla. We call it la chancla.
Allah give you a sign. Subhanallah. Allah give you the sign right away, not me.
We call it la chancla. Spanish, they could tell you one word in Spanish, and if they put enough emphasis on that word, they would have told you a whole paragraph.
You know what? I remember growing up, the most, and this is personally, inshallah, this will happen to me. But growing up, the most dangerous things, the most dangerous word my mother could ever say to me growing up, the most dangerous sentence, my apologies, the most dangerous sentence my mom ever said to me growing up,
Your full
wait,
name?
wait till your father gets home.
Oh.
When I heard those words, it put the fear of God in me, bro.
Swear.
Yeah. So, and the funny thing is, I think that's exactly how it's supposed to be. You know, as a child, you're supposed to. Your father's the disciplinarian for the most part, so you know. But no, that was worse than my mother actually doing anything to me. Because my father got home, my father was quiet. He was calm, and that's what scared me. The fact
Oh,
that he was calm. Yeah,
that's
he's the calm.
terrifying.
Mashallah, he's very, very calm.
Mashallah,
So
mashallah.
yeah, well, no, whatever.
I can see how that would scare the hell out of you. That would scare the hell out of me.
So, but alhamdulillah for my parents. You know,
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
I still did a wonderful job.
I got money on my great grandma. She can throw a sandal, and she has a laser sight on a sandal. She can throw it from wherever.
Bro, why is it every immigrant parents? My mother has the same thing too. What is up with them? Did they go like to the batting cages and just start throwing sandals everywhere or something?
Yeah.
Dude,
And
imagine this.
Practice.
My mother through my mother had a Mela bless her, Mela grant her gentle for those. She had
I mean,
I mean, there's one thing. It's one thing to be accurate. It's a whole other thing to hit you at the back of the head,
Yep.
right on the neck with
Yep.
the heel of the slipper. The heel.
Oh. It was like that.
and get it right,
Yeah.
and get it right every
You
time.
guys think African and Latino moms are dangerous. Pakhtun moms are a whole other level. Trust me on that.
You know what? I'm willing
I'll
to
take.
wager. I'm willing to take that wager.
I think you find Polynesian mums will give Pakistan mums a run for their money. I mean, they go like all out fist fight, like no joke.
I never seen a debate where people were talking about whose moms is more dangerous.
Oh, put it this way: you see the girl fights on like social media. They
From
run
time to
around like
time,
grab each other's hair and try and throw each other everywhere.
for some
You get
reason. Yeah.
a Polynesian mum, she might grab your hair to start, but then you'll end up with like uppercuts and hooks and all sorts coming in.
Damn.
It's dangerous, bro. Trust me.
You know
Somehow
what?
that does remind me of a Pakhtun mom. Wow.
You sound like you know
Maybe
from
so.
experience. Damn.
Oh yes.
Maybe some genetic similarities. Allahu alam.
You
And
know what?
the other funny thing is, if you misbehave in the neighborhood, it ain't just your mum you got to worry about. It's
Yes,
your
Oh,
so-called
yeah,
auntie that lives next door that you're not even related to will still give you an
yeah.
uppercut.
bro. It's not even just the aunties. I remember because back home around my neighborhood, this is how close family, especially outside the West, families are so close. Even people that aren't even family, just people that know your parents, can discipline
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
That's how
Yep.
close they are. Like people that were close friends with with my mother and father, even people that let's just say they know my mother and father. They get to discipline her. They get to discipline you because if they
Hmm.
see you do something wrong that your parents aren't seeing you, they just see you themselves, them nosy people. Oh no, they're gonna discipline you. They're not gonna tell your parents. No, they're going to do what they do, then tell your parents, and then your parents are gonna do what they do.
Yeah.
So it's
Hey,
worse.
I do have a suggestion though,
Uh,
if your brothers don't mind.
Yeah, what's
what's
up?
up?
Since our amazing brother Aladdin is here, I would actually like to hear from him and for him, what are his, I would say, at least top two favorite names of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala?
Nice.
Oh, that's a really good question.
I don't know. They are all the same
Agreed.
to me. I
Yeah.
love them all more than others. I love all the names of Allah. I don't have anything in favor. Allah is the one and the only. So all attributions belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you cannot
That's
favor
right.
anything. When you say Allah is Ar-Rahman, Allah is Ar-Rahim. I cannot say that I favor Ar-Rahman over Ar-Rahim. Because both
Yeah,
of
you
them
mean
are attribution. See, when you say Ar-Rahman, for example, Ar-Rahman, anybody knows what's the difference between Rahman and Rahim?
Yeah, well, I would like to think I do.
I think so.
Can you please tell
So,
me, Brother Yahya, an example for Brother Yahya?
so I
Do
would.
you want me to
Anybody
go? Or do you
can,
want to go?
please. No, I wanna learn from you as well, Akhi. I want you to share. What is the
You got
difference
it,
between
DeAndre.
Rahim and Rahim?
I
You
think,
got it.
if I'm not mistaken, and I think I learned this on a stream, that Ar-Rahman is referring to Allah Azza wa Jall's general mercy towards His creation, and Ar-Rahim is referring to the mercy to the believers.
Ali, what do you think?
Oh, that's actually the same thing. So Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, it comes from the same root word, Rahim. So which means it's a compassion, the love, and it doesn't just mean that, it means burning, meaning extreme compassion, extreme love. So just to piggyback off what DeAndre said, Ar-Rahman, it's a type of compassion that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that He gives everybody. At the same time, it's not infinite, it's temporary. So it's a compassion that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives to every believer, not every believer, every creation, but it's not it's not eternal, it's temporary. So, and then there's Arahim, which is something that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala only gives to the believers, but when He gives it, it's infinite. So there's, like, for example, it is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's raham that people who get to wake up the next day, that we people who have an opportunity to drink.
Ali, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You said Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is what? Raham?
Rahman.
Yeah, Rahman. Okay, don't say Rahim, because Rahim
Oh,
has taken a
Rahma,
different
Rahma.
meaning. Rahim,
Sorry, Rahma.
Rahim is ovary in Arabic language.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry, I misspoke.
No, no, okay. I just wanted to correct you. Sorry. I'm sorry
Mashallah.
to interrupt.
No worries. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's rahmah. Thank you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's rahmah, He gives it to everybody. So people who have opportunities to drink, Muslims and non-Muslims have an opportunity to drink, to feed, to eat, to be clothed, and the simple is to live the next day, to be those who are healthy. So there are many different rahmah that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives to everybody, right? He gives everyone a particular type of from His rahmah. Now, His Rahim, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saves that for the believers, meaning those who seek a relationship with Him. And once you receive Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala Rahim, His mercy, the type of compassion, it's something that is infinite, meaning it is conditional. But if you are someone who is blessed enough, who's lucky enough to receive His mercy, it's something that it is, as Muslims, it's our salvation. It's infinite. I would say that would be the difference between our Rahman and Rahim.
Okay, anybody like to add something here? Brother Haq, mashallah, right? Assalamu alaikum, Brother Haq. Brother Yahya, you like to add something, inshallah?
Oh, assalamu alaikum. No, look.
Okay.
When I ask that question, I do it to a lot of people. I don't mean you're trying to take one thing and favor it over another. No.
Yeah, I understand.
They're
But for me,
all the same. But I know sometimes people will have more of an affinity with a certain name just because it relates to something personal for them.
Some of them,
even
most
though
of
they
them
agree
answer
that it's all
Rahman.
the same with all the other ones.
Most of them, they will answer the mercy of Allah. Most of them, including our beloved brother Neil, when he was asked in his interview, he said, Ar-Rahman, the mercy of Allah. And so many new revert Muslims and who accepted Islam, like Brother Neil, they always say, mercy of Allah. Now, that's why I asked you, what is the difference between Rahman and Rahim? Brother DeAndre said at the beginning, Ar-Rahman is the mercy of Allah over His creation, and Ar-Rahim over His believers. And that's what Brother Ali says as well. Ya Akhi, when you said Ar-Rahman, the mercy of Allah over His creation, so we are part of the creation as well, Muslims. So when you said Ar-Rahim over the creation, so that's a little bit different. Now I'll explain to you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Ar-Rahman and Ar-Rahim. And that's what the ulama says. In general, that's what they said. They said Rahmah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was divided to 100 rahmah. He created 100 mercy. Then he got one mercy of those 100 mercy and he put it on earth. So whatever type of mercy, when you see a woman carrying her baby, you see, this is included in this one mercy. The way you treat non-Muslims is mercy. The way we love each other, so it's a mercy. It's this one rahmah, one mercy. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala used this one mercy over all his creation on earth. This is Rahman. Only one rahmah, one mercy of one is 100 mercy was used on earth. Here Allah showed it upon earth. So any love or any mercy you see it on earth, see how huge is that mercy? It is only one on earth. Now Ar-Rahim is talking about the mercy of Allah in the life hereafter, in the day of judgment, Yawm al-Qiyamah. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will include this one rahmah that he showered on earth with those 99 rahmah. He will combine them again together as 100 rahmah that he created, and he will shower it on his believers, on Muslims, on the day of judgment. So this is the difference between the word Rahman and Rahim. Rahman is in dunya. Rahim, Allah include this mercy that he showered the dunya with the 99 mercy, and he will use them all over his Muslim believers on the day of judgment. You see how merciful is Allah to protect us, and because he loves us and he doesn't want us to go to the hellfire. You see how huge is this one mercy that he used on earth? Can you imagine how big is it? He added to another 99 just to shower it on Muslims, true believers, on the day of judgment. So he will save us from Jahannam, hellfire, wal-'iyadhu billah. You understand? So this is the difference between Rahman and Rahim. That's why majority of Muslims, they always say, we love the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And Prophet Muhammad gave us an example where I think you see it in Hadith. A woman was standing under the heat of a sun, covering her baby, protecting him from this heat in the middle of the desert. Prophet Muhammad looked at her and he told his companion, you see how merciful is this mom in her baby? What she's trying to do so hard just to protect her baby from the heat of the sun. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is more merciful on us than the mercy of this woman on her baby. You see, so this is a difference between the meaning of Rahman and Rahim. Does it make sense, inshallah?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
I just had a quick look because I'm still learning a lot when it comes to these names and attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the basic understanding from what I could work out is that Rahman is the vastness of his mercy, whereas Rahim is more to do with the effects it has on his creation, which actually aligns with what you said, brother. So, alhamdulillah.
You know, I remember when I was younger, and this was when I believe I was I think I was
still
around.
young. You're still young. Carry on.
This is when I was about 16, 17 years old. And this is literally me almost 2 years into really trying to go out, and learn more about Islam, really. And I remember somebody actually said a hadith where the Prophet ﷺ said that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you'd rather have Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the final day judge you than your own mother. I said, wow. When it's no, because if my mother, alhamdulillah, like my mother, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect my mother, he give her Jannah. I mean,
Ameen.
I absolutely love my mother. And for me, I know my mother, she's the kind of woman that will give me any excuse just because she's my mom. So imagine someone saying, oh, no, you'd rather have Allah judge you more than your own mother, knowing how a mother's love for her child is. So that's what at a very early stage made me understand, try to understand truly how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's mercy, at least how much he wants to forgive me. So that was something very early on that I learned.
So Ali, what I get from that is you were a spoiled mama's boy.
Actually, just the opposite. Ju- The sad thing is, actually, believe it or not,
Anyway,
gr- growing up, actually, I was the youngest, and
yeah.
typically you think that the youngest is the spoiled one, but in actuality, it's just the opposite. I would say if anybody was spoiled, it's my eldest brother.
Okay,
So
I
yeah,
do want to say that I'm just gonna go lay down. It's pretty late.
yeah. It's been 6 hours. It's about time for us to close down.
Yeah.
Anyway,
No,
mm,
it's very difficult for me to keep my eyes open right now. So
yeah, let's
I'm
close
gonna
it
lay
down.
down. I just want to you can continue, and if you want to close up, just close up on your own, akhi. All
No
right.
worries.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, akhwan.
Wa
وعليكم
alaikum salam
السلام
wa
ورحمة
rahmatullah.
الله
وعليكم
وبركاته.
السلام ورحمة
Brother
الله
Ali,
وبركاته.
What's
Brother
up?
Ali,
What's
there is
up?
there is a hadith. They said it's weak hadith, but as long as the hadith does not contradict the Holy Quran, there is no harm of using it.
Oh, it's weak. Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's no harm to use it as long. Some of the scholars say it is weak, but there is no harm using weak hadith as long as it does not contradict the Holy Quran, which is a beautiful hadith. When a
Mm,
person came to Prophet Muhammad and asked him, "Man ahabbu nasu ilayk?" Who is the most people, the lovable that you love in your heart? They asked Prophet Muhammad. Prophet Muhammad answered, Ummuk, your mom. He asked him again, then whom? He answered the second time,
your
Ummuk,
mother.
your mother. Third time, your mother. Then your father and the rest. Which means 75% of your love should go to the mother. And who is the mother? Every and each Muslim woman is a mother. If
Mm,
she's not a mother for her own son, she's a mother for her nephew, her niece, for each and every Muslim person. So this is how we appreciate woman and mother in Islam. When the Prophet Muhammad says ummuk thumma ummuk thumma ummuk thumma abak wal
mm,
baqiyya, three
mm,
times ummuk. Prophet Muhammad says also, which sometimes they said also it's what al jannah tahta aqdam al ummahat. And I repeat, as long as it does not contradict the Holy Quran, there is no harm in saying it. Majority of ulama said that. He said that heaven is under the feet of the mothers. So imagine
mm-hmm.
we are trying our very best, do our good deeds just to reach Jannah. We are living 60, 70, 40, 50 years trying our best to do whatever we can to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, just to enter heaven. Allah put this heaven under the feet of the mother. Imagine. So, wallahi, if your mother is still alive, even though you are a revert, even your mom is a Muslim or not, this is one of the doors that you have to Jannah. Both parents, your parents, both of them, if they are alive, wallahi al-azim, this is a ticket for you to Jannah. This is a ticket. So if you feel that you did not do good to your mother, there is no harm of only, I mean, if you are living apart from your mother, it is no harm if you send her only a text every day. Just text message. Ma, I love you. That's it. Just send her, I love you. Even though she's a non-Muslim. Just send her, Wallahi, I love you. Send your dad, Dad, I love you. Wallahi, this will mean much lot for him. And you will give him, I mean, strength. And even though if he was sick or she was sick, she will feel as healthy as you can imagine just because you shower her with your love by saying, I love you. Wallahi, if she said I love you, or if your dad say I love you, this is one of the doors of heaven. When my parents were alive, Allah yarhamhum, may they rest in peace. You
I
see what I
mean,
used to do when I was living with them, whenever I visit them. I used to go daily, whether they like it or not, go down to their feet and kiss their feet, even though they were sleeping. I was doing this to them to show them how much we love them and how much we respect them. They don't allow you to do that, but that means a lot to them. This is how we have to, because they are the doors to Jannah. Wallah, they are the door to Jannah. If you feel that you are not in good term and with your parents, bring shaitan away. Move shaitan from the middle. Go to your parents. Contact them. Call them. Send them a text message. Keep in touch with them. Forget the entire world. Put the entire universe in one hand and put your parents in the other hand. And weighing together, you will find the love of your parents is heavier than the entire love in the universe. They suffered so much to take care of you since you were born until you become an independent. It is the time for you to pay them back. to show them the appreciation and the love that they give you. I'm sure we are not all close to our parents. That's the nature of a human being. So if you feel that you are not close to your parents, go right now. Wallahi, text your mom, tell her, mom, I love you. Text your dad, ba, I love you, dad, I love you. That's all.
And
Just a small text. Just a small text. It's only 3 words. I love you. That's it. It means much to them. And it will give you a ticket to Jannah, inshallah. Barakallah fikum.
you know what?
Wafikum
Our
barakallah.
Wafikum barakallah.
yeah. Well, I think it's good to end on that positive note. I hope my parents
Alhamdulillah.
doesn't see this. Otherwise, they're gonna start expecting me to do it every day.
Oh, they're gonna hold you. Oh, they're gonna pin your feet to the wall on that.
Bro, exactly. And I'm gonna say this as always with my family, mashallah, I absolutely love each and every single one of my family members.
Yeah, of
But
course.
I'm just gonna tell you guys, I'm the nice one. Fam. I'm just gonna keep it like that. I'm the nice one. So, the way you see me, my father, my
Yeah, I
mother.
know. You're not. Wait, you're not built to be the mean one of Dots Connected. That video goes to you,
Yeah,
or it
which
goes to
is
me, or it goes to Faisal, but never you.
weird because believe it or not, in public, people think I'm like Fawad, which is weird.
Shoo, you might be,
Yeah,
but
Huh?
right? You
I
see,
don't know.
right?
I don't know.
Right?
But
It's kind of it's kind of like how people thought I talk a lot, then realizing that Faisal talks way more than I do.
who talks
Come
like
That's
on
only
now.
this?
because Fawad's not here.
Yeah. So hey, anyways, anyways, I think this is
Brother
a good
Ali,
time as well.
Brother Ali,
What's up? What's
I
up?
was the worst among my
Uh,
brothers. I was the
you
worst.
you were
You
the
know why?
worst.
Yeah, you
Why?
know why? Because I spent most of my life away from them. Out of the
Ah.
most
Mm.
of my life in Southeast Asia. I left them when I was 18 years old. You see?
Mm,
And I'm now 60 years old. And I spent most, but I thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When my father was sick, I left my family in the Philippines and I went to Jordan. And I stayed
mm,
with my father for 6 months. And I told my family, I won't come back unless he will be get well, or if he passed away, it's his time. My father, Alhamdulillah, may Allah shower him with mercy, passed away on
Amen.
my
Ameen.
shoulder. He
Ameen.
died on my shoulder. He passed
Mm,
away while I was with him. Alhamdulillah, Allah blessed me that I was the one who closed his eyes. Allah blessed me for 6 months that I was standing over his head in our house, staying whole night. It was my shift, whole night up to next day in the morning, taking care of my dad while everybody is sleeping for six
mm,
months. And that was blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I hope that Allah will accept it from us. But with doing all those things, I consider myself being the worst among all my brothers and sisters. When my
mm.
mother passed away, she called me up. She told me, I missed you and your wife. Can you please visit me? I went and I met my mother. We stayed there for 1 month. After I left in 2 weeks, my mother passed away.
Oh
So
wow.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blessed me. Wallahi, consider this blessing from Allah. Allah blessed me to go to meet my mom with my wife before she passed away in a couple of weeks. So Allah give
Mm,
me alhamdulillah yani to shower my eyes just to see my mom before she passed away. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. So my
alhamdulillah.
last words to each and every one of you, take care of your parents, especially those revert to Islam, convert to Islam. When you become a Muslim, the way you deal with your parents, show them love and kindness as a Muslim, as Allah said in the Holy Quran, is a part of da'wah. Actually, you are inviting them to Islam, showing them the kindness of Islam in a direct way. Allah subhanahu wa
Yes.
ta'ala says, وَلَا تَقُلْ لَهُمَا أُفٍّ وَلَا تَنْهَرْهُمَا. You know what is uffin? You know what's uff? An Arab usually, when you feel boring or you feel, sick of everything around you, you just say, ah. You see?
Yeah. Oh.
Ah. You see? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Allah is saying, don't tell them even of, don't tell them even ولا
Or
تنهر.
as people
Yeah.
say in America, God.
You see, don't show them any anger, even though they are wrong. Sometimes they are doing things that irritate you. Still, accept it with an open heart.
Oh yeah.
Remember that when you were a baby, your mama carried you in her womb for 9 months. Prophet Muhammad, I think, said that the way one shout of your mother when she was giving birth to you out of pain doesn't equal anything of what you are giving them. You see, the pain she suffered when she gave birth to you, just one of her shouting pain is more than all you have done to them in their life. So I spoke too much about parents. Barakallah fiqh. I only remember my
وفيكم بارك
I
الله.
became emotional.
Okay, if
I
there's
really
No.
okay,
And
if there's one
if
thing
I could just,
go
yep,
ahead.
so if I could just say something to the people listening, if you think you have time with your parents, guess what? You don't know if you do. I
You
was
don't.
25 when my dad passed away, and 31 when my mother passed away. Trust me when I say this, you never know how long you have with your parents. So whatever time you have, just give them a bit of it. They don't ask for much. All they ask for is some time. Just give them that.
100%.
Guys, I really hope my
Alhamdulillah,
father
Alhamdulillah, both my parents are still alive and well. Alhamdulillah,
I,
Rabbil Alameen.
I really hope my father doesn't see this. I'm just gonna say that because my mother and my father would never let me forget it. I remember one time I went to the masjid with my father, and ironically, it was talking about the rights of the parents. The khutbah was about
Oh,
the Fajr prayer. It was about
the
the
khutbah?
rights of the parent. Yeah, it was Fajr prayer, and the entire time my dad and I
Oh, they were
you know,
staring daggers at you.
no, it was just my dad. I went with my father, and the entire time the imam was speaking, literally my father just kept on looking at me. You hear what he says? You hear it? You hear that? Yeah, that. The entire and I said, Dad, I'm gonna move. He said, I will follow you. So literally, as he's talking, my father just kept on looking at me and smiling. You hear that? Every time.
brother Ali, you
What's
remember
up?
this. This is one of the most beautiful verses I always read about parents in the Holy Quran. And see how much we have to be good to them. In Surah Al-Isra, verse 23.
23.
Listen to this very carefully. وَقَضَى رَبُّكَ أَنْ لَا تَعْبُدُوا إِلَّا إِيَّاهُ وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. Allah here is telling us not to associate any partner with Allah, to worship none but Allah. Allah forgive or sin except associating a partner with Allah. إن الله يغفر الذنوب جميعا إلا أن يشرك به. Allah is telling you here, don't worship other than Allah. Then he connected this to the parents. وبالوالدين إحسانا. How to treat your parents, how to be good your parents. Can you imagine? Allah connected his oneness and not associating partner with Allah with the way you are treating your parents. You get the point? Read the verse. وَقَضَى رَبُّكَ أَلَّا تَعْبُدُوا إِلَّا إِيَّاهُ وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. He connected them together. Then after that, he told you how to do ihsan to them. If one of them become old, بلغنا عندك الكبر أحدهما أو كلاهما فلا تقل لهما أف أو تنهرهما. So ihsan is when they get old, take care of them, love them, respect them. Don't tell them off. Don't shout at them. Don't get mad at them. Be kind to them as much as you could. But the most important that Allah connected His oneness in deity with the way we should treat our parents. See how important is the level being commanded to be good to your parents, neither Muslims or not. Allah says, obey them in everything, except if they ask you to make kufr, to leave Islam, or to associate another partner with Allah. Other than that, be good to them. And I'll end up with this. Barakallah fikum, jazakumullah khair for disturbing all of you. It is time for me to go for Asr. And before I go, I'll open my cam and say Assalamu alaikum min cam so Brother Yahya can see my smile with the Brother Ali.
وفيكم بارك الله. May Allah Azza wa Jal accept from
You
you
see,
and all of us.
that's what young generation do always. What does that mean? It's sounding weak to you. Assalamu alaikum. Love you all for
وعليكم
this.
السلام ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. May Allah accept from you and all of us.
And I am not
Ameen.
going to. I think let's end it on that note. Mashallah, that was very, very enlightening. That was very. I may call my parent. I may do that tomorrow. But
Ali,
what's
I
up?
live with them, so
I know, right? What's up?
instead of waiting for tomorrow, since you don't know whether they'll be alive tomorrow, do it when you
Oh,
live.
don't you dare! Don't you? Oh, you had to say it,
Do it. He
I'm
said, do
just
it
saying,
now.
brother.
Akhi.
You
I don't
never
think you
know.
under. I don't think you understand how mean my parents can get when I say stuff like that.
You never know, brother. It could be them going, or it could be you going.
Yeah, it's just
that's true.
yeah,
Like the brother said, even if you just send them a message and say, "Mom, Dad, love you guys. Hope everything's well." That's it.
bro. I mean, yeah, I will do that, but let's just say my parents are ruthless with it. They milk it. They milk the hell out of it.
It's the
They're
rights of
gonna
They
the parents, brother.
they milk it and they don't forget it. I'm not
they're
even
gonna be
kidding,
like, oh, remember that one time you texted us saying that you loved us? Yeah. Now I need your rent payment.
bro. I remember one time, of course, obviously, I'm more than happy to help my father.
Of
Obviously,
course, of
I remember
course.
one time I said, Dad, hey, if you need anything, just let me know. And then he looked at me and said, really? Okay, next week. Hey, yeah, I need some money.
Yep. Money. Yep.
So of course, obviously, I gave but it's like, oh, you remember last week? You said anything. Anything is anything.
Yeah.
So but anyways, let's end it right here because it's 6 hours and 30 minutes. I think that's good enough. So let's have last words. For the Hassan, any last words? Now, why
Alhamdulillah, it
is it
was a
that?
good stream.
Why is it as I'm about to close down now when people want to show up?
Oh my gosh.
Who?
See,
Ooh,
Osman Saeed, I think he's Muslim. Can you turn your
Jesus.
camera for a second? All right.
Uh, okay,
Okay. Okay.
sure.
He will be. By the way, Ikhwan, he will be our last guest. Okay. So if anybody else comes in, that's it. All right.
No, I just came to
But
say salam alaikum.
wa alaikum salam wa
Wa
rahmatullahi wa
alaikum
Wa alaikum
barakatuh.
salam.
assalam wa
Alaikum
rahmatullahi
salam
wa
wa
barakatuh.
rahmatullahi wa
How you doing,
barakatuh.
Akhi?
Alhamdulillah, I'm currently in Mecca right now. I'm leaving.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
MashaAllah.
Oh,
Nice.
Allahumma barik.
Allahumma barik.
yeah.
Allahumma barik.
Unfortunately, Alhamdulillah. Jazakallah
So
khair.
first, so
Wa
first the parents
jazak.
now. First the parents now. You're gonna make me jealous, man. What is going on now? I got this
Yeah,
beautiful brother.
you guys were
I got
live
this
since
beautiful
last
brother saying
night.
he's in Mecca. You said what?
You guys were live since last night. I was sleeping, and then I woke up and I see you guys are still live. And I
Oh
was
yeah,
like,
because
hold on.
we don't have a life, Akhi.
Nope.
Alhamdulillah.
Akhi,
Yeah, but I'm
I,
good.
yeah, go ahead,
I
go
This
will
ahead.
this
make a
this
lot. I will make a
algebra
lot of
complete.
dua for you guys.
Oh,
May
barak,
Allah keep you
barak,
guys steadfast. May Allah make this channel, a beneficial means that more Muslims can jump on. I'm
I
gonna go to
mean,
the Haram one last time and then come back to New York.
oh,
The
you,
Main
oh,
Island.
are you a New Yorker?
Yeah, I lived in New York all my life.
Nice, nice. What part?
Nice.
Brooklyn, Coney Island.
Brooklyn? Oh, really,
Yeah.
bro? That's actually on my bucket list. I've been to Manhattan. I've been to New York a couple of times, and Coney Island is actually on my
I went
bucket
to New
list.
York once.
I mean, Coney Island is like a lot of crazy stuff happens in Coney Island, unfortunately. Like
Yeah.
in terms of crime. I mean, I'm sure you've seen recently what happened.
Yep.
Um,
Yep. Yep.
yeah, without getting into it, and it's crazy because the place that happened, that station, is where my mom takes a train every morning to go to work, and so
Oh
I'm really
wow.
literally the
Yeah.
same train too. That same train, the same time. So
Oh.
it's unfortunate, but yeah, Coney Island is. I mean, if you go to the rides, the festival, there's like a. I'm sure you've seen it. If you look it
Mhm.
up, like the Coney Island
Mhm.
Fair, there's like
Mhm.
some rides you could go on, but that's about it. I think that's and the aquarium. Yeah, like I'm 2 blocks away from the aquarium. That's probably the best thing to do in Coney Island. And then you could go to Brighton Beach, which is not too far, like 2 minutes away. And they got like it's more Muslim community because there's a lot of Uzbeks. And if you want to
Mhm.
like go eat food, I think that's a better place. So yeah, in case you guys want to come.
And most definitely, honestly, Aki, whenever. By the way, don't be a stranger. By the way, this is our first time seeing you, so first of all, it's a pleasure to meet you. But anytime you're listening in and we're allowing Muslims to come up and you wanna give your 2 cents on certain things, or you just want to come like today and say your salams, feel free to do so. All right.
Feel free.
Ali,
Yeah.
Ali, you know me.
I don't know you. Where?
Yes, you've seen me many times.
I've seen you many times.
Yes, I've been on here many times.
You're gonna have to forgive me. I'm old, bro. And yeah, I'm sorry. I've been alive since
Wait,
the
wait, wait,
I've
wait,
been alive
wait,
since
wait,
the
wait,
BC
wait,
era,
wait, wait,
man.
Muslim.
wait, wait, wait. Stop, 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 stop.
My former name was Muslim Ninja.
Yeah, I knew it.
Oh,
I
snap.
thought the voice
Okay.
sounded familiar.
Yeah, I knew it.
Oh man,
Yeah,
what have you been at, Akhi?
I've been not a lot of school. That's what I could
Uh,
say.
there we go.
Alhamdulillah.
That makes okay. It's man. Oh my gosh. Wow. Mashallah. It's good to hear from you again.
Yeah, it's been a while. I'm gonna quickly show you guys a quick view of Mecca.
Please do. Let me give you a solo. 1 second.
Unfortunately, I don't face the Haram, but the Haram's that way, so I'm facing the Qibla, which is blocking it. But you can
Oh,
see some of the pillars of the Haram. And yeah, this is the entire city of Mecca.
oh, subhanallah.
It's really beautiful. Alhamdulillah.
MashaAllah.
It's changed quite a bit in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
Dang.
Allah
That's not
swore by the
surprising with the
city.
amount of money they pump into that place.
Yeah, the clock tower, the roads. Medina was very beautiful. It was, I have a friend. He said, in Mecca you feel the power of Allah, but in Medina you feel the peace of Allah. And yeah, that couldn't be more true, because Medina was very like peaceful. There's a big difference once you walk in to Mecca after Medina. The first thing you notice is the weather, and
Mm,
it's much warmer. Whereas in Medina it was very cool, surprisingly cool. And yeah,
mm.
You
inshallah.
on you are
Agreed.
you there at Umrah or just visit?
No, Umrah.
Oh, alhamdulillah.
May
Wow.
Allah Azza wa Jal accept it from you.
I
Ameen.
mean,
I mean,
yo,
Ameen.
that's another location on my bucket list. Seriously.
But
definitely.
that's the first. That's the first. That should be the first list.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
After
there's five
Hajj. After Hajj.
there's 5 places on my bucket list so far, and yeah, inshallah,
There's
I
about
get to go to all of them.
3 so far. There's Hajj, there's Umrah, and then there's Latin America Dawah Mission.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So
Anyways, so honestly, Juan, as I'm talking, my eyes are starting to get heavier too. So, Muslim Ninja, you know what? Is your name really Osman or Osman? Because I remember I
My
forgot your name.
my birth name is Osman, but
Mm.
I prefer Othman because it's the companion name.
Oh
It's
yeah, I
my
mean,
the Arabic version.
it's basically how they go from land to land. It's off one first it's Othman, but if you're in African continent, it's either Usman or yeah, Usman for the most
Usman.
part. If you're in America, it's Osman.
Yeah, they call me that.
Yeah.
I
Osman.
chose birth.
you read it as Osman. You read his name as Osman.
I did, man. That's like not been in this country for too long.
I gave my government name on the panel.
My
Anyway,
I
government
believe my
name.
last name too. It is what it
bro,
is.
it's a common name, so people have to go out of their way to find you, man. It's
Yeah.
a very common. Oh, this dude from Brooklyn. Oh, which one? It's diverse.
Which one?
I'm not
Not
kidding.
a
It's
lot of
diverse.
not a lot of Osmonds in Brooklyn. I'll tell you that.
Not
Not all.
really.
There's no Osman, yeah, but Osman, the
Oh,
like OSMAN,
oh,
yeah.
okay, okay.
Osman, oh yeah. Like in terms of the Arab community, yes, Yemenis, Palestinians. There's a lot of Osmans.
Subhanallah, I will say this: if it wasn't for the temperature, I would have no problem living right outside of New York City.
Is it
I,
cold right now?
Mm.
I don't know what's going on in New York
well,
right
over
now.
here, well, I'm around the capital area, so yes, right now it's cold. It is about what 30 degrees Fahrenheit right here. Oh, yeah, it's cold.
Oh God.
So, yeah. And by the time you get back, it's supposed to be at night within a couple of days. It's supposed to be in the single digits.
Oh my God.
Have,
I don't even
have
have
fun.
a jacket. Oh.
Ooh, single digits is wild.
It is what it is. I don't have a jacket. I have a sweater.
Yeah.
That's it.
You don't?
Not like a coat. I just have a sweater.
Oh, bro, come on now.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta keep
Whoa.
warm when you get back. You get back, you gotta.
I'm from Florida, so if I was to be in that weather, I was to be all layered up and all that.
Bro, DeAndre doesn't know what a jacket is. DeAndre doesn't know what a jacket is.
You crazy? I just got back from Tennessee.
I don't care. You don't know what a jacket is, man. Like, you don't know what that thick coat is, man. You
I
don't.
do. I have one.
Barely.
You're just mad because you have to live in snow all the time. And
You're right. You know what? You're right. I am mad, and I'm taking that
Oh.
on you because you over here in Florida, all
Wait a minute.
warm, and then brother
Wait a
Osman is
minute.
over here in Mecca. Like, what's up?
You said 30 degrees Fahrenheit. That means -1 Celsius, right?
I think so.
I don't
Right.
know.
Right. So if I were to bring you over to Pakistan and put you into Mingora, you'd be begging to go back to DC because it's
How cold is it
-3
over
over
there?
there. -3.
-3 degrees Celsius.
Yep.
That's nothing.
No, I was
What,
in
you
colder.
comparing it to Canada now?
I was just in colder weather than that.
Bro, nah. Honestly, to go from -1 to -3, oh my God, it's a big nah. I'll be fine.
Nah.
Personally,
Everyone says that. Everyone says that.
I'm saying this right now because in about, inshallah, pretty soon, I'll be going. I'm trying to go somewhere warm and hopefully stay there.
Florida.
No, not Florida. You guys are crazy.
You're right.
Bro, ever since I found out there's a woman that called the cops on the sun, I was good. I was saying, you know what?
On
Nope.
the sun.
The sun, SUN, sun.
Okay.
Yeah. She called the
Oh,
cops
I gotta
on
look
the
that up.
sun. No,
I
go
gotta
ahead, look
look
it
that
up. Woman calls the police on the sun. Check it out.
That
And of course,
operator was probably so flabbergasted. He was like, "What?
She
bro,
must be drunk.
and
Your son?"
the woman was dead. Said, no. Is this thing up in the sky? What? It's bothering me. Take care of it. Yeah.
Akhi Ali, I
You
gotta
know,
ask, why is it that every time I hear something so out there, it's on a live stream, you're the one who's usually telling that to me?
simple. Because for me, I happen to have a sister who I have a good relationship with, so she tells me a lot of stuff. That's one. And two, I've been around places. Let's just say that, I've had my own fair share of experiences. And three, I like to think of myself as a person who's genuinely curious about a lot of random things. So yeah, bro, I'm the kind of person that will ask, hey, who was the emperor sorry, who was the king of Prussia in 1780?
I don't even know what pressure is.
Prussia, basically what Germany is today, that it used to be called Prussia.
Yeah.
Well, part of it used to be called Prussia. Prussia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ali,
Crucia.
do you have a degree
Yeah.
in history?
Pardon me?
Do you have a degree in history?
Nah, I just like history.
Historical documentaries. That's
Man,
a
if you get a
scholarly source.
PhD, you can make a lot of money.
Personally, I remember when I was in college, I was tutoring somebody who is a history major, and I was tutoring him. But he just asked me, "How do you know this stuff?" I said, I don't have a life. I just
I
like
just
to watch.
study documentaries every day. That's it.
Yep, that's basically it. Even when I'm driving, like I'm going to work, I'm in my car just listening to stuff.
Yeah, that's nice.
I don't know why. Apparently, I like boring stuff. So hey, it is what it is.
You do like boring stuff, but that's
Well,
absent from the
his,
discussion.
history can be fun. History can be fun.
It can
It
be
could.
when you mix it with other things. But by itself, if you talk to me about Marie Antoinette, I'm not going to give a rat's behind.
You know what? I'll give you a fun fact, DeAndre. You ready?
No.
Great.
Cool. So 100 years ago, right? During the time of World War One. So we're talking about 1910, 1911, 1912, right?
Uh-huh.
Did you know that the King of England,
No.
the King of England, the Kaiser of Germany, basically the ruler of Germany, and the Tsar of Russia, the ruler of Russia, had the same grandmother?
I'd heard that.
Sweet
It's interesting.
home Alabama.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my god!
The
Oh
King
my
of
god!
England. I think his name was
Like
King George the
that
Fifth.
mama got around.
Oh yeah, no,
Damn.
bro. There's a whole era named after her. Does that remind you of anything? What queen do you know was a whole age named after her?
Victoria.
Queen Victoria, her.
Yeah.
Like, when they said Victorian England, her, yeah, Queen
I've
Victoria.
never heard that term ever in my life.
Shakespeare.
Do you think I read Shakespeare for fun? I had to parse Macbeth in high school and it sucked.
Macbeth. My favorite Macbeth, Othello, and Hamlet.
Really?
Bro.
Well,
I
Yeah.
hate Macbeth.
I actually played Banco. I played Banco
Hey, yo, really?
in a play. Yeah.
Do you know who I played?
Oh dear God.
I played in Romeo and Juliet. I played the character in the first act in the first scene that is the overly violent dimwit character.
What was it Othello or Hamlet? Which one?
No, it was Romeo and Juliet. I just said that.
Oh, sorry. I'm tired. My bad.
It's all right.
Wait, what was his name?
We didn't do a play for Macbeth because sophomore year of high school was in the virus days, so it was online.
Bro, I really want to let people know Romeo and Juliet, they were 13 years old. So
know that.
I don't even know why they keep doing plays and stuff like that about Romeo and Juliet. Again, they were 13 years old. Oh yeah, they were 13. And people say, when they talk about Aisha, radiallahu anha, being her age, in around that time, when you can be 13 or 14 years old, and you can, when people say, oh, we're in a relationship today, and you're 13 years old, we don't take it seriously. Oh, you were like, of course you are, so cute, so innocent, whatever. Back in the time of just of middle-aged England, if you're 13, 14 years old, they actually not only would they consider you serious when you say you want to get married to somebody, but if you're 13, 14 years old, you're already expected to have a child.
Yep. Wow. You're already expected to start working if you're a man. Start working or be in the army if you don't want to do nothing. Help your kingdom sustain itself against its enemies or whatever.
Yeah, and this is just about 500 years ago. Can you imagine 1400 years ago?
Yeah.
So yeah, but apparently let's not talk about that real quick. But yeah,
Did England even exist 1400 years ago?
If England existed 1400 years ago, it was just called something else.
Oh dear.
Yeah, because England, it was around the time of the Roman Empire, it was called Britannia or Britannica.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and then over time the Anglos. So there's two different tribes that migrated towards where the land is right now. Afterwards, there's the Anglos and the Saxons. That's where you get the term Anglo-Saxon. So the Anglos, those barbarians or those I think they were Germanic. Yeah, they were Germanic. The Anglos settled in England. Anglos, England. There you go.
Interesting.
Oh, that's a fact I'll never use in my life.
So yeah, there were many different English kings. It wasn't until the Vikings came, I think in the late 8th century, that's when the Vikings started coming and attacking from Scandinavia, and they started migrating with the British, the French, and the Spanish. No, not the Spanish.
Spanish.
Not the Spanish. Not the Spanish.
No.
Okay.
That happened much later on.
Was
but
it the
the
Franks?
thing is,
I think it was the Franks. Yeah.
The Franks did, but here's the thing, though. When you talk about the Vikings coming in, the thing is, yeah, sure, the Nords were a part of that whole brigade that came in over the years, but most of them were Danes.
Mm-hmm.
If you think about it, most of them were Danish Vikings, not Norwegian Vikings?
The Norwegian Vikings sailed more towards England because that's where they had a direct line to. Whereas the Danish, because they were already in European soil, they were the ones that attacked more of the French.
Do they
The
like
French.
cheese Danishes?
I'm not even gonna entertain that.
Yeah, just
he knows what he did. Whatever, man.
I didn't. I'm innocent. I'm innocent until proven guilty. That's the
Bro,
law.
honestly, when I found out exactly about the King of England stuff, man, King of England, the King of Germany, and the King of Russia, same grandmother. I said, what the heck? Basically all of Europe throughout the medieval ages were inbred for the most part.
Well, that explains a lot.
Yeah, it does.
That explains a lot. That explains a lot.
No, for real, it does.
There's no way
hit
that's
the nail, the hammer on the
That
nail.
explains a lot. Damn, you just called literally the Europeans. You just call them stupid.
You know what?
Hey, I didn't go that far.
No, before we go, I'm gonna just give a brief history lesson.
Do you want me to time you, or are we going over the limit guaranteed? What are we doing?
Bro, whether you time me or not, ain't gonna stop me either way. So you better hope and pray. You better hope and pray that it's short. So basically, it's about the Battle of Hastings. So in a nutshell,
can we get through this hastily?
No.
I'm actually looking forward to this. I'm actually looking forward to this one.
You might be the only one.
So
okay,
around the time of like I said, around the time of like the late 8th century, 7th, 8th century, that's when more and more Vikings started attacking European countries, from England to the French, basically. Now around that time, the king of the French, the modern day France, was the Franks, Franks. That's why Francia, France. That's where the word came from.
Francia.
So yeah, that's how you say. I think in Latin, I believe. That's how you.
Okay.
So the Franks lived in Francia in Latin, and then you convert that from Latin. That's where you get France from today. So that same region, the Franks were nomadic people, by the way. So Vikings started attacking England, and they started attacking where France is today. Now, the king of the Franks at that time, he looked at the Vikings and he said, "You know what? You guys are pretty. Even though you guys lost, you guys will just want because all they really want to do was pillage." Raiders. They were raiders, basically. They wanted to pillage and take their loot. That's it. But they lost. Yeah, but they lost. So the king of the Franks, he said, "You know what? If I kick you guys out, more of you guys are probably going to show up. So let me make them fight for me." So what did he do?
Let them eat cake, right?
Kinda. He said, "Hey, if I can give you guys a plot of land and let you guys settle here, will you guys defend me? Fight for me?" They said yes. Okay, cool. So the king of the Franks gave them in northern France a little territory where the Vikings can call their own, and that territory is called Normandy. Those Vikings
I
became
know
the
where
Normans.
this is going.
Yeah, those Vikings became the Normans, right? And those Vikings eventually they got civilized. Apparently, they learned the French language, and But the thing is, they spoke French in a very, very Viking way. I don't know what that means, but they spoke French in a very different accent. So they'll be called
aggressive manner.
Well, actually, the Vikings weren't really that. The Raiders were bad, but Vikings they were just like any other people, really.
They want to loot and pillage and plunder. They seem pretty W.
They weren't any different than any bro. Have you seen what the Romans did? They weren't anything outside of the ordinary.
I'm very tempted to make a joke, and I'm just going to move past that.
Okay. So
come from the land of the ice and snow.
Around that same time too, Vikings going to England, and now the difference between France and England, some of the Vikings that actually attacked England won. That's why even around that time, the King of England, it went back and forth between the Viking king and the English king, a Viking king and an English king. So it kind of went back and forth. And then one time it was a king. I forgot what his name was. Althereld, something like that.
Oh my gosh, what a
He
name.
he promised a Viking that after him the Vikings can rule. He promised the Viking that the head of the Vikings around that time. He said, "Hey, after me, you guys can rule. Basically, I'm promising you guys
And he's gonna break
claim
that promise.
a claim to the throne." No, because this guy actually died. Fast forward, fast forward, fast forward. Eventually, someone's like, "Wait a minute, he did promise me the throne." So what happened? I forgot the Viking's name. Some Viking actually took that claim and won, and then it started going back and forth again. Now, Aethelred, that was his name. Aethelred.
Oh, what a name.
Yeah, bro, it got worse. Anyways,
Atrocious.
so yeah, now fast forward, the actual king of England around this time, his name was Alfred the Great, right? Now, Alfred the Great, he was not Alfred. Alfred was not a Viking. He was British, allegedly. But the thing about him is that he did not want to be intimate with his wife for some reason. So he wanted to be.
Why is this relevant?
It's relevant because he did not want to be intimate with his wife, but he did want to go. He did want to go and meet his tanner. And what do tanners do? Tanners were people who made leather around that time.
Who made what?
I thought they were called tailors.
No, tanners. So the reason why it's important is, remember, he didn't want to be intimate with his wife, but the person who was a tanner was a Viking, and he went to the tanner to see his daughter, and that tanner got pregnant, and then that daughter popped up a son, and
what
that
do you mean
son
popped up a son?
The wife, sorry, the daughter.
The daughter then had a son.
The tanner's daughter, the king of England, mated with the tanner's daughter, who was a Viking.
Oh, I see.
Man, that son is gonna have some problems.
Now I understand.
Yeah. Okay.
Now I understand. Okay. Go ahead.
Repeat that last bit again, Ali.
The king of England did not want to be intimate with his wife. He went to go see his tanner, a tanner who's someone who made leather.
Yeah.
Just to go see the tanner's daughter. He mated with the tanner's daughter, and then that tanner's daughter was a Viking. She got pregnant with a son.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that son
is going to be illegitimate and not going to be able to take the throne, right?
That son was named William. Now, William was a Norman, meaning
best name I've heard so far.
The daughter is, a Norman. So William grows up actually going back to Normandy, and he eventually grows up being the king of Normandy. Sorry, the Duke of Normandy, right? That's William. They call him, his nickname was actually William the B word, Bast. Yeah, that was his nickname, right? He hated it.
How are you proud of that?
No, he hated it.
Oh, I thought he was like, my name is William.
Basically, don't if you call him that in front of your face, that would be the last day you live.
W.
Right? So William grows up to be a hard-nosed dude, right? Now here's the problem. Alfred the Great he's actually close with William. And unfortunately, Alfred makes the mistake. He tells William, hey, when I die, you can be king of England. That's one problem, right? So Alfred promises William that he can be king of England, right? The problem is Alfred has a right-hand man. The right-hand man, or his second in command, basically, his name is Harold Godwinson, right?
Oh, this last name is ridiculous.
Bro, again, Harold Godwinson, right? Because at that time, your last name was basically your father's first name with son. Like DeAndre, if I may ask, what's your father's name? If it's okay with you.
My father's name is.
You don't have to say if you want. I can just make up another name.
Just make up a name.
Yeah. So if I say your father's name is Peter, right?
Uh
So your name would be DeAndre Peterson. Get it?
huh. Peterson.
Osman Ibrahimson. Osman Ibrahimson.
Oh, sorry. Good correction. It was the king's name wasn't. Sorry about that. The king's name wasn't Alfred. It was Edward. Edward the Confessor.
A
Yeah, sorry about that.
freaking Edward, of course. Oh my
Oh
god.
yeah, no. There wasn't
Oh
Alfred.
yeah.
Alfred was Edward's father. My apologies. I switched him up. Thank you, sister.
Edward Alfredson.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Yeah.
Edward promises William that he can be king of England after him. The problem is Edward has a right hand man named Harold Godwinson. Godwinson sees that King Edward does not have any legitimate sons because he's technically got no legitimate children, right? Because
Yep.
he's not intimate with his wife. So he's thinking, wait a minute, Edward just died. Because again, Edward dies. When Edward dies, Harold is thinking, wait a minute, there is no successful claimant to the throne because William is a B word and he's got no daughters. So who is going to be in charge? Me.
Me.
I'm basically the second best option. So let me do it, right? So you got two people thinking that they can be king of England, right? Now the biggest problem is this: do you brothers remember?
Fight.
Do you brothers remember when I told you like 100 years earlier there was a king of England that promised that the Vikings can be king?
No.
You guys don't remember that when I just said that? Come on, DeAndre.
Nope.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Nope. I'm barely paying
Now,
attention.
back in Scandinavia, there was this one king named I don't know if it was a king. I'm not sure if it was a king or not, but there was this one dude. I think it was a king. Yeah, one dude named oddly enough Harold. His name was Harold Hardrada, right? Harold Hardrada is basically as stereotypical of a Viking as you could have. This man spent his whole life pillaging, and he actually made a name for himself. Like he's basically a hard-nosed, rough and ready, hardened Viking, right? So he's saying, "Wait a minute, the king of England just died. I could use one last conquest." So basically, when King Edward died, you have three people: Harold Godwinson, Harold Hardrada, and William of Normandy. All three of them think they can be king of England, and now the fight is on. So what happens?
Oh,
so
come on.
So Harold.
I keep wanting to make jokes, but it's not the setting.
Harold Hardrada is sailing from Scandinavia or modern day Norway straight to England, right? And the wind is pushing south, so the wind is carrying Harold straight to England, right?
Ooh.
The problem is William is in Normandy. Normandy is close to England. So Harold Godwinson kind of assumes the throne, but not really. So Harold Godwinson is preparing his men to fight William because William is gearing up on the other side of the underside of the sea. But the problem is the wind is not blowing that way. Remember, the wind is blowing south, meaning it's blowing Harold.
Was wind direction crucial to the ship
Yeah,
navigation of the
at that time? Yeah. At that time, if the wind was not blowing, you weren't going anywhere. So the same wind that's pushing south, that's carrying Harold to England fast, it's also the same wind that's keeping William from coming to England because it's pushing him south. So William can't get to England. But the problem is Harold Godwinson, the one who assumed the throne of England, is preparing to fight William. The problem is he just found out, wait a minute, Harold Hardrada just reached England. So now what does he have to do? He has to take all of his forces that was going to fight William. He has to now take all of his forces,
recall
all over to the other side of
to
England.
base.
Not back to base. All to the other side of England to go fight Harold. Because Harold just came off the other side. The problem is, so the first fight is I think that's the Battle of Stamford Bridge actually. Harold Godwinson versus Harold Hardrada. They fought and Harold Godwinson wins. And in the fight, actually, I think they said Harold Hardrada. Yeah, Harold Hardrada was, yeah, he died somehow. Yeah, he died in the battle. So Harold Hardrada lost the fight. The
Flawless
problem is
victory.
the problem is that fight took a lot out of Harold Godwinson's men, because again, these guys are Vikings, right? Vikings don't go down. They don't go down easily. So Harold Godwinson won. The problem is he didn't win flawlessly. He won, and he was very weak
By
afterwards,
the skin of his teeth.
basically. And here's the biggest issue: the wind starts blowing north. So guess who's ready to fight now?
William Williamson McWilliams.
So now William, the same way how Harold just barely won a fight and he's weak, his men are weak. Congratulations. William is ready for battle. His men are upright, his men are ready, and you gotta go fight him now because
Isn't William's gang like all a bunch of like Vikings?
They're Vikings too. They're French Vikings, Normans.
Oh, so William's bringing the whole crew of Vikings.
He's bringing everybody. He's bringing all the Norman army, and Harold Godwinson is not prepared for it. So they both, when William the Conqueror, well, William came to England.
Come on, he has such a W name. How are you not gonna root for him? Against
When
this
William-
guy, at least.
When William came to England, he was pillaging. He was basically getting Harold's attention. Hey, Harold, I'm here. Come fight me now. Otherwise, I'm going to burn all of England. Because Harold wanted to wait. Harold wanted to wait to get his forces up, but
He's
William
savage.
kept on. William kept on. Again, William is that dude. So he
He's
kept on
savage.
burning. He kept on burning. Well, what's I gonna say? He kept on burning England. Period. So every land that he was in, he was scorched the place to get Harold's attention, saying, Harold, if you fight me, there won't be if you don't fight me, there will not be in England for you to fight. Okay, so let's fight right now. So they both eventually Harold decided that he couldn't just avoid William anymore. So they both met up in the Battle of Hastings in the year 1066. Harold Godwinson versus William of Normandy for the British throne, and William won.
Well,
yeah. So because of that, now William is now the King of England. William the First of England, or that's where he got his nickname, William the Conqueror. That's where the name came from, right? Now, I told you guys before that battle changed the English language because the French dialect came into the way how they spoke English, right? Now, the odd thing is William did not know how to speak English. He spoke French, and as a matter of fact, future kings of England spoke French. So for the longest time, kings of England did not know how to speak English, which is weird. So, and that's what kind of started the British rule that we see today. So if anybody asks, is an actual British king that's from England, that's from, origins are in England, not since William the Conqueror. So the last actual British Anglo-Saxon king came more than 1,000 years ago. So people today Vikings for the most part. So French Vikings. So yeah, that's basically it.
Okay.
Now this does affect you, DeAndre, because it affects as far as what England is today, all the stuff that they do with the colonizing, with the way how they approach Spain, with the way how they fought Spain, with the way how Spain used their colonization as well, which you just so happen to be, anyways.
How does that affect me again?
Oh, because you're people, bro. It's simple with me. Me being from a country that was colonized by the British, I know, yeah. And you being from a country that was colonized by the Spanish, we both should know these types of history.
Pura vida.
Pardon me?
it's a name for my country.
What's it mean?
Pura vida basically means like I guess it could be translated literally to mean pure life. It just simply means that like because it's a thing people say for Costa Rica because it's like a tourist place and it's like very safe there.
So yeah,
relatively. There's still crime that goes on in certain neighborhoods you want to steer clear. But
now, the one thing that historians are saying, they're saying that William should not have won that battle. They're saying
really,
yeah, because again, they're saying that if Harold Godwinson did not have to go and fight Harold Hardrada first, he would have defeated William. Because that fight that Harold Godwinson had with Harold Hardrada, that fight again, when I say it took a lot of his forces away, it diminished his forces. So that's like me fighting someone who's on with one leg and with one arm tied behind its back. It's kind of like
That's
that.
like you threatening to fight someone with a cane.
Oh, have I done that before?
Yes.
Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that.
You have.
Bro, I remember, bro. I've even threatened to fight my little brother, man, and he thinks I'm kidding. And
that's
anyways,
that's your little brother, but that's fine. Okay.
man, he's gonna learn. I mean, he's a man now. He's what, turning 13 pretty soon? Yeah.
That's a man in your book.
Anyways, I think now's as good a time as many to close
The
up.
guy is playing with his PS5, playing Fortnite, playing Roblox.
Who?
Come on. Your brother playing FIFA.
Oh, no.
Excuse me.
No. My brother's not that type. He likes to read.
Oh.
Yeah.
When I was 13, I was schooling people in Mortal Kombat X.
Bro, yeah. When I was 13, I was schooling my big brother in FIFA. Yeah.
Okay. Well, regardless.
Anyways. So, okay, that's officially it. Brothers, any last words? Any closing remarks?
I'll let these brothers go first, and then I guess I'll deliver the end remarks.
All right, Brother Hassan, you're up.
Hassan, you there?
You there? Is he asleep?
Hassan, did you fall asleep? Because if you did, that's the most W thing I've seen all day.
Bro.
Yeah, no, anyways, not asleep.
Dang it!
All right, any last thoughts, Lucky?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, it was a good stream, and we just hope that the people who came on took something positive away from here, and hopefully learn a bit more about Islam, and inshallah come over to the deen.
Inshallah.
Amen.
All right. Thank you for, as always, showing up, Akhi.
Thank you, as always, Brother Hassan.
It's always good to see you, friend. All right, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Hassan.
Alrighty. Brother Yahya, you're up.
Alhamdulillah. Interesting stream. A lot of good information. Not a lot to add, really.
Mm.
I mean, as usual for myself, it's always anything wrong from myself, anything good from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Keep all those around the world that are suffering in your du'as, inshallah.
Ameen.
May Allah ease their suffering and make it a means for them to enter Jannah, inshallah.
Inshallah. Ameen.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All right, DeAndre, you want to close this out?
Yes, I would. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. This was an interesting stream overall. First, obviously the beautiful brothers that come on the stream, and all of you beautiful brothers and sisters that watch the stream make Das connected to Islam what it currently is. We are obviously very grateful for all of the panelists, Brother Hassan, Brother Yahya, Brother Aladdin, and his ilm on the Deen of Islam, and his willingness to share it for the sake of Allah Azza wa Jal. All of that's commendable. We appreciate that. And all of the brothers and sisters in the chat, all of the moderators, we appreciate all of you. You guys are rocking it out there. I don't even know what you guys do. I don't even know what I pay you for, if I pay you at all.
Dude, stop it.
Oh, my bad. It's okay.
Go ahead.
It's okay. I'm a lawyer. We'll settle out of court. So, yeah. Today's stream was overall interesting. We had interesting guests. We only had about 3. But they made for interesting conversations nonetheless, and I hope that they took something out of that and they come to the truth, inshallah ta'ala. Remember all of the beautiful brothers and sisters all across the world that are suffering because of the whims and fancies of the kuffar out there. May Allah Azza wa Jal keep them and keep us all on the Sirat al-Mustaqim, accept from them their martyrs, and allow them as well as all of us to enter Jannat al-Firdaus. May Allah Azza wa Jal ease their suffering and protect us from such calamities. Allahumma ameen. If you guys could please make dua for school that everything goes well, because there's currently an issue with my one of the classes that we're trying to get fixed. One of the teachers is kind of being stupid in the fact that she doesn't actually understand what being blind means, because I email her and I say, hey, I'm gonna need to use this screen reader for my algebra course, and she's like, oh, well, I can't disable the lockdown browser, because if I do, I'm gonna have to give you an exam on pencil and paper. And I'm over there awestruck at the fact that she doesn't understand that I literally, a pencil and paper is literally useless.
You'll be fine.
Regardless of that, guys, subscribe to Islam God Answers if you want quality Islamic responses to Christian claims. And,
Islam God Answers? What is that?
Well, as stated previously, Islam God Answers is a YouTube channel dedicated to responding to arguments propounded by Christians against Islam. Islam God Answers shows that the argument does not work from the Quran and the Sunnah intellectually, then showing how the argument backfires on the biblical text.
Really? You get all of that from Islam God Answers? Oh, wow.
Yep, you get all of that from Islam God Answers.
But wait, all that pure quality? It must be expensive.
Nope, it's absolutely free. No charge to you.
What? You mean absolutely free?
I sure do.
Wait, you're telling me I can go to Islam God Answers right now and get quality content on refuting common Christian and non-Muslim terms about Islam for free?
Absolutely for free. No charge to you.
Wow, no charge? Gee whiz. Everyone, what are you doing? Go and subscribe today. It's free.
It is. So guys, subscribe to this channel, subscribe to Das Connected to Islam. Inshallah, we will see you on the next one. سبحانك اللهم بحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت أستغفره وأتوب إليك. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. You guys have a good morning, evening, afternoon, night. Take care. We'll see you on the next one, inshallah ta'ala.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.